911 location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No. I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Everything is alleged. Hi. Sorry so late, but not really at the same time. I was planning on this being a late live because I had stuff to do today. And I just knew that it was going to end up being late, but I knew I wanted to go over this before we moved forward with the rest of the expert testimony stuff that we have to go through, with the expert reports that we have to go through, because everything that he said in this damn report, I hate this damn desk, in this damn report is like the complete opposite of what he was trying to say in the interview that he just did. So we're going to listen to this now together. You guys were here the other night after the interview. I had to fix this thing. It went up crooked and then it was going to stay crooked and I don't know what's wrong with it. Y'all were here after the interview that was done over on Custody Queens for an instant reaction. Now we're going to watch this ridiculously long 3.5 hour long interview together. And suffer. You just have to suffer with me because he says some crazy shit. And of course, the Goncalveses who don't read a damn thing are out here running their mouths about this Cyray interview, saying all kinds of shit about it on their Facebook page, but also being so ridiculous as to start even lying about what Cyray said, trying to claim that Cyray said that Kohberger was at the house or in the area of the house once a week. He never said that shit. He never ever said that shit. He never said that shit. So we're going to listen to this damn thing. It's going to be a very long live. It is going to be a very long live because there's going to be a lot to talk about. There's going to be a lot to complain about. He is just, in my opinion, backpedaling to try to, I don't even know what. There is no way that he can sit there and say the kind of things that he said, mother effing son of a bee. There is no way that he sat there in court and testified already to certain things, okay, then still kept up with that exact same momentum the entire time that this was supposed to go to trial, okay, to the point to where he was being called a conspiracy theorist by the judge because everything that he was saying was so opposite of what the state was saying. But he has timestamps and proofs and all the things that he was going to be showing. And apparently what Cyray did turn into them was accurate because they ended up taking out like 90% of their cast draft. They ended up realizing they were off by 7 minutes and the car they followed out of Pullman all those years ago was the wrong car. So they had to remove all kinds of footage and they had to retrace their timeline, and they never actually retraced their timeline. He said himself in this interview, the car on the WSU camera is not Kohberger's car. And he claims that after he's mapped everything, that he thinks that Kohberger went the road north of 270 to get to Moscow and went around this northeast area and then plopped back down into Moscow in the Indian Hills area, which is the narrative that they're trying to give us now, but without giving us the paper trail. And I don't understand how Cyray can come out here and say that he has mapped this SOSE trail and given all of his information, his map, his work product, all of it was given to the defense, who then shared it with the prosecutor. But then the prosecutor is not going to use it to then backtrack and correct their timeline and actually find Kohberger's car leaving WSU's campus. They're not going to go back and look at the camera footage and actually track the right car this time. That's a little weird, don't you think? Yeah. So I don't believe half the shit he's saying because it doesn't make sense. If you mapped all these things that said all these things, the prosecution would be using that. You have reserved your right to change your opinion based off of information. But when you were writing these reports, that was all the information that was given to you. There was nothing else. And if something popped up in this huge data dump right before the plea, Turvey didn't see it, Cyray didn't see it, and Taylor barely even got to touch it. So he can't come in here talking about things that he hasn't actually had the chance to really work on, because as soon as that data dump happened towards the end, everything stopped, meaning his work stopped, meaning he no longer was assigned to the case, was no longer getting new information. His job was over. So nothing new, because he hasn't claimed anything new, came in order to change his opinion since that January 2025 report. He's just out here saying all kinds of crazy shit. How can you sit there and tell me that you can say all the things you said in court, then come out here and say the shit that you just said on this interview, and that's not perjury? The demeanor in that report and the demeanor in this interview are two completely different sides of people, like two completely different people. It's very odd. This whole thing with Cyray is very strange. Very, very strange. Very, very strange. Thank you for the $9.99, Kim. Don't let him get under your skin. See, he's already under my skin. He's already under my skin because he's this big expert that's supposed to know what the hell he's talking about. And one of his biggest things is, oh, they had him in a report before they had the IGG. And he's referencing the 1129 tip that was never turned in. That the chief of police, that was chief of police at the time that this all took place, came out and did several interviews and said they never turned it in because the car was the wrong year. It was never sent over to any tip line. So while cool, you might have in some Chris Love spreadsheet, okay, from that area, a license plate that was scanned in on a certain time. You might have in an email update that somebody went and ran his information on 1129. But if the information was not turned into the police, it doesn't matter. If the information was not turned into the police, if the tip was not turned in, if it did not become something that you thought was valuable to the case and given to the cops who were investigating it, then it doesn't matter. That shit can be on a report all day long, and unless it was turned in and looked at before they had Kohberger's name, it's irrelevant. And that's exactly what it is. They've already proven that. So I don't know how he can come out and 10 toes down based off of something that we, the public, already know is not factual. And then expect us to actually listen to him when he's telling us, trust me, bro, if you saw all of it, if you saw the totality of the evidence, then you wouldn't want to defend him. You would be thinking that he was guilty too. Okay, but show us then. Show us the totality, because we've seen the totality, the totality thus far as much as the public can. And no, sir. No, sir. It's also a huge issue to me that these experts are apparently looking at the exact same things, but then coming up with two completely different interpretations. And the biggest part is the hair in Ethan's hand. If Chris Whitcomb and Brent Turvey all saw the exact same photos and their information says this is hair, and the FBI report says that it was taken, the debris was taken and tested against hair. If we have another report, I think either the Barbara Wolf one or the Ruth Ballard one. It's one of those two. If we have another report that then says a hair was taken from that hand, then how are you going to keep sitting here and pretending like there's not hair in that hand? That's two different reports by two different people in two different departments and two different spectrums of this case. One written way later, the FBI one written in January 2023. So are you just trying to insult everyone's intelligence by thinking that you're just like superior, holier than thou for some reason? I don't understand, Cy. I don't understand, Cy. Makes no damn sense. And see, that's the part that I don't understand. Like, I know that when they come in and they are given things to look at, that they are supposed to only be given their skill set. So he was supposed to only be given information regarding cell phone analysis. Well, cell phone analysis doesn't have shit to do with autopsy reports. Cell phone analysis doesn't have shit to do with the autopsy photos. What the hell are you doing getting access to those? You know why? Because that's just normal. They get together, they share information, they look at everything. There's a reason why in the Delphi case, that folder of photos was just sitting on a table in a locked conference room, and it was happened to have been accessed by somebody who had access to that room, because the stuff is just sitting around all over the place. So either he was shown it by Ann or somebody else in the office because he was curious. I don't freaking know. But just because he's the cell phone guy doesn't mean he wasn't shown the stuff, but he wasn't legally, technically supposed to be shown the stuff. Everything in this case, there's a specific process that had to take place in order for people to be able to get permission to look at things. And again, he states several times that he was only given by Ann Taylor what his skill set entailed, which for this case was only cell analysis. The Sam McBride, she even verified with him that he has been a crime scene analyst or a reconstructive analyst or a DNA guy for some reason in other cases, but that was nothing to do with what he was doing here. His work in this case was simply for cell phone. So he can't then verify that and then expect us to take him seriously when he's talking out of turn, out of his lane. It doesn't work that way. Not for people like us that have been out here paying attention to every damn thing that's been going on since day freaking one. No, I'm sorry. That's just not how that works. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started listening to this. The first couple of minutes are pretty chill because he's just sort of like introducing himself a little bit, but it doesn't get really crazy. I'm probably going to skip through some of it though, because I don't really care about none of that stuff. We already know about his, whatever he's talking about and what he thinks he is and all the other stuff. I don't really care about the attaboys and all the other shit. So let's just see. Let's just get this bigger so we can see his lion ass face. I can't believe how ridiculous he sounds. I cannot believe how he's going to come out here and pretend like we don't know what's out there. And then to admit that he's not keeping up with anything. Well, then what are you out here talking for? Annoying. Annoying. All right, here we go.
Hey. Yeah, I have. I think I'm at 26 or 27 states altogether.
Retained in October of 2023.
Okay. Now, this part's important because it seems like there might be a little bit of confusion or a little bit of, I don't know, just back and forth on him claiming he walked through the crime scene. Now, as far as I can remember, what we were told is that he was contacted in October of 2023 by the Slavinsky guy, and that he officially signed on in like November of 2023. So he would have had like a month or so before the house was demolished after signing on. So when he claims he walked through the house, I mean, that's cool for you, Cy, but you walk through the house after walls and floors and shit were ripped out of it, after all kinds of shit had already happened to it. So while I don't like the fact that the house was demolished, because a jury would have liked to have seen the area, we know this. They asked about it in the grand jury. The state knew the jury was going to want the crime scene to be where they could get to it. That's a given. But for you to be doing cell phone analysis, why are you walking through the house? What about what you're doing with your cell phone analysis report means that you get permission from the court to walk through evidence tape and walk around the house? What does the house have to do with what your job was here? So did he walk through the house? I don't see why he would have been allowed to. Did he? Probably. Probably. So let's see if we can pay attention to the dates he gives here.
Half of the defense, or that I actually did work on the case on behalf. I think I'm at 26 or 27 states altogether, and yes, both state and federal.
Okay. And then for the Idaho case, was this the first case where you were an expert for the defense?
This is the first and only case I've ever testified on behalf of the defense, or that I actually did work on the case on behalf of the defense. There's other times that I've been compelled to do things with the defense, but this was the first time I actually testified as a defense expert. I was retained as a defense expert to testify.
Okay, and you were retained in October of 2023?
Closer to November. I think the first time I got a call, but I didn't know what case it was on because of the gag order. I received a call from another expert who was looking for a peer review of this. But because of the gag order, he couldn't get into details of the specific case. So I agreed to do this case without knowing.
I would like to hear from the Slavinsky guy. We're going to read his report here soon. But considering all these other people that are out here talking, I would really like to hear from the Slavinsky guy and see what he maybe thinks about Cyray's rhetoric being mixed into what he's supposed to be actually being an expert in. Because I don't know if that guy has anything like additional in his report that maybe Cy didn't have. I haven't read through it yet. I'm just curious as to what the Slavinsky guy thinks after all this.
Knowing what case it was. And then it was a couple weeks later that the documentation on the gag orders and kind of got up to speed that, it's that case.
Gotcha. Okay, and is that Tom Slavinsky?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then so once you signed, I'm assuming, the confidentiality, you jumped on the case, you started to get into the case. What was your scope or retention like in that case?
Yeah, and this is probably, I probably left something out in my background that I should have included that I think you guys find very relevant, is from about 2010, it started in 2008, but by 2010 it was really rolling. I was teaching investigative methodologies for cell phone mapping geolocation to law enforcement. In 2014, I started the first subject matter expert certification course for state and local law enforcement. It was the first one in the nation.
It's my desk. So on this side, there's something wrong with like the joint. It's one of those up and down desks. There's something wrong with the joint right here because when it gets to a certain spot and I pull it up, like go up, it goes crooked. And then I have to bring it all the way back down in order to bring it back up level. I don't know what's wrong with it. I haven't had a chance to like look at it. But yeah, I figured it was loud. I didn't think it was going to be that loud, but yeah, that's my desk. I'm trying to get it to cooperate.
To do that. Today, there's about 200 subject matter experts that have been certified within the court as a subject matter expert in geolocation as a result of taking that course. The idea of me receiving a phone call from another expert doing a peer review, it's kind of like a Tuesday. It was not a big deal. And the majority of times when I get those type of calls, I'll look at a case, I'll make a couple corrections, I'll give some advice, and I'm out. I really don't get involved with the case. And I fully did believe when I first was contacted on this case, this would be the same. I had every reason to believe that when I saw the work product, if anything, there's a few minor issues, point those out, and I move on. I have nothing to do with this madness.
What got you sucked
Was there anything? Oh, sorry. Was there anything, Cy, that was telling you morally, ethically, or any other reason to take this case or become an expert? And I think it's important to note that you were not paid for any work that you did on this case, including.
Well, see, I used to take a lot of credence to that, but after what he says here, I really don't anymore.
Reimbursements, isn't that correct?
Yeah, there's something to be said there that, I had to travel to Moscow a number of times. I covered all my own costs. I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money. And the only reason I bring that up is I hear a lot of things that, I was in this for the money.
His eyes closing and constantly looking around when he's answering certain questions is a tell. So when he's talking about like Dylan, when he's talking about Bethany and not wanting to answer the question about Bethany leaving or not, watch his face. He could not play poker. His tells are so freaking out there. They're so freaking out there.
I've never been paid a dime on this. I refuse to be paid by the defense on this case. And that's not uncommon. Some people might be saying, well, why would he do that? The overwhelming majority of cases that I've taken on, I haven't been paid on. I would say probably close to 60 to 70% of my expert testimony in court is not paid testimony necessarily. So it's actually very common because I have students or other law enforcement officers who've been through my courses who are seeking guidance and assistance for one of their cases. And typically I do not charge for that assistance.
So when you reviewed the paperwork, Slavinsky called and said, hey, can you look at this? I think you met with Ann. Was there anything in your gut that was telling you not to take the case or the other way, vice versa?
I would be lying if I didn't say there was a moral dilemma. I've always been a prosecution witness, and that is mainly because I've always been part of the investigative effort to bring forth charges, not necessarily defend a case. So it wasn't necessarily by design or choice. It was more by that's just the role I've played in the past. Initially, like I said, I didn't feel like I would have a very big role in the case. I would have just some minor, edits and be out of it. When I saw the scope, and probably a better word is the magnitude of what was happening in this case, yes, I did feel a moral obligation. I've spent the better part of my career, and I can easily say the last 15 years, really trying to establish geolocation as a scientifically sound and reliable methodology that can be used in court. We have solved an incredible, and I say we, I'm talking, the law enforcement community in general, has solved a lot of really heinous, critical crimes using geolocation information. So it's important that we show that it's reliable. It can be upheld. In this case, it was very quick summary that I realized I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means. And therefore, yeah, there was a moral obligation of a standard that I felt that I had taught and put out there for a long.
See that statement right there? How many minutes are we in? I had to move my microphone. 7 minutes in. That statement right there is when I knew for sure that he thought that Kohberger was guilty and hadn't changed his mind from when he wrote it in his book, or from when he went into this case being completely biased. Because he states when he came into the case, he already was under the assumption that Kohberger was guilty. So if you come into the case and you automatically think that, then no matter what you see, that's what you're going to think. So while he sits here and he talks about all these issues, he sits there and talks about issues with not just the cell analysis. He talks about issues with all the rules broken and the bullshit with the IgG. He talks about the DNA problems. He talks about other issues while still trying to claim that, oh, it has to be something else. And, oh, no, Moscow did such a great job. They just didn't have the resources. The FBI is the one who touched everything here, broski. You can't use that excuse. You cannot use that excuse to keep kissing ass. You just can't do it. And that's what he does this entire time. But that statement there, that's when I knew exactly where this was going to end up going, which I pretty much already knew that because we've read through the preview of the book and we already get the gist. We already got the gist. But I don't know how you can come out here and claim all the things that you claim and then know that you also have false information that you're pushing it with the same way that Whitcomb did. Remember, Whitcomb pushed that it was Xana's blood on the table, even after he knew that Sutton's report was revised in order to show that that was a mislabeling issue and that it wasn't Xana's blood on the table. And he kept on pushing it, that narrative, the entire book. He's doing the exact same thing with the 1129 tip. Both things that we know in the public are verifiably not true facts. But he's the expert, and we're just some dumbasses on YouTube.
Enforcement and spent a lot of time in court showing the scientific, reliability of it was being challenged or was at stake, and that's a ripple effect that impacts the entire criminal justice system, not just a case in Idaho. And that was the moral obligation, if you will.
Ron, you had a question?
Yeah, you got kind of two levels of the participation in the investigation here. You've got what was done by the local law enforcement, and then you've got what was done by the FBI. What was it that drew you in that led you to say, this is bigger, I need to be part of this. This is a bigger issue or bigger problem than I initially thought?
Boy, that's a loaded question. The entire investigation, you'll have to interrupt me a handful of times today to make sure that I'm defining for your audience certain terms that I'm using. I consider this case was ethically corrupt. And what I mean by that is the entire investigation. So where I understand your question of, hey, was it more on the state side or was it more on the federal side where you're seeing the errors? The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight. It was the entire case. A couple bad decisions that were made on the federal level infected the entire investigation. So I don't know that I can separate those two, and I know there's a lot of discussion about, is there a bad actor? Is this intentional or is it accidental? And I want to be really, really clear with something, because I think a lot of people love to put things in my mouth or assume what I'm trying.
See, so this right here, like, you can just shut all the way up, Cyray, with your dumbass bullshit. You literally said in your report, cannot even count how many times that this was intentionally done. That exculpatory evidence was intentionally withheld, concealed, omitted. You can run your little headless your hatless head all the frick you want to. You've used the word intentional 25,000 million freaking times in the report that was given to the court. So you cannot come out now that the camera's in your face and we're starting to ask questions and try to, oh my God, people want to put words in my mouth. They're your words. You typed them, you edited it, you peer reviewed it, you turned it in, you signed it. Okay, they're your words. Take some accountability.
About, is there a bad actor? Is this intentional or is it accidental? And I want to be really, really clear with something, because I think a lot of people love to put things in my mouth or assume what I'm trying to say with certain things.
You said it.
I do not believe that there's anybody at Moscow Police Department that intentionally misled or misrepresented a case. I think they all were out there doing the best of their ability. Now, if somebody wants to say, well, their abilities kind of suck, there's arguments there that I can't engage in, because things could have been done better, but I don't think there's intention. And it's very limited. So when I say at the federal level, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying the federal involvement across the board, but at the federal level, there's a handful of decisions that were made by a small group of people that are terrible decisions, and they were intentional decisions.
But you also cannot take all of the responsibility away from Moscow PD, because they are grown-ass adults with a government job where protocols and other things are in place, and they're supposed to know how to do certain things. Filing a search warrant is not a rocket science. It's actually no different than filing a FOIA. Except for a FOIA, we don't have to explain why we want the information. It ain't their business. When it comes to a search warrant, you have to have something attached that proves why you're eligible, whatever, in order to get that information. But the concept is the same. You give a small amount of data in order to find something very specific, and you turn it into the company, and they send you a response. Anybody can do it. And when a search warrant comes back and you've asked for certain things and you have it on a template and you get the information back and you're doing your job to open it up and double check it and make sure you've got information either missing or present, and you move forward depending on what you have and what you need to do, that protocol is the same no matter what kind of case you're working. Be it a kidnapping, be it a bank robbery, be it a murder, it doesn't matter. The protocols and how you do things are all the same. So can we stop pretending like Moscow was just this little bitty podunk town who just didn't know how to do nothing? No, bro. Can we not? Can we actually not?
Knew what was at stake. They knew what was being risked. So, I think that that's different than what I'm seeing with local law enforcement, if that answers your question. The other concern that I had very quickly was, a lot of times when we get involved with a case like this, the prosecution can typically be just as surprised as anybody else by some of the actions or activities that took place in an investigation. And typically prosecutors are having to deal with and try to figure out how to explain certain things that happened within the investigation. This is a case where that is not the case. The prosecution team was incredibly involved and co-situated with the investigation pretty much throughout the investigation. So there wasn't this opportunity, if you will, where we have law enforcement acting in a bubble and then delivering this package to the prosecution team, who now is trying to solve, how do we take this thing to court? These decisions are mutual. They were done in a group setting. And my personal opinion is they were really bad decisions. And some of them were made intentionally.
Now, what we find out, and I don't remember when he says it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be soon here. What we find out is the answer that I've been trying to find is who double checks the bullshit. Who double checks to make sure that whatever the judge is signing has legitimate information in it that's not shit. Because if somebody was double checking, then they would have known that the majority of what was written in that probable cause order by Brett Payne was bullshit. They, just for one glaring example, just for one example, and there is all of the proof in the Google Drive, in the public records, for everything that I'm about to say. We've gone over this information. The latent shoe print in front of Dylan's door that was used to verify the suspect's path of travel, in the PCA, that damn shoe print was never analyzed. They photographed it, but they never analyzed it. They never did anything with it. They took pictures and then shelved it. Brett Payne knew this because on December 17th, he has handwritten notes about the latent shoe print and the dates that the analysis was done and turned into the Moscow Police Department. And considering that he's the lead detective, he's the one who got the information. And again, on 12/17, he signed off on having this stuff and knew about the report. So you're going to tell me on 12/17, you know that that shoe print was not analyzed, that they didn't do anything with it. And the reasoning is because the one right behind it, they considered it to be from a police officer. And if you take the one behind it by the step, and then you take the one they photographed, that's somebody literally taking a step. So they did not analyze the one in front of the door because they thought the one that was connected to it belonged to a cop. So they didn't bother. Brett Payne knew this. Brett Payne knew this 12 days before he was in Pennsylvania. Brett Payne knew this 3 days before he started writing search warrants for Kohberger, that latent print was never analyzed, looked at, did anything with. And he still used it to verify Dylan's little story when there's actually nothing to verify Dylan's story. What we have are 4 dead people in a story that has no actual proof to it besides Bethany calling Dylan, and then a plethora of calls everywhere and text messages between the two of them. But there is nothing to prove Dylan's story about the somebody's here and the upstairs and the hearing of the noises from the bathroom down the hallway by Xana's room. There's nothing to prove that. And considering that her story keeps changing, why are we using anything to try to verify anything when it comes to what she said, especially when it comes to an order for arrest, especially when it comes to a piece of evidence that wasn't analyzed that you shouldn't be legally allowed to use? If Hushley, because she's the one who was doing all the double checking, if she would have been doing the double checking in the prosecutor's office, then we wouldn't have such a piece of shit PCA that the prosecution themselves had to call an irrelevant piece of paper after not very long. I think we were still in Latah County when that happened. They all, like everything that everyone in that little area touched needs to be relooked at. Everything that Balance did, if everything that Cy-Ray has in way of those times being so freaking wrong and the areas being so freaking wrong, everything that Nick Balance has touched needs to be looked at. Talk about wasting taxpayer dollars. I think the problem is that they're out here, all these experts are out here trying to do the same thing that these police agencies are doing, which is covering up all of their inconsistent bullshit. I swear, if I get to a part in that damn Truthline book and he mentions the 1129 situation with the car in that book, I'm probably just going to like pull all my hair out and melt into a puddle on the floor and just be done. Because I can't do this with these idiots that are coming out here trying to act like because they got some bigger piece of paper than I got, that they're smarter than me when it comes to this case, while admitting to things that are not true. This is really frustrating. It's really frustrating.
So in your, and we're going to go through this, we're going to go through each area line by line, but I know when I was looking at your sworn affidavit, and I want to actually read your words, but your comment or what you put in the affidavit was so incredibly powerful.
They do all of this right in front of our faces blatantly. And again, it's the FBI, it's Moscow Police, it's the Idaho State Police. Look how ridiculous the person is that wrote the freaking handwritten report. Look how sloppy that work was. Look at what the courts have done themselves. Every department that has touched this case has screwed up in some way, shape, or form, and most of them multiple times. And that's what we're just seeing. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. I believe his report he turned into the court, not this bullshit he's spewing in his interview. That's what I'm saying. You can come out here on these damn whatever you want to call it and say whatever you want to because it's not perjury. You're not going to get in trouble because you're not under oath. coming out here and getting on these channels and doing all of this. So what you say on a document that is like signed and you're swearing an oath to, and you are filling it out and you have testified under oath, and you know that you could go to prison for saying some stupid shit in court and in your paperwork, I'm going to believe that over this dumb shit. Especially with the way that things changed. He, I think, is just trying to save face because of the guilty plea. Because a guilty plea changes people's perception of everything. Look how many people suddenly forgot that we had 1,000 freaking questions and like pretended like just because a guilty plea came through, suddenly magically everything was answered. Like everything that we've been trying to figure out over the past 3 years just simply vanished and disappeared. No, the opposite actually. It just got 1,000,000 times worse. It just got worse. I'm going to believe more what you swore to under oath than what you're out here doing to try to save your face. I think he was going to go to trial, and I think that he expected for the truth to come out and for Kohberger to not be found guilty. Because why else would you come out here swinging a bat so hard in the opposite direction that you normally do? And then the second that something changes that you don't have control of, you're switching your tune. How very hypocritical. Very hypocritical.
Powerful. You said such a deliberate attempt to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. I mean, those are extraordinary words. Can you tell us a little bit what led to you making that statement in your affidavit?
Yeah, and this is probably a really good time to start clarifying a lot of information that's out there that there's a lot of assumptions surrounding. So that piece that you're reading right there is specific to the timing data in this particular investigation. And, you know, timing, when we talk about timing and now the timing data, timing is everything. My report is now public, so I can discuss some of the things that are in my report. And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit and prior to the motion.
Right there. The prosecution read and saw everything he did.
And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit and prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion, there was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T timing data in 2022. Therefore, there is no timing data to turn over.
I still can't find that.
Anybody who reads my police report will see that not only did AT&T produce timing data in 2022, law enforcement, with the assistance of prosecutors, had already obtained AT&T timing data in 2022. Two of the victims had AT&T. One of the early investigative leads had AT&T. They received AT&T timing data on all three of those phones. They also did what's called an AT&T timing dump, where they
finally something about the. Ugh. I was trying to see if that was the video that we had saved, and that's not the right one. I'm trying to find where we did the video on the GLDC stuff, because we totally did. Hold on a second. Let me get this back playing.
And typically, prosecutorial opinion is they were really bad decisions, and some of them were made prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion, there was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T timing data in 2022. Therefore, there is no timing data to turn over. Anybody who reads my police report will see that not only did AT&T produce timing data in 2022, law enforcement, with the assistance of prosecutors, had already obtained AT&T timing data in 2022. Two of the victims had AT&T.
Found the letter. I don't know where the video is at. I know that we did a video, so I'll keep looking for that, but I found the letter. This is, let me share this. We did a video on this letter because this was a huge, oh, hold on. This was a huge question. And I found this online. And this was from August 3rd of 2022, so before the crimes. And it's a letter from the Federal Communications Commission from Washington, D.C., asking AT&T about their policies and practices regarding the retention and sharing of consumer location information. And this is where we saw cell towers. AT&T Mobility collects network location information from the cellular towers used to power AT&T Mobility's wireless network. This information identifies which cell sites are used by the devices on AT&T's mobility network and thus enables AT&T to provide wireless connectivity using those devices. This is the softwares that they use right here. I put that Kohberger had an Android because it's talking about just different services for different programs. Then it says the AT&T mobility systems of record that house customer geolocation information are electronically stored in the United States. In addition, AT&T mobility applies robust protections to all consumer data, including location information. But this letter came out a while before to say that they were definitely keeping information, because one of their fights was, AT&T wasn't storing any of that, but that's not true at all. They actually very much were with the GLDC, which is what's highlighted down here. It says our RIM policy establishes a retention period of no more than 13 months for information that identifies the current or past location of a specific individual's device and 5 years of historical call detail records, which includes cell site location information. Like all companies, we are required by law to provide information to law enforcement and other government entities by complying with court orders, subpoenas, and lawful discovery requests. We review requests to determine whether they are valid. We require a search warrant based on the probable cause standard for all law enforcement demands for real-time or historical location information, except for extingent requests, such as emergency requests related to kidnappings, missing persons, and attempted self-alivings. Now, that statement up there is interesting too. We review requests to determine whether they are valid, because Cy said something in this interview that you're going to hear later about how he hoped that somebody down at AT&T would realize something was wrong, that he hoped that the guy one of the girls mentions his name in his report that he says is like his contact down at AT&T. He was hoping that he would see that there was a problem with the warrant and not approve it, instead of speaking up and saying something himself, which is crazy. Or he was at least hoping that the person would have seen that something was wrong and said something in the return that something was missing or something didn't seem right. So while they are claiming they do review to determine whether they're valid, Cy is basically also kind of saying in his interview that AT&T also kind of failed in that aspect because the search warrant was not valid when it was sent in. AT&T's Global Legal Demand Center, or the GLDC, which is the big topic in this case, includes a team dedicated to reviewing and responding to extingent requests from law enforcement. And you know damn well that it was an extingent request to try to get information for this case. What is it right here that I highlighted? AT&T Mobility is required to respond to valid subpoena demands from civil litigants or criminal defendants for call detail records, which in the case of AT&T Mobility may include location information. Yeah, earlier today I did one, and there was definitely not notifications being sent out at all. This is why, I don't even understand why the notifications are doing that. I have no idea. That's why I tried to alleviate that with the other two for the non-live, non-commentary stuff that does need to be posted, but it's just not really helping it. I don't know. But I'm going to go ahead and add this to the Google Drive because it's not in there for some reason. It was in my regular stuff. So let me add it real quick. And it's just going to be the main folder. It'll just be sitting in a main folder. I'm just going to put this in there. Okay. So if you go to just the Idaho v. Kohberger folder, it's right here, this AT&T letter. I don't remember exactly when it was that we did that video, but we did that video. Oh, and this is what I was going to show y'all ahead of time that the Goncalveses have posted on Facebook. Let's talk about Cyray. He was actually an expert defense witness, and he let the cat out the bag. A few of my favorite statements. 10 out of 10 juries would have found BK guilty. On what evidence? Dylan is a victim. That's pathetic. Considering the fact that she is only using that to try to get more kudos from her fan page, that's pathetic. We have literally been told by them, and I highly doubt that something has suddenly changed, because even all the way at the end of October, when Olivia came out and spoke to Brian Ensign after she went down to talk to the prosecutor and saw some photos, or a photo, and then changed her story on that too. Y'all know that interview where she got her hair up in these butterfly clips. She said then that they've never spoken to them. And we know that the one time that Steve tried to speak to Dylan, she lied and said she didn't hear or see anything, and Bethany walked away before he could even ask her a question. So that right there is literally her just trying to keep on with sympathies, because there is no way behind closed doors that that's the conversation when we already know what Steve told people about what the grand jury thought about Dylan and what he thinks about Dylan. None of those thoughts have changed. And with the information that's come out about Dylan's phone activity and every damn thing else, if anything, they should be more pissed off. So I know that that's a damn front. Ethan did not have a fistful of hair. That's still to be determined. There was still hair in his hand. There's two different reports, one from the feds, one from a different expert, both of them saying there was hair in his hand. So there's that. There was no cleanup. Yeah, just like Cy says, it's completely normal for a suspect to walk out of a blood-covered floored room and leave no prints whatsoever. Explain how and where and in what reality is that normal? For there to be literally blood covering the entire floor in which the person was fighting the victim that they were killing. The victim has blood under their own feet, but we're supposed to believe that the person who was in there right along with the victim on the same bloody floor walked out with nothing, and that's normal, not unusual. Full of shit. Full of shit. He also never ever said that BK had been there at least once a week. So you can hashtag smart people somewhere else, ma'am, because you've got like all kinds of shit wrong and all that shit that you're talking about, crazy ass lady. And then she's over there arguing with people. Yes, he did say that. He did say he was there once a week. Go clip it. Go clip it. Because no, he didn't. No, he did not. There's people arguing with her all over the place. No, he did not. No, he did not.
One of the early investigative leads had AT&T. They received AT&T timing data on all three of those phones. They also did what's called an AT&T timing dump, where they received just a general area, all of the AT&T devices in that area, and that was done in timing as well. So when the prosecution team wrote a motion and filed it with the court that AT&T did not provide timing data in 2022, they were literally sitting on AT&T timing data of over 3,500 devices in discovery. There is a complete disconnect from the prosecution understanding their own evidence is what that showed me. I just have never seen that far of a deviation. And, you know, there's a couple things that are really important. I'm sure some people are wondering, well, why is the prosecution so involved with this? In the state of Idaho, the type of search warrants that they were seeking at times actually
No, I'm not questioning at all why the prosecution is so involved in that. I'm expecting the prosecution to not just be sitting there in a bubble. So I know I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with the way they did it, not with the fact that they were involved. I would expect them to be.
Require a prosecutor to sign off on. So it wasn't that the prosecution team was overextending their role into the investigation. There's actually a legal requirement that law enforcement writes and drafts the search warrant for these records. Prosecutor reviews it, signs off on it, and then it goes to a judge. And he said it was Jennings the whole time. So the same prosecutor who signed off on the search warrants to obtain timing data, who signed off on the search warrants requesting Bryan Kohberger's timing data, same prosecutor who had received emails stating the FBI has clearly said timing data exists, is the same prosecutor who wrote a motion a couple years later that timing data doesn't exist. And I've never seen that far of a deviation in.
There's emails and stuff from them.
And
too.
that prosecutor would be Jennings?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why when you say there's clear and convincing evidence that not only the FBI was able to obtain the AT&T advanced records in 2022, they did so with knowledge of the prosecutors in this case, that's what you're referencing. So when they're saying they weren't able to get it by that time, they were.
Yeah, it's in evidence. I mean, to this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist.
Was there ever an explanation given for the disparity in what was said?
Cy is stupid. Yeah. Cy is stupid. And the reason why I can say that with all of my chest is because he's claiming that the tip on 11/29 was an actual tip that was turned in, and it's not. That is his huge spiel at the end of this interview about the car being seen on WSU campus on 11/29, and that's when everything got rolling, and that's when... No. because they never turned the tip in. The car was the wrong year. That is what he is hanging his entire "I think Kohberger is guilty" narrative on, is him believing that on 11/29 Kohberger was already in their sights, and that is not true. So I will say Cyray is definitely stupid in this regard. He should make sure that he knows the facts that he is actually putting his opinion on, and that should be erased from his little timeline, and he should recalibrate because he's wrong.
And timing's real important here. You know, the initial motion is filed that this doesn't exist, and there will be testimony from the FBI and or AT&T to confirm it. I wrote my affidavit. I actually got my affidavit signed off and got everything done. Remember, I'm in Arizona, so I have to send it to Idaho. About that time, the state drops a second motion clarifying, oh, wait, we just discovered timing data does exist. So what I wrote in my initial affidavit is true. It does exist. However, AT&T is now saying it only goes for 7 days, and therefore it's not relevant. And I would still argue it's incredibly relevant. It's ground truth for what a device is doing that we are applying a pattern of life analysis to. Anybody in this field would tell you undoubtedly you want all the data. But there's something interesting with AT&T that never came out because it was never allowed in testimony, and that is sometimes AT&T, for a number of different reasons, must retain data longer than this 7-day limit. There's times when AT&T will tell you, hey, we keep this for 7 days, or we keep this for a year, we keep this for 7 years. But there's a number of things that happen at AT&T with different projects and different legal reasons that they are required to retain data longer. So if you don't ask, you don't know. And what's important is that both search warrants for Bryan Kohberger's phone clearly articulated they were requesting timing data. Mm-hmm. There's a fact sheet that's required to go to AT&T, and in the bottom of that fact sheet there's a comment section, and somebody typed in that comment section, please send us the last 7 days of timing data. So, you know, the idea that, well, it doesn't exist, we didn't ask for it, there's a clear paper trail that it was asked for repeatedly. Yeah. And then when you look at, you know, warrant returns are a thing. When you serve a search warrant, it's just not the end of the search warrant. You have to go back to the judge and say, hey, Your Honor, here's what we received. Here's the inventory that was produced as a result of that search warrant. And in that return.
And see, the thing with that is that they've been trying to tell us this whole time that Kohberger's phone went on all these different towers, like in that area, different towers, different spots in that area, but then also like how big the coverage area is. Okay. So when it comes to like the geolocation warrant that they pushed out, they pushed that warrant out for like a decent amount of time. I don't remember the exact like hour time frame. I'm going to have to go look and see like what the timing was for the geolocation warrant. But the geolocation warrant is where they found Molly's information. And something else interesting he says about that is that there's like 2 other devices or 2 other numbers on there that they don't know where they're coming from or where they are. And that they apparently can't tell whether, like they can't tell the difference between it being a cell phone or a car or like another device that pings off of a tower because everything, you know, is on freaking some sort of cellular service, you know, even a freaking refrigerator. So that was also really interesting. But considering all of the different timestamps that they've given us from way before, way after, considering in the timeline, they're talking about a white car all the way around like the midnight hour. Okay. If Kohberger was anywhere near that area or even like driving around at all, wouldn't he have also shown up on that geofence warrant? And he apparently didn't, because there was, again, nothing about him in the records. They didn't see him in the geofence warrant and then go off that way. That's when they started looking at who the hell is this Molly lady showing up with this DoorDash, and they have her come in and start interviewing her. This whole thing has been beyond ridiculous. And when the companies aren't double checking, the prosecutors don't give a shit about what's actually being sent in because they need something to happen. And there's just like no accountability or responsibility being held anywhere. Like from step 1 to the final step, find me one time that something actually went the way that it was supposed to. You probably can't find it.
It actually states everything they asked for was received. So, you know, as an investigator on a high-profile case of this nature, if I had purposely, intentfully requested timing data on 2 different search warrants, sent a a cover sheet within an email stating, give me the timing data, and it was never produced, I would make sure to note that in either my report or the return, that items that I am specifically requesting were not produced. And that would prevent, any argument now, but that wasn't done. So that's the timing issue.
Okay, and then another statement in your affidavit, just to clarify, you said, I've worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T GLDC is one way, but not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Is that, what does that mean?
In short, to just make this really simple, and then I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole because we could talk all day about how this happens. There are multiple entities within AT&T that produce records for different reasons. And I'm no way insinuating that it's not legal, that it's not compliant, and that it's not proper. With the proper legal authority, there's different methodologies to which you can obtain this data. GLDC is one. But that is what it is. The important thing here is GLDC was also the receiver, if you will, of the other three search warrants that did produce AT&T timing data.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement from GLDC until June 15th of 2023. So in 2022, they would have had to obtain it from a different source.
Yep.
That is correct, within AT&T.
And you referenced Boyd Jackson in your affidavit. Anything that you can elaborate
he was hoping he would check
on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with. The point there is, I was hoping that somebody...
You saw how he tried to put some sort of weight on their relationship, and then he instantly backtracked to, well, I'm aware of him. He's touched several of the cases that I've worked. Or do y'all go to dinner together? Like, what is it? Because you just 180'd that too.
Anything that you can elaborate on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved.
So he smiles thinking of their relationship, about their friendship. A memory just popped up in his mind that made him giggle like that. And then he realized, oh, I'm not supposed to have these sort of friendly type relationships with these contacts. Let me backtrack real quick and make that sound less friendly. I can't be the only one that saw that.
Something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over...
That you can elaborate on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with.
Can't tell everybody he's
the
your
point
friend.
there is, I was hoping that somebody at AT&T would realize, hey, this affidavit or this initial motion is so far out of left field, it'll never stand on its own.
See, that's what I meant. He was hoping somebody at AT&T would look at it and actually be like, hold on a minute. This isn't right.
And it's important, I believe, when an expert like myself is writing an affidavit and saying, hey, here's what's really happening here. There are times that it's important to provide names, right? If I'm going to say this exists, and I can back it up with saying, not only does this exist, but if you contact this person, they will confirm that this exists. That's the purpose of that. So, and to me, this isn't a mystery. This isn't some weird thing. It's very consistently seen. There's a number of criminal investigations that have dealt with AT&T timing data before 2023. Those of us that have worked in this field for a period of time are very well aware of AT&T timing data. Like I said before, we had mapped 2 billion phone records. At one point, I had actually programmed the ability to take AT&T timing data and map it prior to 2023.
Yeah.
And, how could I do that if the record didn't?
That was actually, I think, part of his original testimony that we first heard from him, was him coming out and basically telling us that the story that the state was giving us about the timing advance records wasn't true, because he'd physically been working with these exact same records for years prior, and he had experience with them. So how could he have experience if the way that they're trying to say things were going down isn't actually how it works? You know what I mean? Like his testimony was coming out and proving straight out the gate that what we were being fed was total bullshit.
Okay, and then with the timing advance data that was received on over 3,800 mobile devices, is it at all believable that there is no timing advance data on Bryan's device?
You know, I can't say it's not believable. It's incomprehensible to me that they wouldn't have got it, because there's other things that are happening at this time too. So I should probably clarify. Around the time the second search warrant was issued, it was 6 months, but then it was also what we call a pen register trap and trace. So it was going forward as well. So not only was it getting 6 months of history, it was getting real-time information going forward. And that's the type of warrant that a prosecutor has to sign off on. I've been involved in thousands of cases where a phone is being tracked in real time, and elements and resources are being used to find and keep eyes on that phone. Anybody in this industry who tells you timing advance data is available, but they do not want it, or they would not seek it out for that type of an operation, it is out of tune to what they're doing with this type of information. It is a common law enforcement practice that I would say arguably the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in the United States use, to include the FBI. So the idea that a live tracking mission is occurring and we're not using the resources that we're asking for and requesting from the carrier without making an issue that we're not receiving that is very abnormal.
So you would agree it's either a gross deviation from standard practice or potentially withheld information that wasn't provided to the defense?
I think that
I don't think it's either. I don't think you can say it's either this or this. I think the second one was the correct one, because at this point we already have the proof that they do have the data, that Cy was able to actually take it and map it, that it was mapped incorrectly, and that on top of them having data that they claimed that they didn't have, they also claimed to not have issues with anyone else's data. But then comes Cy Ray's report, and he didn't have the entirety of Ethan's records. The cell phone analysis guy that is pinging cell phone location cannot tell us when Xana and Ethan got home. It's expected for Turvey to not know. He's not looking at Wi-Fi connections. He's not looking at phone data. It's common for Chris Whitcomb not to know, because if the people giving him information don't know, how is he going to know? But the cell phone guy, the geolocation cell phone guy, can't tell us when Ethan and Xana got home. That's crazy. Then you read his report, and again, it says he doesn't have all of Ethan's records. There's like no case number. There's no case number for Molly's. He says that Molly's records exist, but they belong with the FBI, and he has not been able to review them. He doesn't have all of Jack DeCour's records, and he doesn't have all of Bethany's records as of January 2025. I highly doubt that that's changed. I highly doubt that suddenly, all those years later, they snatched up those records. No. How do you not have all of that? That's crazy.
that is a very fair statement. And could it be one or two or both? Absolutely. But it is outside the normal operating.
Do you think, in your expert opinion, that any information was intentionally concealed from the defense?
Whew. Yes. And I think my report makes that really.
See, I don't know why he reacted that way, considering what he was just about to say. I think my report makes that really clear. So then why are you such a scaredy cat coward, having to take a deep breath and get your grounding before you answer a question that you had no problem typing out? Is he just a keyboard warrior? Is he somebody that won't in real life say and be the same person that he is when he's typing up a report? Because that sure is what it seems like. Sure is what it seems like.
Statement. And could it be one or two or both? Absolutely. But it is outside the normal operating.
Do you think, in your expert opinion, that any information was intentionally concealed from the defense?
Whew. Yes. And I think my report makes that really clear. Like, I
have highlighted quotes from you, Cy.
It's a good read, Cy. It's
very good read. Very good report.
I think I've been very outspoken that there is no doubt information was omitted, and very critical information. And, you know, I wanted to probably say this before, but now's as good as time as any. I think to have a real conversation, and this is both with all four of you, or all three of you rather, and your audience, there's a handful of things as a group I think we all have to agree on to even have a real conversation about this case. And the first thing.
It hasn't been. There's no report from Celebrite in way of analytics that shows powering events that's been released to the public at all. There are some stuff, and in Cyray's he mentions like a powering event, but when it comes to an actual document that proves the powering event, that analytical report has not been released. Not that we have seen. There's again people that write it in their reports. There are people that have written it in the reports, and he has said it himself. But when it comes to the analytical report from Celebrite that actually would say it, we haven't gotten that. That's not public. That's not public. And as a matter of fact, when we got the other people's information the other day, I believe it's just their credentials that came out. Pre-guilty plea 123.25. So we have Tom Slavinsky, Cyray, Stephen Becker is for vehicle ID, Ruth Ballard, DNA at the scene, Rachel Orr for psych, Matthew Nodal for crime scene and blood spatter, Leah Larkin for FGG, Kevin and Carol Pedin, digital mobile forensics. Yeah, we went through this the other day. And this was just saying that they would be testifying to how the eraser.dll file was used, which Celebrite themselves have even come out and stated several times on panels, live panels, that they are under the assumption that Kohberger didn't run that eraser program, that the eraser program was actually ran after his laptop was already in custody. But there's no analytical report here. This is just all their background. The Pedins is a married couple, just like the Celebrite's a married couple. Then we had Kathleen Bright Birnbaum for Prince. Josiah Roloff, digital forensics, is only his credentials. There's no report whatsoever. It's just his credentials and what he may testify about because he works with Celebrite. Yeah, this is like, I'm not showing the screen, but all this is in the digital, is on the folders. Then we had cybergenetics, and then a psychologist, again, credentials only, Daniel Hellwig for the S&P, and it's only credentials. And then we went over Brent Turvey's crime scene report, and then we have Barbara Wolf, who's forensic pathology. But we haven't had a report that came out from Celebrite. There's no forensic report for any of their devices. There's no forensic reports for any of the devices. And it's crazy too, because they've given us like text message timestamps for Dylan and Bethany. Why won't they give us timestamps from Kohberger's phone? Because they're saying that there were certain times where text messages were sent back and forth and phone calls were made with his parents and the selfie and like all that stuff. So I'm just really surprised they haven't dropped us like some timestamps for that, the same way that they have with the rest of the phones. But yeah, there's been no I don't know where people were seeing that. I just saw like some argument about it, but just to clear up whatever's happening, there is no analytical reports whatsoever for any forensic downloads that have ever been released. We've been wanting them because they've been trying to say that it was a power off event, but we also know that there's no service out there. So for it to just not be connecting to the cell network does not mean turned off. And we've been specifically asking for that information for years. That's why I've been even emailing back Celebrite and being like, is there anything else you can release besides selfies? Because I don't care about these damn selfies. I want the analytics. I want the forensic reports from the phones, and they never respond. So maybe soon we'll get that information. I would love that information because that's something that we should already have a definitive answer for. He either lost service because he was going the direction he claims he was going, or he turned off his phone. Now, would turning off the phone be instantly a red flag? Not really. If it's normal for him But I know I don't drive around in the middle of the night or even in the middle of the day anywhere without my cell phone on for just in case purposes. My dad's completely different. Other people are completely different. I don't do that. Some people do. I don't. So if it's normal for him to turn off his phone and go driving around because he doesn't want a distraction, then we can't really call that a red flag now, can we? Not really. That's a consistent behavioral pattern. That's a consistent behavioral pattern. It's not a change in behavior that suddenly needs to be having a pin put in it and you need to go back to it if it's something that he constantly does, if it's normal. So I don't know. I just really wish that they would just release the report because that could have been cleared up a long time ago.
Is anybody who says, I will never believe that Bryan Kohberger could have committed this crime, that's great. That's your opinion. I respect your opinion, but we can't have a conversation if that's where you're starting this thing. You know, if you're never going to believe that, what are we even doing? You have your opinion, I have mine, we'll go separate ways. So number one, we all have to agree it is plausible, it is possible. The second thing is we all have to understand this investigation could be so faulty, could have so many issues in it that it could actually not support a conviction if it ever went to trial. Like, we have to understand that is a reality of this case. And the third and the most important thing is we have to all agree that both of these things can exist. It's not one or the other, you know, and I'm not talking about innocence and guilt in trial. I'm saying it is very plausible that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And it is also very plausible that this investigation has so many errors in it that it is potentially corrupted from ever.
But where's your proof of that? Like, if you are sitting there telling us that they can't actually track his car from Pullman to Moscow, and then you try to say that you have some sort of map that you created that the state's also seen, but they're not coming out here and claiming any of that stuff, how can you possibly say that it's completely plausible that Bryan Kohberger committed the murders? How you cannot commit a crime if you are not at the crime location. And if you cannot prove that he left Pullman and went towards Moscow, Mr. I did a map and gave it to the prosecution and they're still coming out here and telling the court that they can't actually put him anywhere around there. You forgetting that shit happened? None of the shit he's saying makes any sense. None of the shit that he is saying literally is making any sense. If the prosecution had Cyray's little map showing a north of 270 way to get there, explain to me exactly how that happened. Because we looked at a map and he would have had to have gone through like the airport area above Pullman to be above 270. Unless you're trying to tell me that he went straight up and went all the way around this even farther up, there still would have been cameras in places. So you're telling me that with all the cameras that were saved and all the other bullshit that was followed everywhere, again, they can't go back in and find the right information to follow? I think it's because they did, and it goes in the direction that doesn't fit their narrative. Therefore, they're not going to ever correct it with the court, or they would have. And I think that's how he's getting away with saying what he's saying, because the court never made any corrections. So he can just say whatever he wants to because the court's not going to do anything. Cyray needs to drop his map. He needs to provide his proof. The same way that he would have had to have provided proof in court. But it's still amazing to me that he knows that he would have created this map that proves all these things, but then still got on the stand and said that all these things about intentional omission of exculpatory evidence. How can you sit here and say intentional omission of exculpatory evidence while still sitting here saying, oh yeah, it's possible. As a matter of fact, I think he's guilty. Are we forgetting the definitions of words, sir? I'm glad I work at home.
Actually showing justice through a trial proceeding or through a jury.
But there would be a concern to sort of avoid the legal procedure that would be required that all of us hold near and dear to make sure that our liberty is where it needs to be and we have all of our constitutional rights to a fair trial. It would be fair to say that that's a paramount concern for anyone in the judicial system.
Yeah, and Sam, I think you just hit something that is probably really important for your audience to understand. I'm going to look at this at two different things, and it's really important that we separate for just a second, and we'll put it back together in a second, but let's separate this for a minute. If we don't look at the legal precedents and the legal requirements of how evidence is obtained, analyzed, used, demonstrated, visualized, all those good things, let's just say we're just simply looking at evidence that exists today. 10 out of 10 courts in the United States convict Bryan Kohberger. There is overwhelming evidence that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And anybody who's telling you something different is either cherry picking certain things, or creating conspiracies that don't exist, or they haven't seen all the evidence, which is most likely the thing here.
As you stutter, what evidence, sir? What evidence? You cannot come out here as an expert that's supposed to be taken seriously and say some sort of dumb bitch ass bullshit like that with no proof when the actual receipts show the opposite and expect for us to take you seriously. What overwhelming proof? Because the state sure stood up at that plea change and admitted that they had none. Right there in front of the judge. Did you miss it? Were you busy? Were you overseas doing some stupid shit? Because that's what he said.
Now, when we add the legal issues of how you can obtain that evidence, the proper way to analyze that evidence, the proper interpretation of that evidence, now we get to kind of a 50-50 thing. I think there's probably 50% of the courts throughout the United States that would have suppressed a lot of evidence in this case. Enough so that a conviction may never.
That's what this court did. This court suppressed everything that meant something in a way of what the defense was trying to do in order to defend her client. Everything important was being suppressed to the point to where the FBI's involvement could not be known to the jury. So a lie had to be created for both sides, that whatever they could both sleep with that night, whatever they could both live with, is how Hitler put it. April 10th, 2025. Yep. Everything was suppressed in this case. So to say 50% of courts, blah, 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 that happened here. Again, did you miss it? Where were you? Like, was he even actually involved in this case? I'm really curious because he seems to have a completely incorrect recollection.
Be obtained. And, you know, if anybody doubts me or they're like, that Cyray guy, he's crazy. He's a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is simply Google Jeffrey Nye, Fox News. And Jeffrey Nye is one of the AG, the attorney generals in Idaho, who did all of the oral arguments in court as it relates to the DNA evidence in this case. And if you listen to that interview, he'll tell you firsthand, everything was at stake on the DNA. If they lost the DNA, everything that comes behind it would have been gone. And he'll tell you that's a lot of evidence. That's all the cell phone records. It's all the Celebrite extracts. It's everything.
Bullshit.
And
the Celebrite panel that we just listened to like 2 months ago, they got on a panel with the Jeff Tanzola guy that's from the FBI office in Pennsylvania and literally said that they could not find anything. There was no sketchy history. There was nothing that gave them actual pause. So much so that they then tried to bring in someone else to dig even further because they thought they might have been missing something. The FBI looked into the devices. Search warrants were sent to the companies. There was never any connections to anything ever found anywhere. I guess he just thinks that we don't know that.
And then he'll go on to tell you that they didn't even argue for some other exception to that rule, to the fruit of the poisonous tree, if you will, because it didn't exist. So, you know, you have a major player on the prosecution side who's telling.
Jesus Christ. If you're going to tell a story, whoever the hell you are, because your name has literally never been in here before, you literally should probably try to get it correct. Let me tell you that one, since you're obviously wrong. It was not a neighbor of Bryan Kohberger's. It was the mother of his deceased friend that said in a portion of an interview that she did in the James Patterson piece of shit book that he was in one of his steps of remission and recovery to where he needed to apologize to people for doing stupid shit. And way before this, apparently, when the friend was in jail one time before the friend passed away, Kohberger, according to this interview, went into the house and stole some shit. The mother of the friend knew that it was Bryan, did not call the cops, talked to the Kohbergers, never turned him in for anything. This is, again, something from the Patterson book that we have no actual verification for. While this idiot's out here saying shit that don't even make no damn sense. He walked into the house. It is an odd story. She says he walks into the house and was in the kitchen and she didn't realize it and turned around and he was standing there and there wasn't a lot said. Very quick apology. She knew what he was there for. She knew that he was in rehab, that he was trying to get it together. She understood what he was there, but told him, you've said what you had to say. Don't ever come back here again. Like, basically, she was just done with that conversation. But we're not going to sit here and put false stuff out there. No, it was on a neighbor. It was no, oh, he snuck in and constantly was behind her and was constantly freaking her out. No, none of that shit was ever said. That is not the same thing. Not the same thing. There was never a neighbor ever that came out and said that Bryan snuck into her house and stood around behind her. Never, ever once was that ever a thing that was said. That was one story, and I believe the guy's name is Jeremy, the one that passed away. I could be wrong on the name, but I think his name was Jeremy. It was her mother in the his mother in the James Patterson book. And if you remember in the book, there's also that little snip that came out about Michael Kohberger running into her in like the CVS or whatever. It's that lady that gave Patterson that story, apparently. It wasn't a Pennsylvania neighbor. It was the mother of Kohberger's best friend that died from an overdose, is who that was.
When we went into court to argue that we felt the IGG would be upheld, the legal process in which we got it.
Yeah, it was Jeremy.
We knew we were risking everything. And, I think that's really important for people to understand because I don't believe the IGG was done properly. I think that we have a lot of issues. I think technology has
So how can you sit here complaining about everything that's wrong with the cell analysis? And now you jump to, oh, but the IGG was done incorrectly too. So you know that there's all these problems with all these different departments of this case. And you still come out here and say the kind of shit you're out here trying to say now for what? So that academics will buy your $100 book? So that people will take you seriously again? I don't understand. I don't understand this rhetoric coming out of his mouth.
Pace our ability to understand what's happening with evidence today. And the courts will catch up, but it'll probably take 10 or 15 years. But yeah, it's going to be real interesting how that works out.
And just to clarify real quick, when you said we were risking everything, you're talking about the prosecution when they were risking everything, right? You're not talking about you being part of that.
There was a decision made fairly early in this investigation to proceed with IG.
Did she come out? Did the mom come out and make a statement somewhere? Do you know where that's at? I'd love to see that. I don't remember seeing that anywhere. And I figured it didn't. Patterson's book is trash. Patterson's book is straight up trash. And that Vicky Ward lady that helped him write it, you can tell that they didn't give two shits. There's an interview that she did with Ava Woods where she sits there and she's like, tell them what it was that you knew that the prosecution wanted your story for. Tell the audience, because they probably just don't know what it was that your story held that the prosecution felt was so serious and so important that they wanted you to testify. Ava opens up with, well, it wasn't the prosecution, it was the defense. It's like, damn. Person don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Vicky Ward is a dumbass. I'm trying to see if you put like where she actually came out and made a statement on anything. Oh, we've got stuff happening. 10 gifted memberships by Kay Schmidt and 10 more by Carrie. That's 20 new members. I appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much for being so nice to each other. Now, I do need to get a thing on here that shows you how you can actually get a membership because it is very random. It's not anything that anybody can pick. If you have a legacy account that was from prior to 2012 or 2014, you get punished for being loyal to YouTube by not being able to actually accept gifted memberships. There's a button, there's somewhere in your settings where you can turn it on if it's not already turned on, but it definitely is completely random. It is completely random. Okay, so, oh my God, I wish there was things that I could say. Oh my God, I hate having secrets. Eek! All I'm going to ask right here is, did you hear the woman speak herself? That is all I'm going to ask. Did you hear the woman speak herself? Or was it just, he said, she said, I could say what I want to say type deal? I can't. No one heard her speak, and you were very okay. That's all I'm going to say. I can't say anything else. I'm sorry. I think I've made it clear at least once that man, I've made promises to things, and I have made a statement before that should have made it very clear about something here. So when I say I can't say anything, just promise, just you guys know who I am, and you know that it's important, okay? But when I'm sitting here and I'm questioning that, okay, bigger grain of salt. And when I can say more, I will, I promise. But right now, bigger grain of salt. Some conversations that people are claiming that they're having with people are not really happening. And I'm getting that from a very, very good source. And we'll continue on with this now. I can't say anything else. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
And then that decision was further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice. And that was not an accidental decision. It was an intentional decision that investigators at the time who made that decision felt that it was okay to step outside of policy because of the nature of this crime. And the way that they did it is, in my opinion, very problematic when we start looking at legal rights to how we manage this type of data. And I want to go on the record very clearly here. I think IGG is a very powerful tool that law enforcement should absolutely have the ability to use. But I also feel that we have to properly use it. There has to be a legal process. That legal process has to be transparent, and we have to have the public's trust that we're doing it properly. And when we make decisions to intentionally go outside of policy, conceal, hide, and omit the process that we did, I think that cuts to the rule of law completely, and everything that you guys probably see on a daily basis that you fight for, right? We have rules for a reason. And when we start to violate that, that's that slippery slope where we start losing other tools and the process itself becomes corrupt.
It seems to me that the use of the IGG was more a violation of the public's privacy rights or rights than necessarily of Bryan's, because it was searching public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
I don't want to speak.
See, I'll say this because I'm still confused about all of this. And again, this is not verified information, but I guess I can probably try to verify this somehow. One of the neighbors that talked to Kohberger said that Kohberger told him at some point that he just took like a DNA test to see his ancestry. And that was before we knew that IGG and like all that other stuff was even being like used in this case. Or at least before we really knew. I'll say that. And I'll say it that way because going back in and getting some of the older interviews, the Goncalveses mentioned IGG being used in this case and it putting Moscow on the map. Okay, way before Kohberger was even arrested. There's an interview the interview where he says, I paid for that. And they said that the means don't match with the girls, the one where they're outside in front of the police department. That interview is where they mention how IgG and DNA, familial DNA, was going to end up probably having to be used, and all these things were going to happen, and it was going to put Moscow on the map. That was that early. That was that early. And I just don't, I don't have anything wrong. Like, I don't see anything against IgG. I've seen the Jane Does, the John Does, the bodies that have been unidentified for decades finally actually get answers. I don't have anything against IgG. It should not be used in active cases. It should not be used in active cases where there is a rush, where people are constantly needing updates, where there's this additional pressure that something needs to happen. IgG is supposed to be a very long, tedious, drawn-out process to make sure that you're getting to the correct answers because of how much data you actually have to go through in order to get there. It should never be used for something active like this. That was their biggest mistake. And it's just like, conveniently, how AWP never once walked into an active crime scene or an active case until Kylie Rodney and all that shit blew the hell up. Same thing here. Othram had never once ever worked on anything active. The one time they did, it blew the hell up. And they're, again, getting accolades for something that they technically didn't do. That's crazy. That's crazy.
On what the prosecution felt or didn't feel, I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion of looking at the laws, understanding how IgG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Bryan Kohberger without the IgG. That was already in motion.
See, this was
when the
bullshit.
FBI identified Bryan Kohberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors because of the IgG results. Bryan Kohberger was a known investigative lead. They had his DNA from the knife sheath.
See, they had his DNA. He was already an investigative lead, but they didn't. They didn't have a profile that could name the DNA. That's why the IgG had to be brought in. Now, what he is going to say is what he said in the report, which is what I am questioning, is that they were shopping for DNA results, that they already had the result that they wanted, or at least the name that they wanted it to match to. But when Othram wasn't giving them results that could actually match to what they wanted, that's when they stopped with Othram and sent it off to the FBI. That is a much bigger statement. And I am, according to his rant that he's going to go on at the end of this, and he mentions it a couple of times in between, but he says a lot about it at the very end. If he's basing that information on 1129 and nothing further, he is wrong. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If he is basing, Kohberger was already an investigative lead, he was already in reports, he was already on their radar on 1129, he is wrong. 100%.
And the prosecutors, because of the IgG results, Bryan Kohberger was a known investigative lead. They had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken is that match, right? So number one, I don't feel like IgG should have ever been done in this case. IgG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5, before an agency takes on IgG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Bryan Kohberger's name was in a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IgG results were done.
Where? Because according to the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab reports, Jack Ducour was the #1 suspect until Bryan Kohberger became the suspect on 12/19. What report, Cyree? What report number? Are we missing some? Because all the ones that we have up until his arrest, his name ain't on shit. And again, if you're going to try to say, oh, well, on 12/5/22, his name showed up on something. That was a printing error because the information was printed in July of 2025. So when it was printed, according to Matthew Gamet, the, again, lab director over there, you know, he had to put out a rebuttal statement because everyone, myself included, kept bombarding him with questions about why Bryan Kohberger's name was showing up on forensic reports on December 5th, 2022. And he had to admit to us that it was a printing error. That just like when they try to figure out a DNA profile, something scans over all the empty spots and tries to fill in all of the blanks. When all of this stuff was getting printed out, the system went in and tried to fill in any blanks that they knew they could. And Bryan Kohberger's name was on a lot of the other documentation, so the system thought it belonged there too, and it was wrong. He had to come out and tell us that was a print mistake. His name was not in the system on 12/5. That is not accurate. So if he's going to go from there, he's wrong still. So regardless, either 12/5/22 error or the 11/29 tip not being turned in, those are the only two things out in the public that he could be speaking of. And if he has privy to other information that's not those things, then he needs to release it. Because he's making a ginormous statement that goes against everything that has been testified to by multiple people in this case. So what report, Cyree? You need to release your information.
So I want to start this conversation.
And remember, he said he's done. He's not going to be doing anything else with this case. He's not going to be doing any more interviews. This is the only interview he's going to be doing after everything that went down. If you're so done, broski, drop your evidence or shut up. Like, drop your evidence or shut up because you're wrong.
With IGG wasn't required. That's not the only way to get to Bryan Kohberger in this case. And I think that's really important for the people to say, I'll never believe Bryan Kohberger did this case. He was already on the...
It's really important for people to, oh my God, prove it. Drop your report. Show us. Show us. I bet you won't. Coward.
Radar. And I think they would have got to him. And man, if they would have got to him that way, this entire case changes. I think it gets much cleaner. But the decision was made to go down IGG.
There's overwhelming evidence. They would have gotten to him anyway. No. The strength of the case landed on the IGG evidence, the DNA. They told us that from day one. It was verified and validated and certified true the entire time. And so how can Bill Thompson stand up in court and say all the things that he said in way of having no connection and no evidence against Kohberger? But Cyree thinks he can just say this. He sounds crazy. He sounds crazy.
Problem is when the IGG did not produce the initial results that they were hoping for, there was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And in my opinion, this is where law enforcement...
What was that, Cy? There was some things that happened with that sample. What do you know, sir?
And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And in my opinion, this is... further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And in my opinion, this is where law enforcement needs to be held accountable. And I'm saying that as a law enforcement officer for 20 years and someone who's helped law enforcement for the last 15 years and currently today is still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem. And, you know, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And in this case, they knew that they couldn't. So they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy. You can't do that. And they did it anyway. The more important thing, and I think I'll push back just a little bit, Ron, is the public's privacy rights compared to Bryan Kohberger's. And I think this is a really important.
Yeah, that was the whole reason I brought up the neighbor that said that Kohberger did some sort of ancestry test. because when they were asked in court, is Kohberger technically like affected by the terms and conditions? Meaning basically like, is he a customer of these services? And they said no. I was pretty surprised. I'm going to try to get some sort of verification on if he actually did turn in some sort of genealogy test somehow. Because I was really expecting for her to say yes, he has done a genealogy test. He has turned in his DNA. Because that's the story that we were getting from this again, not a verified thing. We've never heard this guy's interview where he actually said anything about any sort of ancestry test. This is just an article that was written, so it might just be full of shit. We don't freaking know. But it's still interesting that that was brought up and the answer was no. Because for a long time, that's kind of like how we all sort of thought that they finagled everything. But if you go back and you look at the initials, I guess this is probably like some people probably already figured this, but you know how they took the profile DNA and created a profile that they put in so that then they can go and backdoor matches to, and it has the CS initials. I'm guessing it's actually crime scene backwards so they can keep track of it. Unless they actually gave it like a full-on fake name and they just haven't given it to us. That would be interesting. I'd love to know if it was a full-on name, what it actually was.
When I say technology has outpaced our understanding of it within the rule of law, this is exactly one of the things that I'm discussing. When, let's say that we get your DNA or your DNA profile, and from your DNA profile, they get this SNP. It's an SMP profile. And then I take this SMP profile and I go out and I search for, relatives. There's a component here that is completely missed in this case. When I go search for SMP profiles, and Ron, for a second, I'm going to make you Uncle Ron. Okay, so we are now related. You have my DNA, and I left it at a crime scene, and I do not have an expectation of privacy to that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed. But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this SMP profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. So the idea that Bryan Kohberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA.
See, he's full of shit too. No. See, he's trying to be all technical and stupid. And I just saw a comment like, it's weird. Yeah, it's weird that this data guy is talking about DNA. He shouldn't be. He should be shutting the hell up. It's not true that they search family members. Yes, it is. We have their initials, you stupid shit. That's exactly what they did. They had a profile that they only had certain markers for, and the only way to fill in other pieces is by going in and finding the family DNA that matches the markers they do have to see what else they can match. That's the whole scanning thing that we've been talking about. So no, don't sit here and say that it's incorrect to think that they didn't actually have Kohberger's DNA and that he's basically saying that since Kohberger has matching markers with some of his family members that were searched, that technically that's inaccurate. It was actually Bryan's DNA that was being searched too. That's what he's trying to say right here. He's so he became so quick.
Left it at a crime scene, and I do not have an expectation of privacy to that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed. But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this SMP profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. So the idea that Bryan Kohberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA. They had Bryan Kohberger. And where I think people miss the connection here is that we share DNA. So the question doesn't become, is Ron's public expectations, of privacy violated here, are mine? Because the DNA that you and I share, should I have an expectation of privacy to our common DNA? We both share it. And if you look at any cases in the United States of standing, and when two people occupy the same space, the law is pretty clear on if search warrants should be used. And Ron, can you consent to searches for me? And the law is already really stated on those things. So at the very least, I think that this is why search warrants are required. This is why they should have gone with the search warrant. And I think it was a critical error that they did.
So I definitely want to, a little later in this interview, get through why specifically you believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but I do want to backtrack a little bit to the specific scope of your representation within this case. I watched your testimony May 30th of 2024, and I wanted to kind of talk you through that or ask you some questions about that, because I know part of your testimony talked about the 2 search warrants that happened on December 23rd of 2022.
Sure.
So with respect to the first search warrant, is it unusual for law enforcement to issue a search warrant, have enough time to analyze that search warrant, and then issue that second search warrant in the same day?
All right, so it depends on the situation. If this is a life or death circumstance where I can articulate if the delay in my action could potentially cause a death or severe injury, I would expect to see turnarounds like we see in this case. And I don't think there would be anything wrong with that, and it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls, potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything, this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And, your question hits the main problem that I see with this case is, in rushing, why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know, that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those 2 search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
So now he's complained about issues in the cell analysis report, because we know that what he says about balances stuff. He is saying that there was issues with the way that the warrants were done with AT&T. We know that also means that there's issues with other warrants. There's not just going to be issues with AT&T warrants. There's issues with all kinds of other warrants. Noons, for example, when he goes in to write the search warrant for the initial search on 11/13, he doesn't take his notes with him. His handwritten notes show that he did not have Xana and Kaylee mixed up the way he did in his initial report that we read. What we didn't know until later is that he got that same mix-up, putting Kaylee on the 2nd floor and Xana on the 3rd floor in the original search warrant, not just his report. Did he reference anything? He says at the bottom of his initial report that he gets the 2 mixed up, but he never even mentions that he also got them mixed up in the original search warrant. There's no corrections, there's no mentions, there's no attachments, there's no nothing. There's no nothing. And then we find out later on he had some handwritten notes. Lo and behold, he had them right the whole time. And if he would have just taken his damn notes with him to the police department and actually looked at them, then the original search warrant wouldn't have been all messed up. His report wouldn't have been all messed up. I really wonder what else was messed up because that original search warrant had Kaylee and Xana flip-flopped. Because if you're somebody who's walking in from ISP and you're grabbing the search warrant, and the search warrant's the only thing that you have read, because now you're in there to start collecting evidence, and you grab it off the step and you start reading it, and you read how Kaylee Goncalves was on the floor was in the room with the male, and Xana was in the room with the other female. What did you collect that was collected from the wrong person and mislabeled? Do we know? How long did it take for them to realize that mistake? Look what just happened when we asked for item 40. Which is the small red dot on the floor. That's not blood because it tested negative and was never sent to the lab for testing. Holland, who still has not responded. Every single one of these experts that have come out have been full of shit. And none of them have tried to take any accountability for coming out and being full of shit. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. But we asked for chain of custody for item 40, and we know that it's on the floor. We know that it's item 40. We know that it's evidence number 1839. They give me 1839. They give me item 40, but it's something to do with the closet on the south side on the 3rd floor. It's not labeled for the kitchen. And that was mentioned in the email to Chief Dollinger with the other 2 issues that were also mentioned. And he has yet to respond to that either. Literally everything here has a problem. Literally everything here has a mistake. How many other things are mislabeled, in the wrong place, have the wrong number, or were considered Kaylee's when they were Xana's and vice versa because of that original mistake? Like, this entire case needs a forensic audit. That's what it needs, a forensic audit.
And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
If you were testifying as an expert, and this case actually went to trial, and you were going through those search warrants, could you prove that much of those allegations in the search warrants were actually false?
Absolutely. I feel very, very comfortable that in the event the defense or a defense team wanted to suppress.
Yeah, the EWU reports, the EWU filings that we went over earlier today had the declaration from Chief Dollinger and from Tim Smuldridge, and they basically clarified what Ann Taylor had been saying this whole time. But if you go in full circle, whose fault is that? Chief Dollinger is complaining about how things were not labeled correctly and how everything was so disorganized, when his agency is the first one to have started inputting that information into their system. So while he's sitting here complaining about it, his people are the ones who did it, who started it. When the FBI started sending in stuff, when ISP started sending in stuff, MPD already didn't give 2 shits. So everything else just started piling on. For Dollinger to sit there and complain when they are the lead agency, the starting agency, the system that has the disorganization, that they started it, that's crazy. That's super crazy. No accountability. None. And here we are in big old 2026, and he's still pretending like everything's just a big jumbled up mess. Go and fix it. Go fix it. I mentioned this in the earlier live. Both U of I and WSU have criminology courses. They literally switch campuses and help the police with stuff. So why can't you pull a couple of undergrads and have it be credit hours for them to come in there, sign some sort of confidentiality agreement, and start organizing shit? Y'all knew when this case was going to be over, regardless of if it was going to be a plea or if it was going to be whatever happened at trial, that eventually the shit was going to be FOIA-able and the gag order was going to be lifted. Y'all had years to fix your system. There's ways to fix your system while still keeping the original labels on everything so that the rest of the records don't get misconstrued. And y'all still chose all this time not to. And then you're going to use it as an excuse for why you suck at freaking answering FOIA requests. I hate this case. Oh my God. No wonder Chief Dollinger won't reply to me. He's probably heard me bitch 1,000 times about how much they suck. No accountability. Unbelievable. How are you the chief? How are you the chief? Ugh.
The cell phone records, they would be successful in doing so. Trying to show that these search warrants would not stand up, or if the judge had the new information that we now know is true, it would have changed his or her opinion. It would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants helped the defense team more than they hurt them, because it showed the investigative process by the investigators and the errors that were being made. So suppressing them could potentially hurt their defense. It is my opinion that the search warrants actually probably helped Bryan Kohberger's case more than hurt it.
But see, how can you sit there and say that while you're sitting here telling us that when you went in and analyzed those exact same records, you were able to map all of these different things that make you then think that Kohberger is guilty. So if all of those things are true and all of those mapping points are in that data, how can you sit there and say that it was more help than harm if you were able to grab data out of it that was harmful? You see how like 180 that is? It can't be both, Cyree. It can't be both.
Except insofar as they used that information to craft the PCA.
Yeah, it gets to the point, and I'm not going to say one way or the other because I think it depends on a lot of speculation. But there's no doubt there are things in that search warrant that are incoherent, that there's no backing for. There's a map that just simply does not jive with the evidence in more than one way. Show us your map. There's statements that we know are absolutely wrong. There's a very clear statement about a white vehicle traveling south to Highway 270, which connects Pullman and Moscow, and that's where he's going. And here's where he turns the phone off. And when you look at the video, the car's actually going 180 degrees the opposite direction.
Oh, just like
and, these aren't little things that, it's somebody's opinion. When you read the search warrant, you actually look at the evidence, there's critical errors in those search warrants. And
like, I really am curious, does he know that we're aware of the car stuff? Because he said himself he hasn't kept up. So does he think that he's saying something that we don't know? Or does he know that we know? We know that the 7 minutes mattered. We know they had to remove all that car footage. We know that they don't have anything. Does he know that? I don't think he knows.
Sam, I think a follow-on to that is they never corrected them. When they did discover that they were off, they just simply changed the direction of travel. They never went back to that first search warrant and told the judge, hey, Your Honor, we made a mistake here. We want to reissue the search warrant. We want to do a timeout, start over.
Because if they would have done that, then they would have been able to see that Bryan was probably actually going in the direction he said he was. That's the same thing that I've already said. They've had all of that camera footage for years. And once they realized that they followed the wrong car with fog lights, why didn't they go back in and find the right one? Go back into the exact same freaking, it's only a 7-minute difference. You can easily go back in there and find that if it's there. The reason why they didn't do what he's claiming they did is because they knew if they had to put it on record, it would give exculpatory information. It would show him going the way he said and not the way they want you to think that he went. There's no other explanation for that. They had the footage. They had the data. For them not to just go back in and retrace 7 minutes, that's stupid. There's no excuse for that other than everything I just said.
Where we made the mistake, here's our correction. Do we still have probable cause to continue? And that's concerning.
Do you believe in the normal scope of business that they should have made it more public with respect to that they put wrong information in the search warrant, fixed it, and tried to hide it with an asterisk? Do you think that should have been handled differently?
Well, I don't just think law requires it. This isn't, hey, Cy says so. It's I think a very clear thing that as an investigator, if I present a search warrant to a judge and I later find out that information in that search warrant is inaccurate, I would say you absolutely are obligated to go back and correct that, write a report that explains it. Yeah.
But the entire arrest warrant is irrelevant according to the state themselves, and nothing happened. The entire warrant for arrest was deemed an irrelevant piece of paper by the prosecution, and nothing happened. So while he is saying what he's saying, we have literally seen the opposite take place here. Yeah.
There's a repair process that has to happen, but there's a more important piece here, Kristen, that I think we have to make sure everybody's got their head wrapped around. We're talking about third-party data at this point. We're not talking a physical arrest. We're not talking the physical seizure of evidence. We're talking about third-party data. And why that's important is, let's say on a Monday, I write a search warrant to AT&T and I get phone records on Monday, and I start analyzing them. I start building my case, and by Friday, I realize, oh, I screwed that search warrant up. There is nothing that stops me from rewriting that entire search warrant Friday, going to the judge saying, hey, here's where I screwed up. Here's the new search warrant. Will you issue it? And if the judge issues it, I reserve it to AT&T, get the new set of phone records, and I can pick up right where I left off. They hadn't used the information from those phone records. The tree, you hear about the fruit of the poisonous tree, it hadn't proceeded yet, right? We hadn't gone through a threshold of a home. We hadn't made an arrest. We haven't seized a physical piece of evidence. We're still investigating. So not only were they obligated to, it wouldn't have hurt anything. It only would have improved the standing of the case if they did.
Can we talk?
Or it would have hurt their case even further because it would have proved that they had the wrong person even more than was already happening. Come in.
Talk a little bit about that 247 time frame that was placed in the PCA, because it sounds like that was wrong, that everyone knew it was wrong, that it's really 254, and that suspect vehicle 1 could not be suspect vehicle 1.
And yes, and when you say everybody's seen, there was finally a correction in June, July-ish of 2024.
Yeah, the 7
where
minutes.
it was admitted that that was wrong.
And they never went back.
You know, it's almost a year and a half later. There's no doubt.
That's inside. Do you recall what document that correction was made in?
It is a report from the FBI, and I do not know if that has been released yet or not. But it.
Yeah, that's the report. I'll actually pull it up right here. So I don't know if anyone in here messages this channel or not. But in case she's curious about that portion of it, where you can really see it is, let's see, where's the FBI filing that came out? Was it this one? There's a really long one that came out, and it is where, I think this is it right here. It's where the FBI just plopped the car smack dab into Indian Hills. I think this is it right here. Let me make sure before I share it. This might be it. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, this is it right here. So where you can actually see this taking place, and I don't remember the date that this actually took place in court. But when it comes to the filing here, we have this one from May 1st, 2023. This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation's report when it came to all of the different stops, okay? Like for the cameras. Notice it instantly starts with 787 Indian Hills Drive, okay? And when it starts talking about times, it instantly starts, notice the sentence, and then it instantly starts at 3:26 a.m. all the way over in Indian Hills. This report was the report filed by the FBI that removed the car driving from Pullman to Moscow, right here. So even though whatever he said took place in 2024, it literally has the date of May 1st, 2023 on the official record. And this is in the case of interest website. So I'll give you guys this right here. Because again, I don't know when they said it in court. I don't know when this was brought up in court. It might have been a whole freaking year later. But the FBI report itself from 2023 already had the Pullman car being removed from circulation because there's no camera for Nevada Street and there's no camera for Floyd's Cannabis. It goes straight to Indian Hills. So I don't know how they were supposed to convince a jury that he just poofed like a genie over into Indian Hills from his house in Pullman, because you have to show a trail. So already, even before it hit court, they were already planning on removing all of that.
It was admitted. Like And the only reason I'm saying this is that there is no doubt about this. There is no argument anymore. That's been put to bed. Everybody agrees this phone was powered off at 2:54:45, not 2:47. And, that dramatically changes the entire narrative. If that phone stays on until 2:54:45, which it did, and it stays connected to AT&T's network, which it did, and we look at the connections during that 7 minutes and I think it's 45 seconds, the entire narrative changes. That vehicle is never on Highway 270. It's never eastbound on Highway 270. Everybody wants to talk about Floyd's and fog lights and all this other stuff. It's a silly conversation because there's no reason to talk about a white car eastbound on Highway 270 because there's no evidence.
No, you crackhead. It's not an irrelevant conversation. It's extremely relevant because it was shit that was used to arrest Kohberger with a false freaking narrative, a false path. So for you to sit there and just disregard the conversation is highly pathetic because of what it was used for. The fact that it's irrelevant now is the entire point, you dickhead. Don't you understand the reason why it's important? To just scoff it off like that tells me a lot about how a certain other creator was also acting about the fog lights in the car. I'll say that much. No, that's definitely a relevant topic to consider, to talk about for the rest of time, Cyree, because it was in there as evidence against Kohberger that was false. It was used, it was admitted at trial, it was part of the evidence that had to be gone through. It matters. It matters. You're literally out here complaining about all the things that were wrong with the case while telling us, don't even bother complaining about that. It's irrelevant. I'm sorry. It's part of the problem. I don't like this guy. I really don't like this guy at all. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you.
Bryan Kohberger traveling on Highway 270 during that time, as the narrative says. And I'm not saying he didn't travel east. I'm just saying there's no evidence that he ever traveled on Highway 270, and you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that because the physical evidence shows the absolute contrary of that statement.
And so that 2:54:45 is both verified by the AT&T records and the Celebrite forensic extraction. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a real troubling thing, Sam, because one of the things we like to look for as investigators in a case is co-corroboration of evidence. If I have two different types of evidence that are saying the same thing, that's really important that I make the jury understand.
You have that nowhere.
So very frequently when we're looking at a set of phone records from AT&T and the phone disconnects from the network at 2:54:45, and then I go look at the operating system logs from that phone, and it says 2:54:45, I have two independent sources saying the same thing. And for me to say that is a standard practice in investigations, I can't overstate that. So the fact that there's everything in the search warrants are relying on this 2:47 time frame in order for the narrative to fit, yet we know the physical evidence shows 2:54:45 on the Celebrite. That's more than just inconvenient. Chuckling. That's a real conflict that someone needs to say, yeah, it never occurred to me that maybe we should look at both pieces of evidence together.
What evidence did you guys see? Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of this. What evidence?
You're saying that, okay. There is no reality in which a real detective that knew what the hell they were doing would say that looking at the cell phone download information and looking at the cell analysis information and looking at them together is not normal. You would definitely sit there and make a comparison in any normal conversation and any normal investigation. So is he trying to say that that just didn't happen? Or do we know that it happened and because they actually tried to verify some things, they realized they were mistakes and realized they had gone down the wrong path and they just weren't willing to stop? Because if the cell phone analysis is where they actually realized they had the wrong guy and they said, F it, we're going to keep going, we've already gone this far, that says a lot. That says a hell of a lot.
Did you have that proved that it was 2:54?
Well, we have the actual time stamp on AT&T's records, and we have the actual time stamp in Celebrite's report. Like Celebrite will show an on and off log. AT&T will actually show when the phone, and I explained this in my report that's been released as well. So it's public information that's out there. When I want to make it.
It is reiterated and summarized in people's own words in their own reports. This report itself, nay is not, sir. It is not out there to the public. There is no forensic download, report, analysis, anything at all that has ever been released from Celebrite.
Clear, I'm not saying somewhere around 254 we think it turned off. It's 254:45. Like, I can tell you the second that phone was powered down because it's recorded on logs that are separate logs kept by two completely different.
Thanks for the 499, Kim. You can email Cyray and ask questions. I'll get ignored. I'll get ignored. I'll get ignored. And y'all see how I ask. I don't do the whole, hey, how you doing? I saw this, blah, blah. I don't ask kiss. I get straight to the point. I am professional. I know how to speak to people in a professional dynamic to where you get to the point and you just get to the point, and I get to the point, and they don't like that. Just like with Chris Holland. This is what you stated. This is the investigation that we did. This is what we found. Explain yourself. I don't need to kiss your ass. I don't need to ask how your mom and them is. It's not what this is about. So, well, yeah, I'll try. I bet you anything I get ignored because they don't like being called out. They do not like being called out.
Different entities, if you will, and they perfectly match. So why would we believe it wasn't 254:45?
And so that was a power off. That wasn't a lost connection or something else. The phone was actually powered down at that point, is what the evidence is showing.
You know, when we look at just the AT&T records, we wouldn't be able to say that. We just can say that it disconnected from the network at 254:45. And there's a number of reasons that
just
could
answer the
happen.
question.
When we look at the Celebrite, it does show a powering event. So the phone was physically shut down. Now, whether that was...
I just want them to release that. They've released all this other stuff, but they, for some reason, the Amazon receipt itself and the Celebrite report, they just won't release it.
I don't know how much of that has come out, and I'm not an expert in Celebrite, so I'm not going to go any further than that, but other than it appears that it's a powering event in the Celebrite report.
Did Ann Taylor, did she agree that that was the time, the 254:45? Did she agree? Was she of that opinion as well, based on the information?
I don't believe that anybody in this investigation, prosecution or defense, doubts that today.
Yeah, that they agreed to that.
You mentioned before that there were some specific, I guess, errors or omissions that the FBI made that kind of, I guess, kind of snowballed or kind of led to the issues. What specific decisions or errors were those? Do you recall, or do you know?
Yeah, I think I made it really clear in my report, but we'll kind of condense that down into a very quick summary. AT&T records are very...
Did you think that the report was going to come out just days before this interview and you weren't going to be asked questions about your report? I can't stand the way he constantly does that. He does that this entire time. It's really annoying.
Or do you know?
Yeah, I think I made it really clear in my report, but we'll kind of condense that down into a very quick summary. AT&T records are very unique. AT&T shows us handoffs. So if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and let's say I'm on my cell phone, even though I'm stationary in one place, my phone is handing off between cell sites. If I'm driving, it's handing off along cell sites when I go. Some of the providers don't provide a very granular view of that, but AT&T is different in that it shows all of those connections, and it shows what's called time on tower. So I know how long each one of these connections last. The other thing that AT&T's network does very, very well is it maintains a data connection with the phone. So if you think about all the things you have loaded on your phone with the different apps and things running in the background and all the stuff that our phones do, they're constantly seeking this data connection. So for example, in this case, from 2 a.m. to 2:54:45, Bryan Kohberger's phone is connected to the AT&T network. Every second of that time, we can account for which cell site, which sector it is using to maintain that connection. So the idea that, we map 2 or 3 or maybe 4 cell sites and we say, oh, look, he's south or he's eastbound. When, we eliminate 94, 95, maybe 97% of those other connections that tell a very different story, it's hard to say that, that isn't a cherry picking or a intentional omission of data that tells a different story. I've been teaching this subject matter now for almost 20 years. You map all the data. You always map all the data. There is never a reason in any forensic discipline that I get a terabyte of data and I decide to analyze megabytes of it, right?
Yeah,
we get big
I
data
agree.
sets for a reason. So any argument that anybody makes that, well, there's just no reason to look at those handoffs, that's absurd. Like, of course you're going to map that. And when you map that, it tells a very different story.
And is that, when you looked at the CAS draft, is that where you were referencing that they're really only mapping like 18% of the connections between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. the day of the crime?
Correct. We can see all of the connections in the phone records. So it's not hard to look at a report and say, okay, they mapped 5 connections during this time period, but the report shows 15 or whatever it could be. And I think it was more like 92% of the data that wasn't mapped. And the issue, there's other reports that weren't mapped as well. And that's in my report.
And see, and that also tells you a lot too. And it still leads to more confusion on what he is basing his information off of. If only a fraction of the information was actually mapped and that was turned in and given to the prosecutor for them to try their case, but then the defense guy comes in and says, oh, you didn't even bother touching the other 90% of this, I'll map it my damn self. And then he maps it, and it, according to him, shows even further proof that Kohberger could be guilty, then why is it not being used by the prosecutor? He could have switched sides anytime he wanted. He could have walked away from the defense anytime he wanted. His report would have still been valid. His information would have still been valid. The errors would have still stood. But then his information, his map could have then been attached to that and been said, everything that I said still stands, but this is what it looks like when I map the rest of it. This is what your prosecutor's evidence should look like. That could have happened here. Why didn't it happen? If he apparently remapped all of these points, then why didn't Bill Thompson use it? Why can Bill Thompson still stand up all those months after that report was filed, all those years after that information was gathered, and still say the things he said in court? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Report as well. It's not just necessarily the handoff data. There's other really accurate data at this time frame that tells a very convincing story. When you map everything, it changes the narrative of this case.
Okay, so that makes even less sense to everything that you've already said, because right now the narrative is that Bryan Kohberger is the one and only person who did this, and he, for some reason, all willy-nilly decided to leave his freaking apartment in Pullman, drive to some random-ass house he's never been to ever in Moscow, and commit all this crazy-ass shit, okay? If you're going to sit there and say you mapped it and it makes it look worse for him, but then turn around and say, after you map everything, it changes the current narrative, and the current narrative is Kohberger is the guy, what are you actually trying to tell us? If mapping it out changes the narrative, that means Kohberger is not guilty. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He has no idea what he's saying. I've said this a lot, and I'm going to say it again. This dude is literally just out here talking to talk. He is talking to talk. If it changes the narrative, that means it changes the narrative that Kohberger is the guilty party.
Other really accurate data at this time frame that tells a very convincing story. When you map everything, it changes the narrative of this case.
And what is the current narrative? So how did you map it and make you think he was even more guilty, but then you come out and make a statement like that? That shit doesn't make any damn sense.
What would be the rationale for only mapping a small portion of the connections during that time period for the state? What's the rationale of that? Is it just sloppy or intentional?
Where did you hear this? Supposedly something's going to come out showing the actual time Xana's phone stopped moving was when they said she was on TikTok and TikTok was earlier or something. Well, if they actually release it. But we've already gotten that information, Rochelle. That's what I've been screaming at people for a hella long time now, like over a year, because a lot of people thought that this was just some sort of time zone problem, and it's not. The self-authenticating records show Xana getting like her last movement on TikTok being 3:16 in the morning. 3:16. The PCA has Xana's last TikTok movement at 4:12 in the morning. So we already have the self-authenticating summary showing that Xana's TikTok time was actually 3:16 a.m. So who said something about more information about that coming out? Because we already have it, but if there's like a bigger report coming out, then I'm definitely keeping my eyes open for more. Isn't it really annoying? He's constantly laughing at all these questions. It's really freaking unprofessional. Really freaking unprofessional. Yeah, I'll go pull that up. Yeah, I'll go pull that up. I wish that they would give us that stuff. I wish that they would give us that stuff. I know that we have stuff that's sitting on the current case summary. And there's like a sealed order regarding redactions that was posted July 2nd. And that's pretty much it. Like there's a couple other things, but like we haven't gotten any of that information. But for sure in the self-authenticating records, it does show 3:16 that was being submitted to the court when 4:12 is what's written in the probable cause. And that's been a huge issue. I had to argue with people because they tried to say that it was time zones. And I'm like, time zones don't change the minutes, you dumb shits. Like, I don't know why you're coming up here trying to act like I'm stupid. 3:16 and 4:16, cool. Duh, obviously. We already have an hour difference. 3:12 and 4:12, sure. Time zones don't change the minutes. So that was a dumb argument. I had so many people coming over here trying to tell me that I was wrong. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. It's in like the big one. It's in the big one, I think, that had the DoorDash receipt where they told us they didn't actually have Xana's information. They only had Ethan's, but they still gave us a receipt with King Road on it for that night. And that shit made no damn sense either. They still need to clarify to us how the hell that happened. Like, for real. How are you going to tell us that you didn't even have that? That's crazy. Oh, look, I opened right up to it. You can tell I'm always looking at this damn paper. Okay. So this is a 70-something page document on the Idaho Case of Interest website right here. Okay. TikTok user records for Xana. Records are maintained by a business. The state would seek admission of records pursuant to IRE 8036. The records would show Xana on the TikTok application on November 13th at approximately 3:16 Pacific time. The PCA time is 4:12. Even the minutes are different. So they definitely do need to clarify that. But it also stated here, the state is in the process of obtaining a certificate of authenticity. And this right here is the very last document that ever posted in a way of information from the self-authenticating records we could actually see. So when it comes to getting information from all of those records that were supposedly coming from businesses, maybe I can FOIA that and see if they're going to release it. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely either going to be 3:16 or 4:12. Because when it said 3:16, that threw me for a loop because that's an entire hour difference. An entire hour difference. That's a big deal. Super big deal.
It's tough for me to say because you're asking me to kind of get into what somebody's mindset at the time was. When the initial omissions were made, I can't tell you if it was just pure sloppiness or it was intentional. 18 months later, when it's still not being corrected, it's intentional. So, you know, I don't want to come out and say, oh, this was intentional, it was manipulated from the beginning, because none of us can say that. What we can say is that it should have been done in the beginning, when it was made clear that it was missing and that it needed to be done. If you watched my testimony, you probably saw the very last thing that I said is I reserve my right to change my opinion when all of the data was mapped. And that wasn't, you know, somehow.
But you literally did all of that before you wrote your report and gave it to the prosecution as you already previously stated. That's been my argument with him the whole time. You're coming out here talking all this shit, but your opinion was written after you already saw everything. There's been no additional information. And if there has been, show us the time and the date that you apparently got this additional information after you already mapped everything and gave it to the prosecution before you wrote your report in January 2025, per your own words, Cyree. Your own words. Oh, I can't.
Happenstance statement that I made as a parting shot on the stand. If nothing else, it was kind of like, hey, there's more data out there and this story could change when that's mapped.
Okay. And then, so like in your report, when you're writing the conclusions and you say that it's justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by the investigators, what did you mean by that?
At the time that I was writing my report, it was clear that there was issues in this investigation with the timeline. And of a case of this magnitude, I would absolutely expect a third, fourth peer review being taken place at the very least, if not a complete deep dive by somebody else into this. And there's just no efforts. To this day, I have never been provided the complete mapping data for the phones that are pertinent. I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm saying I've never received the entire map data.
I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm just saying I haven't seen their mapped data. But he also can't sit there and say that he's mapped all of it either, unless something else happened and he's not giving us dates for. Because in his report, he doesn't have Ethan's files. Molly's files are with the FBI, so he didn't even get to go over those. Bethany's files and Jack DeCour's files, he doesn't have all of those. So if you mapped all of Kohberger's stuff and you say that it changes the narrative, then you can't even begin to try to piece together the rest of it if you've got 4 people's information that are important to this case and you don't have their entire data set. You have incomplete information.
Provided the complete mapping data for the phones that are pertinent. I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm saying I've never received the entire map data from the state. And I think that's very telling, right? Why would you not do that?
Do you find that's intentional? That they're not turning it over or they're concealing it? Because if it's not normal, as an expert, you find that intentional?
I would say that it's intentional, that there's definitely a decision being made not to do it. But I want to frame this correctly, where some people will probably immediately go, well, they're trying to hide it. The problem with this case is when you look at all the evidence, it changes and it doesn't get weaker. It gets really strong. So
prove it.
I'm hesitant to say that it's intentional, because then you're going to have to convince me why law enforcement would intentionally not try to present the best evidence in this case. And
how can you sit there and say such a stupid ass statement after Bill Thompson not only stood up in court and said the shit he said, but then came out and did multiple interviews doubling down on the fact that they had nothing? What are you talking about? This is like ridiculous. I cannot believe that these experts are just allowed to come out here and just say all of the weird shit that they want to without providing the same proof that they would have to provide for their story if this was in court. The things that he was filing with the court do not give, I think he's guilty. Because he's not saying any of that in his reports. He's not saying that even though he sees all these errors, there's still an opinion of all of this, that, and the third. He's not saying any of that. He's standing there proud as can be that he's about to make a name for himself. And he just wasn't expecting things to go this way. So he's trying to save face while still telling us all of the things that we knew already were wrong, and we were right. And we can sit here as people that have literally kept up with everything as it's come out, that don't have one specific skill set, that we're only privy to one specific set of information. We get all of the information. Does he forget that? That we're not just like departmentalized or compartmentalized experts that only get to touch certain things, that we've read it all? How can you sit there and say mapping through everything and seeing everything changes the narrative, but then you're going to now say, oh, it makes it stronger? That doesn't change the narrative. If it makes the case stronger, that doesn't change the narrative of the case. That's the wrong wording to use for that. This dude is just talking to talk. He is just literally talking to talk.
I'm speaking firsthand about this, looking at the record.
Sure.
When you look at 6 months worth of data, which is how much data they obtained on Bryan Kohberger's phone, when you look at that 6 months worth of data and you map it and you understand those daily patterns and that pattern of life, this case becomes incredibly strong against Bryan.
You mean the patterns that they said were normal because he didn't deviate at all? You mean the things that didn't change, that there were no behavioral interruptions? Is that what you're talking about? And mind you, in a minute, he's going to say, just so we're clear, there's no evidence of stalking or stalking behavior. So because Kohberger goes out and drives at night and drives around to different areas outside of the cities, that behavior makes it stronger? I'm sorry?
Bryan Kohberger's phone, when you look at that 6 months worth of data and you map it and you understand those daily patterns and that pattern of life, this case becomes incredibly strong against Bryan Kohberger. So,
except we literally were just told the opposite by people that actually did see everything and looked through everything and came to the conclusion there were no behavioral pattern changes. There was nothing concerning. He's a night owl who does more shit at night than during the day because he's a full-time student and a teaching assistant, which is 2 full-time jobs. So he did his shit at night. Like 95% of the people in that area. Even the phone people said there was nothing. There was no changes in behavior. The calls and him talking to his family, the text messages, the times that he would contact them, none of that ever changed. There was never like a sudden silence and then or like this huge just like suddenly contact was just all over the place. Everything remained copacetically steady. What is this dude talking about? The hell is this dude talking about?
you know, I think there's some sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably this thought that there would never be somebody within the defense team capable of challenging the way that these reports came together and the narrative that was being presented. And to some extent, there was some truth to that.
Now,
Yes.
there were
One of the worst investigations that you've ever seen in your career, correct?
On sloppy errors that were not, look, we all make mistakes. I guarantee you, I've had my fair share of mistakes on a crime scene. Any investigator who tells you they don't is just lying to you. So we've all made mistakes. So it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing that when you realize that mistake has been made, not making an attempt to clean it up, not trying to fix it, or doubling down and actually, you know, sticking to that story despite overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in.
Close your eyes while you say bias one more time. You're showing your bias because you keep saying the same stupid shit, but you're not providing any proof. We don't do trust me, bro. I don't give a shit who you are, how long you've been doing whatever the hell you pretend to do. Okay, I don't give a damn. Provide your report. Provide your mapping data. Provide your proof. Or why are you out here running your mouth in the opposite direction that you've been running it over the past 3 years all of a sudden? He's really just pissing me off. Legitimately pissing me off. And it's crazy because this is like the third time I've listened to this shit. And he's just still pissing me all the way off.
Any investigator who tells you they don't is just lying to you. So we've all made mistakes. So it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing that when you realize that mistake has been made, not making an attempt to clean it up, not trying to fix it, or doubling down and actually, you know, sticking to that story despite overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in.
Closes his eyes. He intentionally entered this case thinking Kohberger was guilty, and no matter what was lacking, he was not going to change his mind. He's proven that with this conversation, especially with the trust me bro concept. You're not producing anything, and your opinion is based off of false information that's not true. There was no report. Your 1129 situation is not real. Amazing.
To clean it up, not trying to fix it or doubling down and actually, sticking to that story despite overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in, that we can really start to see that there's an issue here.
You are the issue.
I want to
You're
make sure I
you're a big
understand the
issue.
different types of data and stuff that was received, because we've been talking about the cell tower connections. And I guess the benefit of that is a cell phone is always connected, as long as it's on, to a cell tower. And so you can have a pretty continuous picture of where it connected and where it was handed off. There's also, and you in your report, you talk about these historical precision location information reports, which I understand is proprietary with AT&T, but those are not always available. I guess the phone has to be doing something for it, but AT&T can actually give, when it does ping, like it's part of that. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It'll give you latitude and longitude within a certain number of meters. Is that information, the historical, the HPLI, was that used by the prosecution and law enforcement?
So specifically with the AT&T, the report you're talking about in 2022, 2023 would be called Loctobor. I know it's a weird name, but it's called Loctobor. The problem with Loctobor is sometimes it is incredibly inaccurate. In this case, there's an incident where we know the phone is in Seattle, yet it's pinging in New Orleans, right? So it can be incredibly, like, states half the country wide.
Yeah, you heard that. We read that in the report, that a ping can be so false that one of the phones in this case, it's in his report written that way, one of the phones in this case, he doesn't say whose, they know this person was in Seattle, but at the time that they were able to verify this person was in Seattle, their phone was pinging all the way practically across the country in New Orleans, Louisiana. And he is not saying that it's because of a VPN being active. He is blaming that on straight up false ping. How in the actual shit can you be in Seattle and your phone ping you all the way in NOLA? That's crazy.
Off. But there are certain things that somebody can do with their phone that location accuracy increases. And there is evidence of that in this case that happened. And I wrote about this in my report. My concern is, to this day, I have never seen a report or any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations.
But you did it.
More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Bryan returned back to Pullman that morning.
I'm so tired
So when I
of
said
that
earlier, the search warrant showed this map in
narrative while he giggles. Prove it. Show us. The fact that you're just allowed to come on a podcast and not be like, okay, share your screen, show us what you're talking about. Hell no.
Any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations. More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Bryan returned back to Pullman that morning. So when I said earlier, the search warrant showed this map in allegedly the way that he went to Moscow and then the way he returned. When you map that location data, it changes the route back, and it changes it in a very significant way. It's also changing in a very telling way that would help investigators not only better understand that route, but it could potentially reveal where evidence may be.
And you gave that to the prosecutor and nothing came of it? You gave that to the prosecutor and they still can't say that they can actually prove anything when it comes to Kohberger's location? Don't you think that if he actually had a map that showed the North 270 way that apparently he's saying that Kohberger went to Moscow and actually verified a route, don't you think the prosecution would have double checked it and used it? Are you saying that you provided the prosecution with information that would actually make their case stronger and they still chose not to use it? Because that's pretty much what he's claiming here. You need to remember at the beginning of this, he said the prosecution saw all of his information that he put together before he wrote that report. So you're telling me that you gave them information that would make their case look better and they chose not to use it? That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Side and more accurate timing of when certain access roads were taken. So it was incredibly surprising to me that data didn't appear to have been used in the investigation. And I've testified before on that data as an expert. I've been challenged on the scientific admissibility of that data. We've won all of those challenges. So the idea that, well, we just can't use it, that's silly. We requested a search warrant for a reason. We obtained it. We're going to analyze it. In this case, it wasn't done. So, again, sloppiness. But when you add that data to this case, it dramatically changes.
Considering that that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems like those are piling up pretty quickly with respect to the casual mistakes. What do you think about that?
I would agree with you. The mistakes are piling up.
If I had $1 for every time we said silly, I'd be getting rich pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I've discussed this in a number of ways, both in my report and in different times. It's important to understand that the prosecution team, the initial prosecution team and the initial investigative team were just lacking experience, right? And that's not a dig on them. That's not berating or beating up those entities. Moscow is a pretty safe place to live, and that's a good thing. So there's not a lot of experience on the field. There's not a lot of experience in managing this type of data. And when that happens, typically law enforcement agencies will rely on subject matter experts that are given to them or loaned out to them. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that, I as an investigator in a very small agency who's investigating this major investigation, I'm now relying on the subject matter expert who I believe has incredible insight, authority, and knows what they're talking about.
Double check their work.
And they tell me a specific narrative. Why would I doubt it? I don't have the technical training and expertise to look at a data set and show them where they're wrong. And this is the whole reason we bring a subject matter expert into an investigation. So, yes, they're piling up, but when you look at the experience level and the technical background of the investigators that are making these mistakes, it is something that I can say I do believe was completely accidental, and it was just because they didn't know any better. And the people that they were provided to rely on were giving them terrible information. And that this is the result of it.
Now, did you analyze only Bryan's cell records?
No.
So you analyzed others as well?
Yeah, and in my report, so we can just keep this on the record, I outline all of the records that I actually analyzed. There's 6 months of records that were obtained on all 4 victims, as well as Mr. Kohberger. And
no, I was really hoping that they would bring this up, but I feel like this was a lot better of an interview, and I mentioned this in my instant reaction. I was really disappointed with the way that they did their other interviews. But I feel like they knew that this was going to be scrutinized really hard. And so I do feel like they did their homework before this interview. And I know some people said that they felt like they were only pushing back because the comments and the chat and stuff like that. But when you listen to the entire thing and you see that they are looking at documents, that they're pulling up things and asking very specific questions, it's pretty obvious that they came a lot better prepared than the rest of the interviews. I will say that. That question right there from Ron threw me back and disappointed me because it almost feels as if maybe he didn't read through the report, or maybe he just didn't read through the information that Cyrey said he was given in order to do his report, because the beginning of the report is where we learned all the things I've already mentioned, how he didn't have Ethan's full data set, how he said Molly's data set was retrieved, but the FBI were the ones who actually had all of Molly's information, and then how he didn't have all of Bethany's and he didn't have all of Jack D's. So I was really hoping that they would have known that portion and that they would have said something about not having all of Ethan's data, not having all of Jack D's data, not having all of Bethany's data. Like, that's a big deal to me. That's a super big deal to me.
You know, another disturbing or another problem with this case is, to this day, I have never seen a mapping file produced by any investigator that shows all 5 of those devices on a map and their correlations over a 6-month period. We just don't see that. And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it, and it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
Do you know why that evidence has
over a 6-month period? We just don't see that. And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it, and it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
Do you know why that evidence hasn't been released yet? I mean, we're over a year out.
Yeah, no shit.
Do you know what the holdup or what the problem is there? Because it might eliminate some speculation from both sides.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have no problem with my my investigative report being released the day the plea deal was signed. You know, I can't explain why this thing has drug on as long as it has.
So in your report, you talk about the records that you review, and you reviewed and mapped Jack Showalter. Can you describe what you found, or is that something you're not at liberty to talk about at this point?
I will just put there's no reason for me to believe that Jack Showalter has anything to do with this crime. Like, there's zero evidence.
Was he being surveilled? Was he under surveillance outside of Moscow that you're aware of? I know there's been information that has been brought out that him and another potential person of interest were being surveilled, and one of them might have had a cut on their arm that was untreated.
Oh, is that a Gideus?
You know, I've heard bits and pieces. I can't cite anything directly. I'm unaware of, you know, the direct actions. There was a lot of investigative leads that were looked at in this case. I'm yet to see any that answer the questions that, as an investigator, I would be looking for as a viable suspect. And more frequently, when we look at DNA comparisons, I think we have to come back to the DNA. We can start to rule some people out as well.
Can you confirm that Bethany was at home on 11/13/2022 from midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
Interesting.
I don't know that I can get into that yet. I will say.
Now, my question is, does that mean he actually hasn't? Listen what I'm about to say, because Chris Whitcomb did this exact same shit, just to then a few interviews later admit that he actually never saw anything at all regarding Xana's stomach contents. There was a bunch of other questions where he would also answer shit like this that we knew at the end of the day he had no access and no privy to that information, okay? He has the cell phone stuff. This also tells me that maybe they didn't read that portion of the report, because Bethany's, and I'll go ahead and pull it up, Bethany's is part of the information that Cyray claims that he did not get the full data set for. So does he actually know if Bethany left or not? Or is he asking it? No. Is he answering it that way because he wants people to think that he knows something he actually doesn't? Let me show you the report. So down here, when it talks about all the information that he relied upon for analysis, you have Kohberger's 2 AT&T search warrants. You have Maddie's AT&T search warrant, both of them right here. Xana's, 2 of them for Xana. Showalter's, Kaylee's, We go down to Ethan's and it says Verizon records, Verizon case unknown. I was unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin in the discovery provided to date, meaning at the time that he has written this report in January 2025, he did not have any of Ethan Chapin's information, or he did not have a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin. I was able to find some different reports that indicate the CDRs for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards to common calls. I was also able to find some of the RTT/timing data for this device as well. As a result, this device, this is the important part here, this device was not mapped in my analysis. So nothing from Ethan Chapin was mapped by Cyray, okay? Then it shows that he had Dylan's information, and it goes down to Bethany's. Bethany Funk, who he was just asked a question about. Unable to find a complete record for this device. And then it just says, I was able to confirm the existence of the timing reports. But he doesn't say that he went in and he got the timing report or used the information, okay? Then this is where he talks about Molly McMichael, and it says that the information was preserved by the FBI. Now, he says that he did end up getting something from this. I was able to confirm that timing-related data was requested in the search warrant and subsequently provided by Verizon as a result, and that was taken and put in his folder. When it comes to Jack DeCour's information, this device location data was not included in my analysis because just like with Ethan's, he couldn't find a complete data set, and just like with Bethany's. So for one of the victims, one of the Sosay surviving roommates, and the lead suspect, the number one suspect in this freaking case, even after Kohberger was arrested, Jack DeCour's name remained in the number one spot until June of 2025. His records were not given to Cyray. Jack DeCour's information was never mapped by the defense. Ethan's information was never mapped by the defense. And from this shit right here, neither was Bethany Funk's. So how can you come out here answering all these questions and answering questions with the way that you just answered that question when your own report says that you didn't have Bethany's information? So why are you answering that like that? Let's listen to the way he answered that question. Yeah, even though Jack was suspect number one, his information was not given over to the defense to map. That's some crazy ass shit. That's some crazy shit.
As well.
Can you confirm that Bethany was at home on 11/13/2022 from midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
I don't know that I can get into that yet. I will say.
Why are you answering the question like that if your own report says you didn't have Bethany's records? That right there is just annoying. That right there says you're willing to just say anything to keep yourself relevant. I like you less now.
The two surviving people in the house, I have no reason to believe that they're anything other than victims. And my personal opinion is any social media, podcast, news, reporters, or anybody else that tries to spin some type of conspiracy theory that these two...
Excuse me? Are you out of your mind? Steve Goncalves and Christy are complete slime balls because they do nothing but lie. We have all of their lies on record. I prove their lies literally on a daily basis. They literally try to pretend as if Maddie was some sort of adopted prodigal daughter, while there's literally an entire other daughter that was thrown away like trash. Christy and Steve Goncalves are complete and utter sleazy ass slime balls. Do I need to say it louder? The hell's wrong with you? And whoever this London person is, I don't really give a shit like what you honestly have to say. I've never seen your name in here before. I haven't. And you have done nothing but take up for Cyray and now take up for the Goncalveses. And that's some like crackhead behavior. That's some crackhead behavior.
girls somehow pulled off this quadruple murder just defies all common sense and logic. Like, there is no reason to suspect these two as the murder. Now, you want to beat them up for a handful of other things and some very poor state.
How can you say that if you don't even know the truth about everything that's been going on with Dylan, obviously? And you haven't even mapped Bethany's information. How can you say anything? You don't know anything. You don't have all of it. You don't have all the info.
Statements and some misinformation, I get it. But the idea that these two pulled off this giant conspiracy and were able to avoid any detection.
Crackheads aren't fat. You see this neck? You're real dumb. And now you get to leave because you're kind of stupid. And I'm really just tired of you being a dumb shit. Okay, bye.
Of actual committing this murder or physical evidence that would be there is absurd.
Well, we're not making any accusations here. But did you find, so you sort of brought up Dylan, did you find her different interviews? I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
You know, I think it's
that hard blink.
Absurd.
Well, we're not making any accusations here. But did you find, so you sort of brought up Dylan, did you find her different interviews? I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
You know, I think it's obvious that there's some credibility issues with everybody involved with the initial reporting of this case. And I think there's a number of things that can be attributed to that.
It's
I also think it's very consistent with very traumatized witness / victims.
Oh, is this where he's going to try to say Dylan's the same as our victim?
So, you know,
that was out of line.
Can I speak to their credibility? I can't. I can see why some people would question their credibility. But also, the investigation that I'm looking at, the evidence that I've seen on this case does not rely on their credibility. You know, this case doesn't.
The entire PCA relies on Dylan's bullshit story that no one can actually prove. Just because you have text messages doesn't mean shit. Conversations can be faked. And I'm not saying both sides are faking it. But when you consider the fact that Dylan came out and told everyone from the first responding officers to everyone at the end of this, that she initially called Bethany, and that's a lie, and Bethany's call to Dylan is literally what set everything else off. Do you even know the details of this case, Cyree? Because any real investigator that didn't come in with a complete bias would have seen the call detail information for Dylan and seen all of the lies and been questioning some things. This is a 5'10", athletically built female. She might not have been in athletics, but look at her. What other females do you know that are 5'10", Cyree, that would be in a house for 8 hours, where it shows that she went up 2 flights of stairs, who knows how many times? We've only seen the one. What about everything else that's been completely inconsistent here? And I can separate Dylan and Bethany. I really don't feel like Bethany did anything besides be a dumbass. I feel like she's a little scaredy cat who's just like meek little shy thing who just does whatever. And Dylan is the opposite. Dylan is this loud. It's basically like saying the difference between Kaylee and Maddie with the way that Kaylee and Maddie were described. That Maddie was the real quiet, shy one, and Kaylee was the big, loud one. Well, I think Dylan is the big, loud one, and I think Bethany is the one that can be easily told what to do. And I think that if Dylan runs down there to not have Bethany walk out of the freaking room and sits there and tells her, oh, you know, it's not a big deal. Let's just go to sleep. That means to me that she probably lied to Bethany in order to get Bethany to not go up the stairs and see what was actually going on. Whatever happened here, the constant contact and trying to get a hold of everyone else and the whole, oh, woe is me bullshit did not start until Bethany called Dylan. He needs to sit down and actually look at the actual facts of this case, listen to the interviews, read the actual reports before he ever speaks about this case again. Because the way that he's coming out so ignorant is disappointing. Hella disappointing.
Make or break because of something they said or didn't say or something that they did or didn't do.
So when you're looking at whether or not your ultimate opinion on this case and on Bryan, you're not really considering the eyewitness testimony potentially of Dylan?
Oh, absolutely, I am. I think it's difficult for us to dismiss it because while it is vague and it did change over time, it doesn't necessarily describe somebody who doesn't look like Bryan Kohberger, right? It doesn't describe somebody that
except her initial description included the word shorter than her. And then Noon said, so 6 foot. Because she said taller or shorter, I don't know. But the shorter part of that description was never kept. And the narrative was set by Noons, who responded, so around 6 foot, and she agreed. And from then, the or shorter was completely forgotten about. That was a narrative set by the police.
we could say that's weird. This statement is in complete contradiction of what Bryan Kohberger looks like. The timing is also very, very important. You know, there's things that happen in her statement and her text messages that also does provide her some corroboration to what she's reporting. So, you know, I think she saw somebody 100%. I think that her description is more similar to Bryan Kohberger than it is contrary to Bryan.
Does he also not know that on the 13th, when asked very directly by Detective Mowry if she remembered the suspect's eyebrows, she said not only no, but that she didn't remember what his eyes looked like either? Does he not know that? Does he not know that the bushy eyebrow rhetoric didn't show up until 4 days later after Dylan had already been around her attorney and suddenly she had a temporary case of amnesia that slipped in and out during the investigation every 5 seconds? Is he not aware of any of that? Probably not. Therefore, he should have probably just told them, we need to stick to talking about my report and my cell analysis, because when it comes to anything else, I'm a horse's ass and I don't know shit about shit. So let's stick to my expertise. Unbelievable.
Kohberger. And I think it's important that all of that happened before anybody knew about Bryan Kohberger. So, you know, there is some things we have to consider could be credible there.
And she's also heard his voice. She has never, ever, ever come out and even tried to say that the voice she heard sounded like him either. It's all bullshit.
Well, what do you make about the fact that Dylan herself, if
and I will also say this, we are not even halfway through this interview and it's already been over 3 hours. So what we'll probably do is do part 2 another day. I'll probably stop when it gets to the actual middle point right here and we'll come back because it is really late and we do have the UFO disclosure live tomorrow on my second channel at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I don't want to have to push that back. I want to keep the schedule. And I still want to go over Gypsy Rose's interview that she did a couple months back or whatever that I've been wanting to go over. So what my plan is to do my UFO live in the morning. And then I was going to do the Gypsy Rose one, just like sometime in the middle of the day. I wasn't really planning on doing anything tomorrow night, but we can just come back in at like 7:45, 8 o'clock, an hour earlier than we went live tonight, and do the second part of this interview. I knew that this was going to be really, really late, but it's already like really, really late. Yeah, I'd rather do part 2. So we'll go halfway. As soon as it hits this middle mark right above the play button, we'll be done for the night and we'll finish it tomorrow night.
You assume that what she's saying is true, that she's repeatedly told investigators that she couldn't tell whether certain memories were real or dream related. She repeats this in many, many interviews. So her testimony, if we're to believe it, we would need to, I would assume, also give her some credence to her own admissions, which are that they may have been a dream.
100%. 100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate. So, you know, I think that we have.
So you're too stupid to realize that her saying it's a dream is a lie. So instead, you're going to say, oh my God, her dream was so accurate. Not, oh, she's lying and it's not a dream because she wasn't asleep, because she was adding a contact to her phone at 3:51 in the morning, meaning she was awake. Ugh. This dude's such a shill. Oh my God.
Which are that they may have been a dream.
100%.
Hey, Sarah. Good morning. Good morning.
100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate. So, I think that
Why did she read Eric's message indeed? Because Eric's message was read when? At like 4:24, 4:27? What was the point in physically opening Eric Gower's message at that time frame? Isn't that odd? Isn't that strange? It shows he instantly replied back to her at 2:13, and then she just never responded. And I found that really weird because she wasn't just hitting him up like, hey, what's up? What you doing? She was hitting him up for a specific purpose, wanting to basically employ him temporarily to take them to go get food, is her story. That's her story. So why wouldn't you instantly just be like, okay, was just checking, but we changed our mind? Like, why would you just not reply back 3 minutes later and try to pretend like, oh, you just went to bed? In 3 minutes? And then you open it up at the time that everything's apparently going down to then leave a timestamp, a marker now in your phone that you opened this message and read it at 4:24 or 4:27, one of the two. I think it was 4:24. Very strange. Very, very odd.
You have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody who is young. I think their life experience is very limited.
For real, if I like freaked out in the middle of the night and didn't know whether what I was hearing or seeing was a dream or not, my ass is still calling the cops. I'm still opening up my security app and pressing that little red alarm button to send everybody in the cavalry over here because I don't know what the hell's happening. Because if I'm dreaming that kind of crazy stuff in the middle of the night to the point where I don't know if it's real or not, I'm going to think I'm having a freaking psychotic break. And one way or another, the cops got to get called. But remember, for her, Dylan, this is normal. She knows the people trying to kill her and do all these things to her in her dreams is just a dream that she can control. So she just lets it happen. Remember that shit? That's scary.
Pretty accurate. So, I think that we have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody who is young. I think their life experience is very limited, and we know that person is impaired at the time.
4-year-olds can call
how
911.
they're
No,
manifesting.
See, that's a whole nother thing. If he was paying attention to the truth, he would know that she was not intoxicated. She was the most sober person in that house. She was the most sober person in that house. She did not drink an entire gallon Borg right before walking home or getting home. She took a few sips out of someone else's Borg and was barely drinking little bitty 4 and 5%, barely above a wine cooler seltzers. Okay. That's why that interview with Yessie that I think Accomplished Day is trying to get is so important. Because it literally is the girl who told the police in her report that Dylan told her very specifically at Sigma Chi she could not drink that night. Not that she didn't want to, that she couldn't. That word being in there is important. So hopefully we get to hear that and it's not completely redacted out. But no, she was not intoxicated, sir. She was not.
This thing worked out over time. I think we have to take that into consideration. The other thing that I think you cannot just dismiss is what was this girl subjected to personally? What did the media say about her? What did social media say about her?
Everything that was deserved.
Did she have some other reasons over time to start to distance herself from this case?
I'm sorry, you dumb as shit. You stupid dumb shit. What do you mean? Did she have reasons over time to distance herself from this case? They both left all of the family members on red. They haven't been close to this case from the second it happened. During the memorial, letters that they wrote were read on stage. They never showed their faces. Even when it came to what just happened with court, Bethany somehow finagled Emily to get up there with a matching hairdo and read a letter that she wrote. They have been as distant could fucking possibly be in this case. He has no idea what he's talking about. He has literally no clue what he is talking about. It's making me even more pissed off the more that I'm hearing it, because this is supposed to be somebody who knows things. This is supposed to be somebody who's an actual expert, somebody that you can count on to have the facts and not be out here with some bullshit, ill-informed rhetoric. And he is just as bad as Chris Whitcomb. That's disgustingly horrible. Oh my God.
Anybody who tells you she
just
didn't
as bad.
just simply doesn't know what this poor kid went through.
Night, Scully.
Not only in the incident themselves, but was subjected to by the general public as a result. I mean, I've heard people on podcasts actually implicate her as one of the potential murderers. That's how far it's gone. So, you know, is there maybe some other things at play here?
Turvey did too. Literally, Turvey, the expert for the defense who saw the same shit that you saw, said the same thing. You stupid shit. The grand jury members that James Patterson was able to connect the Goncalveses with even told the Goncalveses that they did not understand how Dylan wasn't facing charges. You idiot. Do you not know anything? This is amazing. This is even more amazing than the first time. This is insane.
That
oh my God.
A person in her shoes might start changing their story and say, you know, I don't remember anything. Yeah, absolutely.
He's an idiot.
Okay, now you mentioned that that there's no facts that support that they were involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back and let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by these murders. Because I'm reading her transcript, she sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years. I'm not saying
you're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup.
See, he instantly, he's doing the exact same thing that the judge was constantly doing in way of everything that the defense was bringing to the table. Again, we have seen that there is proof of something that happened there. For there to be nothing out of that room, for there to be no trail in between anything with someone that would have been literally dripping in blood, naked or not, they would have been dripping in blood. And there's no drip trails in between the rooms at all. How do you explain that? How do you just explain that? How can you sit here looking at the exact same things that several other people have looked at, and you're the only person coming up with the opposite opinion? And I'm not talking about the diluted blood. I'm talking about straight up, there is no trail in between those bedrooms. And regardless of if there was anything on the floor to transfer from feet or not, the fact that no blood transferred or dripped off of whoever was walking through that house in between or out the door or anything else in between there, make that shit make sense. I don't care if you're naked or if you got a full thing of clothes on. If you're doing all that kind of crazy shit, how are you not dropping blood off of your body? And if they want us to believe that the sheath was freaking dropped on the bed and then the person went down the stairs and then went and attacked Xana and Ethan, so the blood's not dripping off the knife? Where are you holding it? Bullshit. No, bullshit. The amount of damage that we saw in that room without seeing all the damage to the bodies with our own eyes, but just reading and knowing, there's no way. There's no freaking way.
I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup. And I know.
Are you stupid? Do you not realize that evidence of a cleanup means that there's nothing to be seen? So for you to say, no one can show me anywhere in that house where there's evidence of a cleanup because it was cleaned up, you dumb shit. Because it's not there. The fact that there's things missing is the problem. The fact that there's no common sense things that should be very present in this kind of situation is the problem. I walked through the house after the floor was ripped up, after the walls were removed. It was messier then than it was at the time of the crime. So how would you even how could you even balance that? How could you? That's apples to oranges, literally. Apples to oranges.
Dr. Turvey said that in his opinion, the lack of things in the bathroom is because of cleanup. That's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must.
This is where he got on my nerves because he's going towards the bathroom. Now, they do eventually bring up what I just said about the blood on the floor of Xana's room, and there's no in between. There's no trail from or coming out or even after the fact or leading out the door. There's nothing there. There's literally nothing there. They do end up bringing that up. But he is going off of the towel situation and the bathroom stuff that's written in Turvey's report. And that's just one situation. That's just one thing. So he can read Turvey's report, but he's not looking at the rest of this information to know that he's talking out of his ass. Or is he just getting headline stuff? Because I don't know. I don't know if he's actually reading anything or if he's just getting told stuff in conversation. But he goes off about this bathroom thing for a while. But even I said, you can't even go off that bathroom because there's only one person on the bottom floor. So naturally, if it didn't have the same amount of people using it that were using or occupying the second and third floors, then it makes some sense for there to be less things in it. Then you consider the fact that it's not sterile. We've compared the way that Turvey has described the first floor bathroom to just as ridiculously, unnecessarily ignorant as the way the state talks about Kohberger's car. You cannot say Kohberger's car was immaculately clean and all the crud was out of all the creases and when the inventory reports show gum wrappers and Q-tips with earwax on them and trash and water bottles that are half empty and shit in the damn. No, and no some more. Same thing here. The bathroom didn't have too much in it, okay? But there was a towel hanging behind the door. There are some sort of bottles in the tub itself. It is a used bathroom. It's just not heavily used. Now, they also say something about how there's no toilet paper in the bathroom. You know how many times throughout the week I have to yell for one of the boys to throw me some toilet paper through the door because I don't have toilet paper? Do you know how many times Slade or Dawn have to yell for one or the other to bring them toilet paper because there's no more toilet paper? For some reason, we as humans, for the majority, don't just put back the toilet paper when it runs out until the next time you need it. And then you're like, oh shit, should have done that. That's pretty normal. We also know that Lakeland didn't go to that first floor bathroom, even though they went through the first floor and she went up to the second floor. So the only explanation for that makes any sense is that she maybe tried to go and use the first floor bathroom, but there was no toilet paper. So she didn't and had to go upstairs instead. It wasn't sterile. It definitely had been used. Now, was it cleaned before the cops got called? I don't know. But to sit there and say that it was so sterile and had literally nothing in it, that's not true. That's an over-exaggeration, just like they do with the car. And we have to acknowledge that if we're going to be honest. We have to acknowledge that if we're going to be honest.
Is because of cleanup. That's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up. Well, he didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before. And this is a very bloody scene. And let me make something really clear. I've investigated a lot of cases. I was a blood spatter expert for a number of years. When people clean up bloody scenes, it is obvious. There isn't a, hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't. Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup.
Oh my
God.
When
we start the
what are you expecting there to be? Some sort of pictures in Dylan's phone of the bloody floor before she put a mop to it? What do you mean no one can show me photos of proof of a cleanup? If it's cleaned up properly, there's not going to be any proof of it. Like, if it's cleaned up correctly, you're not going to be able to tell that it was cleaned up. That's kind of like the entire point. Does he even understand what he's saying? Are you expecting before and after pictures of this shit? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't. Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup? Where did we get cleanup?
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of the
why are your nostrils flaring so much? Like, the thought of us talking about a cleanup personally offends your ass. Watch his face.
So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup? where did we get cleanup?
Look how mad he looks. Can I make this bigger? Why, when the cleanup is mentioned, he takes it personally? Like, if you go back to a few minutes ago when they first started this conversation, Kristen kept talking, but underneath her voice, he's saying something about like, well, you're already talking about a cleanup. And then he starts that sentence again. Well, you're already starting this conversation talking about a cleanup. He instantly gets offended. Like, this is like, look at that face. Let me actually go back and let me show you, like, pay attention to his face when they start talking about it.
Crime scene. There is no cleanup.
I'm reading her transcript involved
right here.
in any no facts that support that they were involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back.
Watch his face.
And let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by these murders.
Look,
because I'm reading her transcript. She sounds.
Look, his lips are getting tight at the bottom, and his nostrils are starting to flare. Talking about the cleanup, this is noticeable. This is weird.
In any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by these murders. Because I'm reading her transcript. She sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years old. 16 years. I'm not saying.
You're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup. I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup.
It's like they don't think.
And I know Dr. Turvey said that in.
Yeah, you see how he's offended. He's offended.
So
by this
it could be, are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table? We don't know what type of liquids may be there before.
Yeah, and look how he holds it. Oh my God, it's like it's frozen. Watch how long he keeps his
evidence
face.
Of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup? Where did we get cleanup?
Look how he holds this. Look.
What do you make of the diluted blood?
That's weird, bro. How are you going to sit there and work for the defense and then literally go against every single thing that they have said? I think he's having a midlife crisis. I think that's what's happening.
I'm sorry?
What do you make of the diluted blood?
Diluted blood can happen for a number of reasons. So it could be, are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table? We don't know what type of liquids may be there before. Could somebody have attempted to rinse off a knife or try to do something with a knife? That's possible.
And if they actually thought that, don't you think they would have actually done something with the drains? We have emails telling us that they didn't do anything with the drains. Any of them. From the bathrooms, on all the floors, the kitchen, they didn't test any of the drains. Don't you think that if they thought that maybe the person would have gone in there and maybe ran the water to clean the knife off, and that's why it's diluted blood, don't you think they would have done that? There's no puddles of water on the floor where someone took a water bottle and poured it out to clean the blood off the knife and it left a pool. There's none of that. There's none of that. So yeah, the diluted blood is interesting, but they didn't go and actually test any of the drains in order to prove that someone went in and washed off the knife, and that's why there's now diluted blood. There has to be physical proof of that, and we don't have that. The receipts, sorry, that's what we appreciate out here.
Diluted blood is incredibly common on a crime scene. It doesn't indicate anything specifically without more context. So, to me, that diluted blood is not evidence of cleanup. And when I think cleanup, I think of evidence of somebody physically trying to clean something up.
Or took a shower. That's another reason why I don't understand why they didn't test him. One of the first questions I asked, probably like literally within a few days of looking at this case, was if they tested the drains, if they checked to see if there was any abnormal water usage. Was the washer and dryer going all freaking night? Like, is there a way for them to be able to tell all of those things? Did they check the drains, like actually go in with giant snakes and scrape out the drains and pull everything up and test through it? Did they actually go in and swab them? They didn't even do any of that. They didn't even bother to even check to see if they needed to. In their emails, they say they didn't do shit with the drains. That was insane to read. Insane.
And in this case, if that had happened as bloody as this scene was, there would be clear evidence of it. And I can tell you and all of your listeners right now, nobody is ever going to produce a crime scene photo that any credible, reputable expert in this type of evidence is going to say that is evidence of cleanup. And even Dr.
Why are you going based off of a photo? This isn't about, oh, there's a picture that proves it. The fact that that's what he keeps doubling down on is crazy.
If you listen carefully to what he said there was cleanup based on things not being present. Again, he doesn't have the knowledge to say that because he doesn't know those things were present before the crime.
I think it's pretty obvious to know there wouldn't have been blood on the floor before the crime, and there should be blood on the floor after the crime. I think that's pretty commonsensical thinking, don't you think, Cyree? So no, right there is also still stupid. And to say that Turvey doesn't have the expertise to know, Turvey might be a dumb shit, and he might be really pissing me off with his dumb shit too, but he at least is the crime scene reconstructor in this case, Mr. Cell Phone. You know? That kind of says he would have the knowledge. And no one is claiming that something was like picked up and polished off and put back down. Everyone is concerned about the lack of blood on the floor in between and going out. And the fact that there was no blood smelled outside of the house. That is something also very important here. There was no blood scent found outside of that home. So when Ethan's, well, I guess maybe the K9 probably would have smelt on the blood on the wall, but when it came to like a blood trail or anything like that, scent wise, apparently the dog didn't find anything. But when I tell you we can't prove that either, you know why? Because they're telling me there was no report. I asked very specifically for the report written by the K9 handler that's mentioned in one of the Moscow police reports, gave them times, gave them the date, gave them all the things, gave them the initials. They told me the K9 report does not exist. So that means there's also no body cam that was worn by the handler to exist either, because I asked for that as well. Photographs or anything like that. And I guess maybe because there wasn't any hits, there wasn't a report, but you'd still think there would be a report for the dog going out there. But Moscow told me no, even though the information came from their own report. Same old bullshit. Same old bullshit. But we know that in the report, the article that was written that came out, that they said that a K9 did come out there and didn't hit on anything. And that it wasn't like a person sniffing dog because there were so many random people that walked around all that area. It was a blood smell, like a cadaver or a blood dog, one of those two. And there was no hits. So not only are you going to try to tell me that in 3 minutes, Kohberger was able to come into the house and ninja upstairs, even though somebody was on the second floor doing who knows what, he was able to get past them to get up to the third floor to kill Kaylee and Maddie without making a damn noise that really anybody heard, because no one heard anything until somebody else apparently went to go upstairs after the other two were already dead. And then all of a sudden shit starts popping off. But in the middle of all that chaos and everything getting cut short, somehow he was careful enough to not leave a speck of blood literally anywhere else on the floor. It's literally nowhere that leaves a trail to anything about him chasing anybody down when he's chasing Xana from the kitchen to her room, as they want their narrative to believe. He doesn't have blood dripping off of him as he's forcing himself towards her even faster. There's no blood that's falling off of his body as he's walking back out of her room after we see the bloody mess on the floor that her fingerprints are literally writing the story in about what happened there. We don't see any blood on the slider that he apparently would have had to have opened for him to be able to go out. There's no blood trail, no blood drops, no feet prints, no nothing going outside, and there's no blood drops or anything for a dog to pick up afterwards. So you want to tell me that in 1.5 to 3 minutes, he was able to do all of these things, plus somehow contain the smell of blood outside of the house so that a dog couldn't pick up on it? In 1.5 to 3 minutes. 2 floors, 4 people, middle of the night, no connection, can't put him in that area. I hate this case. I hate this case. I hate this case. I hate this case.
He doesn't know what we know. And I can ask you guys, did somebody recently move out of that house?
No. See this too? See this too? You see that little... No, you dumb shit. Kaylee did not just move out of that house. As a matter of fact, even though Jack Decor is coming out here trying to say that she was living in Coeur d'Alene, everyone already knows she did not move out of that house. None of the other people that were interviewed have ever even said that Kaylee had moved out of that house. Not a single friend of Kaylee's said she moved out of that house. Her parents are the ones who came out here with that false narrative. And now they're all over their social media saying that whoever started the misinformation about Kaylee moving out of 1122 is a liar. So why, oh, why are you sitting here saying something about somebody just moving out of that house and cocking a grin like you're right when you're hella wrong, sir? You're wrong.
Before the crime. He doesn't know what we know. And I can ask you guys, did somebody recently move out of that house prior to the murders?
We know there was an empty room.
Possibly.
So
No, nobody moved out of that house, Iray. No. Yes. See, that's what had happened. Was it Ava? Ashlyn? I think it was Ashlyn. Ashlyn was on the 3rd floor where Kaylee's room was at the time she died. While Ashlyn was up on the 3rd floor in Kaylee's room now, Kaylee was in Xana's room, sharing it with another girl. Her name sounds like it starts with an H. I'm not exactly sure who she is. She was roommating in the same room, bunking in the same room, in what was now Xana's room during the summertime after she first moved in. Xana moved in like around August when Dylan and Bethany technically moved in. And when Ashlyn moved out, Kaylee took her stuff out of the room that Xana was in and moved upstairs to the 3rd floor. So she didn't move out. She moved up to the 3rd floor when Xana moved in, which is still really interesting considering who had the most injuries and was attacked the most in this situation. And Steve Goncalves' statement about how they didn't have to go upstairs. So I almost kind of wonder if maybe, because, we have our suspicions, if maybe certain directions were given for maybe where Kaylee was supposed to be, and they were given wrong on purpose. And maybe somebody attacked Xana thinking that she was actually Kaylee because they were giving wrong information. I've wondered about that for a while, especially after finding out about his little urgent care visit that morning. And how much they really did not give a shit about going to Moscow and all the lies, basically. But especially since the urgent care. I just really wonder if maybe that is that something that they know. That maybe whoever is responsible wasn't updated on exactly who was supposed to be where. Who knows? Who knows? They haven't tried to come out and prove anything at all. Thank you for the 1999 Frosty Phantom. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ugh. Just knowing that there's still this much more to go to we're at the halfway point and he is doing nothing but pissing me off is making this go slower than I would like. Okay.
Maybe somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like the day before, we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something.
So he's trying to say that the reason why people might be thinking that there's evidence of a cleanup is because somebody might have moved out and stuff looks different. That is so far from anything. And we pretty much do know what that house looked like the night before because there was a party and there was lots of pictures everywhere. Literally. Everywhere. The pong table was in the kitchen on Friday and not where it was at the time that the police showed up. And we know that because it's not in any of their photos. And we were told in interviews that it was in the kitchen for Friday night. Now, when it comes to Saturday night, the picture that Lakeland took of Dylan on the couch, you can see the table in the background. But on Friday night, the table was not there. The table was somewhere else. So you can't say that either, Cyray. That's not true. We do have something. And also still has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
Maybe somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like the day before, we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something isn't seen, like a bathroom.
Yeah, early on in the investigation reports, the ones we got.
See, like in the bathroom. That's not our main concern, but go off.
Fairly early on, it said by law enforcement that there was significant evidence of a cleanup.
I would again ask for putting in a report. There's significant evidence of cleanup doesn't tell me anything. You know, that's not how we do an investigation. We put a marker down, we take a picture, we show a swirl, we show a rag, we show a P-trap that we took from a sink that actually has evidence. There is nothing that I have seen in this case that shows any evidence of cleanup inside of that house. And
what about the footprints? What about the lack of footprints?
That part.
Well, let's talk about the lack of footprints. No matter how this crime went down, no matter who the suspect was, let's take Bryan Kohberger out of the equation for a minute. If the theory is there would be footprints in the house, then there would be footprints in the house whether Bryan Kohberger committed this murder or not. The lack of footprints is not.
No, you dumb shit. Are you serious? No. You could even literally, you could even sit here and pretend, okay, that Kohberger did it and left, and for funsies, Dylan went around and cleaned up the whole freaking house just to fuck up the whole investigation. How can you sit there and say that it's just normal for there to not be any feet prints, no shoe impressions, no transfers on the floor, no drips on the floor? That is not normal. And you cannot sit there and tell me that anybody did anything that happened in that house in the time frame that they've given us, but especially alone. There is no way. I have told you guys from the very beginning, I have felt in everything that we have read that these two rooms were attacked simultaneously. Simultaneously. I honestly think it would probably be at the minimum 4 people, because you would have to have 2 in each room in order to contain both people and to be attacking people. There is no way that this was not done simultaneously for there to not be any trail in between, especially with how hasty they're trying to make us think, or they want us to think, that the plan changed because holy shit, he came across Xana and it threw off his whole plan and everything just went haywire, and it still only was 1 minute and 45 seconds to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. How is that? No. I have wondered from the very beginning, and I have thought from the very beginning, and it has just been verified even more as information has come out. I feel like these were simultaneous at the same time on each floor in the room at the same time attacks. I've never changed my mind. I've never changed my mind. There's no way that one person was able to go around and do all of this in the time frame that they're claiming and it be as clean as it is. There's no way.
Surprising to me. In fact, working a lot of very bloody crime scenes, it's not surprising at all. If my feet are in contact with the floor while blood is in flight, it would be very conceivable that there's no blood on the bottom of my shoes. This is super common. In fact, one thing that you're trained in blood spatter expert is if I have 5 people and 4 of them have bloody feet and 1 of them doesn't, and they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, you know, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is
blood might not go on your feet if you're standing and not walking around, but are you trying to sit there and tell me that dude had Michael Jackson's little floor clips for his infamous lean while he was attacking the ever-loving shit out of both Xana and Ethan from the doorway to the bed and just stood there without making any steps to walk in blood? Is that what you're trying to insinuate? That he was anchored down to the floor in one singular location and never took a step, and that's why there's no blood on his feet? Do you know how ridiculous you sound? Dude is crazy. He is just coming up with shit to say.
And they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, you know, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is a bloody footprint. There's an issue with that footprint as far as, you know, whose it is and where it came from and when it was potentially deposited there. But more,
the only sort of bloody footprint situation that we've got going on is something I think, don't quote me because I don't think we went too far into this, because we saw it was basically like Xana's footprint on a table in her room or some shit like that. And so they ended up putting like a bag over her left foot, I guess, to compare the impression. But there is no bloody shoe print or bloody footprint like that. There's like a small impression, I think, on the table, the nightstand. I'm going to have to go back in and verify. Pretty positive it was on the nightstand. But it wasn't leading out of the rooms. It wasn't going towards the kitchen. It was something in a place where it makes sense. What we don't understand is why there isn't anything else in other places that would make even more sense to what we're being told happened here. I can't believe it. Just standing there. He's just standing there with his octopus arms, just slashing everybody up, just standing in one location and not moving. I can't believe this dude. Yeah, but it wasn't technically blood because they didn't technically test to see what it was because it wasn't analyzed. It was a shoe print. That's the shoe print that shouldn't be in the PCA because the lab put in the notes. They didn't analyze it. They had a bunch of pictures taken of it. The one right behind it that would have completed a final, like an actual step, they considered it police, law enforcement from walking around the crime scene. So they didn't even consider that. They didn't even consider it.
Importantly, let's say that I have a bloody shoe tread and I step on carpet and I step on wood or I step on any type of flooring and then I clean that up. There would be evidence of cleanup, right? I would be able to see a swirl mark, and maybe I don't see a footprint anymore, but I see.
You would not be able to see a swirl mark if the cleanup is done correctly. You would just see the floor. You would just see the carpet. You know how much blood I've had to clean up in my life? Okay? The bullshit that he is telling you is a lie. You can definitely clean up blood and it not leave some sort of swirly little smear. What are you talking about? This dude, oh man. He does sound dumb as shit. He literally does sound dumb as shit. This is so ridiculously disappointing right here. This is crazy.
The swirl mark of where that cleanup happened. And in this case, that simply does not exist.
So do you believe,
Here's an issue I've had with this, because I know that the two scenes, the two bedrooms where it appears the murders occurred, Xana's room and Maddie's room, there is a lot of blood reported, and I think we've seen photos on the floors in there, and there are swirls of blood. There's blood, for instance, on the bottom of Xana's feet, indicating that there was some sort of a struggle, that at least she was stepping in blood in her room. So there was a lot of blood in those rooms, but floor. Then none in between those rooms and from those rooms to any entrance. That troubles me a bit with regard to how, what happened after, or was there something? Because you would think with the amount of blood that was on the floor, and there are some clear marks indicating somebody moved, and we know Xana did. How is it that whoever did this, if it is Bryan or if it is somebody else, escaped any trace of blood between those rooms or between either of those rooms and the exits?
It's actually very common. And there's something that we have to discuss here for just a second. There's a lot of blood on the floor. If I step in that blood and then I walk through the house and I leave a bloody trail, you're going to see where I first stepped in the blood.
No shit, and then it's going to fade as you continue.
It's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious.
Oh my God.
In this case.
So again, he's suspecting that the person doing the cleanup is incapable of cleaning up when he says that. What he's insinuating is that the person's just going to go in and swipe it up with their hands and leave a whole bunch of swirls and not actually clean it up. Do you not understand what cleaning something up actually means, Cyree? If I put a bunch of mud right here on my desk and then I clean up all the mud on my desk, are you going to see a swirly trail of mud on my desk? No, because it's freaking clean. Oh my God. He must have never done chores as a child or some shit, because this is crazy.
Where I first stepped in the blood. That's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious. In this case, we don't see that. In order for somebody to have bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't.
That's the problem. And he thinks this is normal. That's what he's going to say. It's totally normal.
Bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't. The crime scene photos don't show that. There is no reason in this case to believe that the evidence, the bottom of the suspect's shoes, whoever the suspect might be, the bottom of those shoes would be covered in blood to leave it.
Because someone cleaned up the damn prints, Cyree. Because somebody cleaned them up. You're not going to tell me that the person stood in a singular position as they attacked Xana on the floor and on top of the bed to then kill Ethan, but they were just standing in a very singular place, not stepping in all of that blood that's on the floor in Xana's room. It is covered in blood. I really hope that people that are attorneys and that are court people are listening to what this numbnuts has had to say. Because he says shit that makes no common sense. His tells are screaming out the screen. And there is no way in hell that you could actually find what this guy says even a little bit credible. Like when it comes to a full-on report, if you have the programming analytics printed out from the program, that's not technically you. I want to see the raw data. I don't care about this opinionated, ill-informed, uneducated bullshit that he's come out here speaking on that is out of his lane. Out of his lane. He should have literally said to them, let's only talk about the cell phone analysis because that's the only thing that I was hired on for in this case. Everything else this dude has to say is completely irrelevant. And even more so because he is so uneducated on the facts. My God. Out of anyone, I really was hoping that this guy at least attempted to pay a little bit of attention. And it's just, this is wild. He's out here to save face because he wasn't expecting the plea. And I think he thought that he was going to make a name for himself after what happened. What was it, in Colorado, where they said that his methodology was bullshit? I think it was in Colorado. I think he was trying to make a name for himself with this case to try to like say, well, I'll show them. You know what I mean? And he probably very well could have. It seems like the information that's in the case is wrong, but I want to see the programming data now. I don't really give a shit about what he's saying. I want you to show me the report from the system that you use. Like, can you print that out? Can we see the maps? I want to look at the raw data. This guy's everywhere. This is crazy.
A trail. There's nothing to indicate that in either one of the bedrooms. Now, is there potentially some very small invisible blood that was transferred through the house on the path, whoever the suspect was? Sure. I can't speak to the ability and the amount of effort that was put into looking for that in a way that would produce all of it. But again, this is one of those rabbit holes we can get in and we can go way down.
So just coming out of Maddie's room, walking down that little piece of hallway to the steps, going down that first flight of steps, going around the side, coming down that next flight of steps, coming up to the living room door, doing all the crazy shit through the living room and down the hallway that they want us to think happened with Xana, coming back out of Xana's room, now covered in double the blood that he was covered in before, going right back down the exact same path. So now doubling the path again, down the hallway, through the living room and towards that little area in front of the steps. And even in that double walked path, there's not a single drop of blood. The one thing the one thing that looked like it might be a drop of blood in the kitchen underneath the drawer that Hunter Johnson is telling some tall tale about grabbing the knife from, okay, wasn't blood. The one thing that looked like blood on the floor wasn't blood. No. No.
Whether Bryan Kohberger committed this crime or not, those facts are the facts. You insert any other suspect in this place, that issue still remains, and that's what I'm saying. It's very common. It doesn't surprise me at all.
So if we take
looking
for
like
a
a
second
lion-ass lizard,
the footprint issue and put it to the side, if you look at the fact that, like, what do you make of the fact that there's no blood transfer from the two rooms? So the knife presumably and the murder weapon or weapons presumably is covered in blood. So why isn't that transferred?
Yeah, there's like
I
4
don't
different weapons
agree
too.
with you that there wasn't blood transfer, and I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the.
There wasn't any blood transfer. They've already came out and told us that they didn't find any of Maddie and Kaylee's blood in Xana's room, and they did not find any of Xana and Ethan's blood up in Maddie's room. What they did find is Xana and Ethan having their DNA under their own fingernails, which is completely normal for the kind of relationship that they were in. And other than that, no. That's why there's a huge question. Turvey even said that himself, that there wasn't any, which, being the crime scene reconstructor, he's privy to all of that information, unlike you, Mr. Cell Phone. So once again, he's speaking on things he technically doesn't have an answer for just so he can have an answer, just like with Bethany.
I don't agree with you that there wasn't blood transfer, and I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the document dumps. I just don't agree. There's blood transfer.
Can you?
No, you go ahead.
He's full of shit.
I was going to say, so I know it's pretty clear that you don't believe that there was a cleanup, but you can't exclude that there was either. So by the same sort of rationale, if you don't see any evidence of it because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of a cleanup, you can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup.
See, look.
If you're
She is 1.5% correct. He cannot sit here and exclude a cleanup simply because he doesn't see an inadequate one, because that's what he's claiming. He's claiming if somebody that was a dumb shit came in here and tried to clean up, then there would be swirls of blood here. There would be this proof here. You can't find me a single picture that shows me the before and after, the proof that they're no shit, you dumb shit. But you also cannot exclude the fact that there is a cleanup either, because if somebody came in there and did it right, it would be cleaned up and you wouldn't know that there had been anything cleaned up. That's the point of a cleanup. Why is he acting like he doesn't understand? This is getting really frustrating. It's more like he's playing stupid. I don't take stupid well. Ask my kids. Okay, that's the one thing that I will jump on their asses for. When I know that you know the answer to something, or I know that you have the ability to do something, or I know that you're coming at me and acting really childish and talking to me like you're a little baby instead of a whole grown ass person because you're being ridiculous, you're going to get told about it. Playing stupid is the dumbest thing that you can do, because you play long enough, people are just going to assume that's what you actually are, and they're going to treat you like you're stupid. So coming out here and playing stupid for shits and giggles eventually has long-term consequences. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's what he's doing. He's playing stupid right now. Did he take a page out of Dylan's book? I'm really wondering, because that's what he's doing. Unbelievable. Let's go back 10 seconds.
You're telling me that somebody
Into the cleanup, you can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup. If you're telling me that somebody took time to clean up the crime scene itself, somehow remove physical evidence that was critical in this case, like blood evidence, I haven't seen any evidence of a cleanup. If your definition of cleanup is somebody took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there, I can't speak to that, and nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know.
There's a huge difference, in my opinion, between blood evidence being cleaned up and things being moved out of the house. That's not technically the same thing that's being discussed here. And he knows that, and that's why he's trying to differentiate, so he could technically answer her question while still standing his ground that there's no proof of a cleanup. To me, these are two completely different things, in my opinion.
But he took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there. I can't speak to that, and nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know. But I haven't seen anything in this case that would indicate that there was an effort to clean up the crime scene itself.
Because if it was cleaned up correctly, you wouldn't see proof.
Now, with respect to the bathroom that was on the one that we're referring to, I think Dr. Turvey talks a lot about this in his report. Nothing in the bathroom, to my understanding, was ever tested. Is that your understanding?
I don't know that there's anything in the bathroom that could be tested. I mean, we have to collect something to test something.
Well, we would expect.
Well, first of all, there was a missing crock. There was one white crock that was found outside of the bathroom, and it was noted in a bunch of the reports that the other one wasn't found. But is that significant that that bathroom wasn't tested?
Yeah, this was confusing right here. I don't know why she brought up a shoe when talking about the first floor bathroom, because the crock was in the second floor bathroom. This wasn't a good rebuttal for that.
Not to me. It's not.
At all.
I mean, we have to overlook so much other really critical key evidence to say that a crock that may or may not have contained some type of biological evidence on it could change this entire case. It could complicate this case, and it could definitely open the door to some other questions. But, all of those factors do not change the evidence against Bryan Kohberger.
There isn't any.
It just muddies the water to, hey, is there other things? Here's the other thing. Can people have blood on items that aren't related to a particular crime scene inside of a house? And the answer is, of course we can. So, a crock that may or may not have had blood that somehow disappears, and I can't speak to all that, and I think I've been very clear on my
I don't recall there being anything in a report saying that there was blood on a crock. I remember there being a picture of a crock in the bathroom that people thought that there might have been blood on because Turvey said something. So I think that's maybe where this is coming from. But I remember pulling up the pictures and not being able to really tell. I don't think there's anything in a report about a crock either. What they should be asking him about is the blanket. And yeah, I get that it had Dylan's blood on it, but there was also like, questions there. Because that blanket was out in the living room. Why was there blood on it? How old was the blood? Like, that was a situation that actually happened. There's more information on that actually in one of the more recent reports that just got unsealed when we got Cyray's report. Because at first they told us that there wasn't any matches, or they couldn't figure out exactly whose DNA was on it. But now they have that it's Dylan's blood on her blanket, which, yeah, Dylan's blood on her own blanket. But when did the blood get on the blanket? That blanket was in the living room. She looks like she's showered throughout the night. Her hair looks like it had just been allowed to dry. There's way too many questions there. Way too many questions with that one.
Idea of whether this crime scene was sloppy or not sloppy, or as far as the investigation itself being sloppy, I can't speak to that. But a crock does not change this case. Cleanup of a downstairs bedroom or bathroom does not change this case.
We don't care about the bathroom. Stop going back to the bathroom.
There is still overwhelming evidence pointing to a suspect in this case, regardless of what we find with those things.
Now, with those words, overwhelming evidence, totality of circumstance, can you give us your top 5 pieces of evidence that you believe actually prove without a doubt that BK committed this crime? And do you think he did it alone?
I don't know what's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released.
That is such an excuse.
Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life.
Motive? What motive? What motive? So she asked him, give me your top 5 things. He is not going to give you specific information. So he just sat here out of his lizardy ass looking face and said, motive is his number 1 reason why he thinks Kohberger is guilty. But he's not telling you what the motive is. The state said there wasn't one. The state said they couldn't determine anything. So how is the first thing that you're going to let come out of your face for the reasons why you think Kohberger is guilty? How is that first thing going to be something that's never been proven? They have no clue. No clue. And he doesn't have any answers. As far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have any answers because he just straight up doesn't freaking know the answers. But the state can't even kind of fake it. The state doesn't even have enough evidence to try and fake a motive. And that's his number 1 answer? This dude is dumb, bro. Oh my God.
What's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released.
What's number 2 again?
Motive, opportunity.
Opportunity. Okay, sure. You want to say opportunity? What is the opportunity? Multiple vehicles in a parking area of a 3-story house that there's no proof that he's ever been in that neighborhood of. 3 of those vehicles look like they belong to dudes. And considering that they're in the college area, you would just automatically assume that that house is probably filled with a bunch of drunk frat dudes on a Saturday night. Let's face it, the Range Rover looks like a dude car. I don't think hot blonde chick when I see the Range Rover. I instantly think guy car. That's just me. That's my opinion. But then you have the Jeep, and then you have the SUV. My brain for those, maybe it's biased because we already know that the Chapins are the ones that own the other 2. But my brain just goes to, damn, there's a lot of dudes in that house. Seeing all those cars. And then apparently music was on while the initial attacks upstairs were apparently happening, according to their narrative, because the music was on and then it got turned off and the person goes to go upstairs to go to bed and then all chaos ensues. So you're telling me that this house in this area with all these vehicles and it's active. How is that opportunity? Explain that to me, please. Explain that to me, please. What's the next one?
The ability.
The ability. Let's talk about the ability. The ability. Kohberger might have been a runner, but people that have mobility and dexterity issues run because it's the only athletic thing they can do. If you go and you look at forums, you know, if you dig a little deeper and do your own research, sigh, and you go and you actually see the way these people discuss their lives. You hear the way that they have to do certain things that they're unable to do because their balance is off, their mobility doesn't work, they can't play basketball, they can't hit the target, they can't dribble a ball and go around a court, they can't play football, they're not agile enough, they have issues, mobility problems. What do the majority of people with mobility and dexterity issues do? They run. Even the guy that had the boxing gym came out and said that when Michael brought Kohberger in there, it was never about strength training or trying to fight or anything like that, that everything that he was taught was for mental health, that this was like a men's mental health program that was being ran there. It was simply for getting into the rhythm of the bag and trying to clear your mind. It was not for anything in order to strength train or gain muscle or anything like that. Never mind the fact he did at one point have visual snow. Did he have it at the time that all of this took place? I have no idea. I don't know when it went away. All I know is that he was on some forums for quite a few years, and there is a drastic difference in his behavior, I guess, his demeanor from the very first post where he is overtaken by it and doesn't know what to do, and he's a teenager and he doesn't have anyone to talk to, so he jumps on these forums and he starts just talking about how he feels and how it makes him feel empty and like a bag of meat and like all these things. And then a few years later at the end, when he's writing his last post, it's a completely like 180. He's embraced the situation, things are getting better, he's feeling better, and he doesn't feel like he needs to be on the forum anymore. And, you know, I've mentioned this to you guys before. When that information came out about him saying that when he hugged his family, he felt empty, blah, 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 blah. Like, people really talked like all the shit. All of the shit. But then I ran across a video on TikTok, and there's this gorgeous blonde girl, and she's sitting in her car, and the caption on the screen is how she's describing exactly everything that Kohberger described. How she feels empty when she hugs her parent. She doesn't have any emotions. She feels like she's just a body. She's just there. But because she's some pretty hot blonde, she's getting hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of views, and 1 million people in the comments supporting her, and even saying, damn, you really are describing the way I've been feeling most of my life. But when Kohberger says it, because he's, a little strange, has autism, whatever, it's bad. It has to be the reason why he's a serial killer. Because that's what they want you to believe. The hypocrisy is crazy. I think I still have that video on my phone. I'm going to look for it while this plays.
Pattern of life.
Oh.
Events of that evening.
Right there. Pattern of life. Again, the pattern of life has already come out. Okay? They said they found nothing to give them pause, nothing to say that this was something that maybe added to this, that led to this, nothing that was out of the ordinary, nothing that was alarming, nothing. So what do you mean pattern of life? Dude is just talking. What's this last one?
Video surveillance. Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life, events of that evening.
Okay, so events of that evening. What events of that evening? Because any events of that evening that could have been used against him are not being used against him. What events of that evening? Do tell.
Video surveillance.
Video surveillance of a car that they can't clarify is actually Kohberger's car, that you cannot see inside of the car to see who's actually driving. Video surveillance of what? Other random cars at other random places. And again, no actual vehicle coming out of Pullman going towards Moscow that can be traced. What video surveillance? Syray.
All provides a pretty clear picture that Bryan Kohberger
lying. Lying.
Events of that evening, video surveillance, all provides a pretty clear picture that Bryan Kohberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime.
Except you cannot give us a single example of any of the things that you just said because the court's already proven that you're full of shit. The state themselves can come out and say, that guy's lying. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And like I said before, I'm not going to talk about the admissibility of that evidence because I do believe that there's issues with the admissibility of all of that evidence. 10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Bryan Kohberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented to that jury. And that's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately in the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there.
Okay, so he just said one of the things that Christie is ridiculously holding on to. 10 out of 10 courts, blah, 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 blah. With what information? He doesn't obviously know that we have already gone through everything from 2025 pretty much has been unsealed. We have read it. We have read forensic reports. We have watched people go in and do interviews. We've listened to their interviews from all different agencies. We have gone through thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pages of documents, expert reports, all kinds of shit. What are you talking about, sir? What are you talking about, sir? The one thing that could have made Kohberger look like he had some sort of criminal history about him stealing the damn cell phone and going to sell it at a eco machine or some shit that was his sister's phone. They both decided not to even say that in court. What was possibly going to be presented to the court to make him look guilty? We've seen everything they were going to produce. We watched them fight over what was going to be admissible and not. We saw financial records get removed. We saw receipts get removed because they were either blank or for the wrong store that they were labeled for because everything is horribly disorganized. What is this dude talking about? The word candidate does bother me too. The word candidate bothers the shit out of me, especially since, once more, everything he's saying, we have nothing to back that up. Nothing.
10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Bryan Kohberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented to that jury. And that's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately in the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there. And I've been very outspoken about that to my own detriment. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. And this case has,
your entire career is your dog in this fight, Mr. Ray. Your name and everything that it's supposed to stand for, according to you, is on the line in this fight. Don't sit there like Chris Whitcomb and act like you don't have no skin in the game, because that's a damn bold-faced lie. Unbelievable.
Been more of a detriment to me than it's been helpful to me by a long shot. So
sure.
I'm not making this argument because I think, I want to show the world that I'm right. That's not what we're talking about. The evidence in this case is clear.
Produce it. You're doing a lot of this? I don't want to be using my ears. I want to be using my eyes. Produce it. I bet you won't.
I've been in a lot of jury trials. When I say 10 out of 10 juries convict Bryan Kohberger, if all of this evidence comes in, that's based on 30 years of experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you, if you are ever allowed to see all of the evidence in this case, would have a really hard time defending him. And you would agree, like, man, I've got an issue. Now, if you want to...
How can you sit there and say that when the state themselves stood up and said the exact opposite? When things have been unsealed, when we have started to read reports and evidence reports and see things that were actually being looked at by investigators, and nothing that you're saying is accurate. I can't believe he just came out here thinking he could just talk and not produce any proof of the things he's talking about. Oh, trust me, I've been doing this forever. You're basing your shit off of tips that were never sent in, sir. Unbelievable, bro. Oh my God.
Talk about legal issues and your ability as attorneys to potentially get some of this evidence out. That's a whole other conversation, and I think you have a great case. But if all that evidence comes in, you might be seeking a plea deal. I'll just put it that way. And we should talk about this. The defense team had lost almost every single motion they had filed. Almost every single one of them. This was going to be an overwhelming case for the defense to overcome in trial. Overwhelming. Now, we get into the legal issue. This is also a case that the prosecution would have a really hard time explaining some of the processes that they did. So both sides are having issues with how this case could play out.
So circling back a little bit to, you've mentioned that there's overwhelming evidence, and it sounds like some of that evidence, unfortunately, is not available to the public. And so at this point, we can't really evaluate it on the same level that you can evaluate it on because we're not privy to that. But
he wasn't either, though.
Talking about the evidence that is widely available right now, is there any evidence within the scope of your expertise in this role, like the mapping data, the AT&T records, et cetera, that you've seen and reviewed that would provide you with a different explanation of the story associated with Bryan and what happened that night?
Yeah, so a really good way to summarize at a very high level is Bryan's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to do it.
See, how can you say, let's go down the conspiracy road? Hey, shithead, if you can sit there and say that his movements were extremely suspicious and you're the one who mapped those movements, how about we don't go down the conspiracy trail and just tell us what the frick you actually have in your report? What a dumb shit. Oh my God. I want to slap him through this freaking screen. Unbelievable.
Bryan's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to do it.
What was so suspicious?
For me to frame Bryan Kohberger for this case, here's what I got to do. I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that date to be really clear for everybody who's listening to this.
The wrong date, by the way, because it was March 2022, as you're going to see, because he's going to start talking about the Amazon knife sheath purchase. So while he's saying, I want everyone to pay attention to this, listen to that date, he's got the date wrong. He's got the year wrong.
I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that date to be really clear for everybody who's listening to this. Mm-hmm. I'm going to start framing, of all people in the world, Bryan Kohberger for this murder in March of 2021, because I'm going to make.
See how pathetic he sounds? No one is saying that somebody went and found Kohberger a million years ago and blah, blah, blah. That is not how the hell this works. Okay. No one is saying that. So for him to want to pretend like that's what people really are thinking, is that this was like a 9-month in the making framing, that tells you right there that he takes nothing serious, that he doesn't give a single shit what's being said, that he doesn't care about the questions that are still out there, that he doesn't care about the evidence. If he wants to come out here and be that pathetically sarcastic, then that tells you right there he doesn't give a single shit. This dude's a loser, bro. Loser.
Sure that there's a paper trail of him obtaining the murder weapon, or what could potentially be the murder weapon. So 9 months almost before the murder, I'm going to start this planning. Take in mind, I don't even know he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow in March of 2021. Yet my mastermind of conspiracy, I'm going to plant a paper trail that puts him in connection with a potential murder weapon. Right? And then on top of that, I'm going to spend about 4 months in 2023, or I'm sorry, 2022. My 2021 date's off. Let's say around 9 months prior to this murder, I'm going to have to plant that. So it's 2022. But then in the fall of 2022, I'm going to physically take his phone a number of times, and I'm going to create a pattern of life that is consistent with activity that would have had to happen that night if Bryan Kohberger is the suspect in this crime.
Now, see, that's also bullshit, because if I were a judge and I was listening to this interview, I would be having an investigator do some sort of something here, because you just perjured yourself. In my opinion, you have sat there in your report and said over and over and over and over and over again that there is no proof that that Bryan Kohberger was in the vicinity of the crime scene. So if you're going to sit here and try to say that patterns of life that would have had to have occurred in order for him to be the suspect and be the guilty party, your patterns of life for him are not in that area. Your patterns of life for him are going around the northeast side of Moscow and not ever being in the area of the crime scene. Are you lying? Is your report a false record, Cyree? He is such a dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So I'm going to create this pattern of life that starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do. And I'm going to do that without his knowledge, because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, stupid. Right?
I honestly don't. I would not have sat here and allowed this piece of shit to sit there and make a complete mockery of everything that's happening here. I would have stopped him when he got the year wrong and corrected him on his bullshit before he got even halfway past that sentence. I'm sorry, but you're not going to come out here acting like a dumbass. And he continues, and they're just sitting here just watching him. I would not have been. This is why I don't do interviews, because I don't do good with stupid. I don't do good with liars. And I don't sit here and cater to this. I can't. Nope.
I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder, I need him to go out. I need him to drive around, because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home.
We know.
I need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now about leaving Pullman. I need a vehicle that's very, very similar.
You're not talking about leaving Pullman. So again, you want us to just, he just magically poofed into Pullman? Poof. Transport, Star Trek. It doesn't work like that.
To drive around the crime scene multiple times just prior to the murder. And more importantly, I need that same vehicle to flee the crime scene at a high rate of speed immediately afterwards, without his knowledge. I then need his phone, and I'm assuming his car, well, we know it's his car, to go south of Moscow and to reappear down south where he doesn't really hang out. He hasn't been down there before. And then I need him to drive this perfect little trail back to catch all of the cameras at Pullman, Washington State University, just in order. I need him to do a lot of other things that I don't know has been released to the public. The
things don't exist, Cyree. If the things existed, they would have been contained in the narrative from the state. Just because singular pieces of evidence have not been released, as you're trying to insinuate, does not mean that those pieces of evidence would not have been considered in the state's narrative, which they are not. So what he's trying to tell you is what? That there's all kinds of evidence against Bryan Kohberger that the state just refused to use? Is that what he's trying to make you believe? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? They have all this proof that he did all this shady ass shit. Actual proof that he did all this shady ass shit that night, but they're not going to provide any of that. They're going to provide you some security camera footage that they didn't even use to verify the car, that they actually cannot verify what that car is. They want you to believe it's this car from a few blocks down at a different time, at a different address. They want you to think it's the same car and that it's just fine that they actually can't identify that actual car. But never mind the one piece they can't actually verify that they want to throw in your face. They've got all this other secretive, crazy shit that he was doing, but they decided not to use it. I don't understand what the hell is happening here. Am I having a stroke? Am I having a 6-hour-long stroke? Because what is happening? I don't understand. Thank you so much for the $9.99 exotic. Oh my gosh, kitty cat's taking a bath. Yeah, this is the most wild shit. I cannot believe the crap that he is. I cannot believe the crap he is saying. Oh my God.
Level of manipulation it would take to paint Bryan Kohberger as a suspect in this case is overwhelming. It would require a small army to do it, and it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your fact pattern, and we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so we know this portion's at least public, that he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning,
in different spots.
that he's constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that would make him the person that committed this crime, because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior to the murder, because we can't actually put him in the house, right?
Yeah, so she's using his own words against him. Like, you're telling us that he does constantly cycle off his phone, so that's normal. You're telling us that he normally goes out and drives in the middle of the night in these places around the city and all these other things. You're telling us that he doesn't really have an exact pattern because he basically just goes out and does stuff when he's got the time because he's a full-time student and a TA. So he just goes when he can, and it's chaotic because it's not on a pattern. Like, he doesn't have to actually like get up and drive somewhere to go to work or something every day. He lives where he goes to school and where he goes to work. So everything is just right there. So it's not like he's traveling back and forth between Pullman and Moscow every single day in a routine for a clock-in schedule. So because it's chaotic and random, because he's just going off and doing whatever he wants to, that's what makes it to where he's a great candidate. That's what makes it where he's a great candidate, even though you have said 1,500 times that you have no proof at all that he was ever in that neighborhood. The closest that he's put him is the lower side of the University of Idaho campus, but still not in the neighborhood of the house. Driving around does that. Most of the report shows that the signal was only like seconds, like he was driving by, driving through, going to like a red light. And again, that doesn't even need to be in that neighborhood. That could be anywhere in Moscow. Does he like forget what his report says? This is also insane.
Well, you can put something in the house that's pretty critical that, I understand touch DNA. I understand, all of the arguments around. And as part of the defense team, when I say I understand it, trust me, I understand.
Obviously not.
But there is a piece we all have to accept. A knife sheath actually next to one of the murder victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit. This isn't trace DNA.
See, that's
it
where
is
he
a
lies.
significant amount of DNA.
No, it is not. What is it? 0.162 nanograms is, I think, the measurement from the breakdown that we did from Q1.1. 0.162 nanograms. It is barely at trace levels. It is actually so barely at trace levels. It is barely at the level needed in order to be able to amplify the sample to get it to testing levels. So no. Tell me that he is not on the same journey as Othram. Why are you out here lying? And then for him to also keep up on like the whole button thing, we still need clarification on that, because in the same email thread where Riley Nowlin is telling Talbot that it excluded the button, the very next email response is her describing the button then also being swabbed. while saying she's getting her information from the photos and the reports that were released. But when we go back and we look at the reports, there's not a single damn thing talked about that button in or out or around it. It's all about the leather strap. There's literally not a single piece of this case that doesn't have a problem. Find me one, please. I beg you. I would love to see one. There's not.
Is pretty significant. It's hard to talk, outside of that. And I know the question is going to be, well, how do you guys know it's his car? You can't show that it's his car. Well, what we can show is that Bryan Kohberger's phone movements, when it's on, especially coming back to Washington State University, are traveling right next side by side. The phone and the car are moving together.
That's not
so it would be a hard stretch to say.
That's not the 1112 car. So no one gives two shits about that, Cyray. And I think he knows that, honestly. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Stephanie. Congratulations to those who got those. I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's not his car.
But you do agree that at least when you're looking at the cell phone data, geolocation, all of that information, you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched.
Nope.
And we can only put a partial
You cannot say at some point he touched. It is not touch DNA. It is not transfer DNA. That's why they use the word trace DNA. Do you know how many DNA cells are on you right now, Cyray, as you were probably, let's just imagine it was a few hours ago and you just got home from the day and you've went to all these different offices and talked to all these different people and shook all these different people's hands and answered your phone a whole bunch of times and opened all these different doors, went somewhere for lunch, probably had a business meeting, maybe even stopped at the store on the way home. You just carried in some other man's DNA, then you're going to go touch your wife and you're going to leave another man's DNA on your wife. Does that mean that man touched your wife? No, it don't. No, it don't. But depending on just how much you actually carried with you, if you were to then murder your wife, you could probably frame it on the guy whose DNA you just brought into your house. If you want to really play this game. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. This is crazy.
Description that somewhat fits his build, if you will. And we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle. And we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That's all we can put physically at the crime scene. Now, does that mean that he committed this crime in of itself? No, it's a lot of evidence. It starts that story for sure. When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with the pattern,
again, a pattern of life that they have found nothing concerning about that they could use against him. Remember that. What the hell he's talking about?
Of life. How do you reconcile that with you've got in your report? I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the. It's my opinion the geolocation data have been provided as of the writing of this report.
Look at him.
It's not.
You see all the moving around? He just tried to say all this pattern of life bullshit. And now he's getting thrown back with his own statements regarding pattern of life and how he said in his own report that there were no patterns and no times where he was in that area or even around any of the decedents. And he is moving all around in his chair, uncomfortable because his own words are being used against him. Did he not reread his report before he came on this interview?
Story for sure.
Seriously.
When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with the pattern of life, how do you reconcile that with you've got in your report? I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the. it's my
shit. I
opinion
just
the
said there were patterns to worry
geolocation
about.
data provided as
I
of the
forgot.
writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohberger or any of the decedents. The lack of, and I get the pattern of life and what you're saying, but then the lack of any contact, apparent contact between him and any of the victims at any time leading up to this,
Or anyone
I think
associated with
that
them.
kind of contrasts a bit. Is there one reason why you might discount that as opposed to the pattern of life?
Well, okay, we got to break a couple things down.
No,
here.
we don't. You just need to answer the
Me
question.
being able to say that Bryan Kohberger's device is in the same proximity as one of the victim's device requires very granular, very specific details that this case simply doesn't have, right? So
False. They've already came out here and told us that there isn't any. They've gone through security cameras at all of the businesses. They've gone through all of their transactions. They've traced everywhere his phone ever was. They've tried to compare it to everything in way of everyone else. And conveniently, the one person that they maybe thought he might have been in the same location was at the same time was Bethany. And I believe it was the Target store in Moscow. They happened to have gone to the Target in Moscow on the same day, hours and hours apart. So once again, why is he acting like they haven't already told us this stuff? This is still, I say it every time I'm about to press play again. I know I sound ridiculous, but this shit's crazy. This shit's crazy. Oh my God.
I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement. Right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, nobody can tell you that Bryan Kohberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is consistent with what I would expect to see in the event that he did. Now, I think I make it very...
But in your entire report, you say, nah, he never was over there. You see what I mean?
clear in my report that you just read where I'm at with that. It requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270 that goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road.
We looked at that the other day.
There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. There's very...
And you know what else is over there? A shit ton of parks and hiking areas. Watch this. So we looked at this the other day, but we're going to pull it up again. So this is 95. Okay. So unless he's trying to say that Kohberger went all the way up to this Palouse area and then came all the way back down, no. He would have had to have been trying to act as if it was somewhere over here like this. So if you go north of 270 from Moscow, again, you're either going to have to come up here and go out of town this way and then head this way, come out behind the airport, and then go up, still stay north on Saddle Ridge, like go past Saddle Ridge boarding, and then come over here and either go up to hit 95, which would be stupid, or go south, and then you still end up coming through this way before you even get back into 95. But there's no other road. There's no other road that's north of here that would make any sense for what the hell he's saying. Is he trying to say that Kohberger went all the way up here and came back around? No, that's ridiculous. But all of this is also ridiculous because where's the proof of any of this? Where's your map, Cyree? If you had a mapped out proof that he went to this north of 270 road and took it all the directions that you just said, why have you not produced it? And if you've given it to the prosecution, like you've stated you've given all your stuff to the prosecution, why did they not correct it when they talked about the 7 minutes and fix the timing? Why has nothing happened that would have happened if you would have given them this information? This is the dumbest shit. I don't give a damn how many times I say it. This is the dumbest shit. So you come out 95 and he said eventually it'll drop you in Indian Hills. Well, Indian Hills is over here somewhere. Over here somewhere. Where's it at? Right here. Here's Indian Hills Drive. And here's 95. So I don't know what other road he's talking about. Once you actually like get over here, there's a bunch of different side roads. But for him to say north of 270 and then it drops you off on 95, if he took this road, he couldn't have gone this way and then down because you're still touching 270. So he's saying that he would have had to have gone up this way and went all the way up and then came back down right here. Why would you do that? Prove it. I want your map. I want your map. I don't see how you handed that to the prosecution and their story didn't change. So I just don't believe you.
To drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. They're very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again. There is some consistency to that we can't just ignore. He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at this.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to show y'all.
It's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records. It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is consistent, real quick, Si? What is consistent? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
I think I outlined some of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Bryan Kohberger driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior itself is very, very common.
Okay, but that's what pattern of life is. So you can't say his pattern of life is proof that he did some crazy shit when him going out and hiking and being out at night is common. That is crazy. You're basically saying that every night owl ever that goes out and drives around is a good candidate for any murder that literally happens as they're just out driving. That's no, I'm sorry. No.
Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning, knowing the facts of this case. I think it is safe to say weekly.
Okay, and then
so is that what he tried to, so is that what Christy got that from? That him going out and traveling around and being out at night was like once a week, and she took that as like being in the area of the house once a week?
Of routes that would be concerning, knowing, for one, just the behavior itself is very, very common. Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning, knowing the facts of this case. I think it is safe to say weekly.
Okay, and then you also state in your report that
that's not saying that he was in the area of the neighborhood once a week. So let me show y'all the map one more time, because we know that he goes hiking. It's not just something that was, something that people try to say was an excuse or whatever. We know from his phone information coming out and all the selfies the man has taken that he is constantly hiking. He is constantly somewhere hiking and doing something and taking pictures of himself in nature. Okay. So that's why I said I want to see his map, because if he has freaking maps that show Kohberger being in the northeast part of Moscow, you know what else is in the northeast part of Moscow? Look at all these different park places. Look at all these. Okay. So if you show me a map and it turns out that he's over here in Robinson Park, or if he's up here at West Twin Trailhead and he's nowhere near this area whatsoever, then what are you telling us all this for? You're still not telling us that you can for sure say that he was ever in the area of that house with the information that you have. Even with you claiming that you marked all these other spots, you're not telling us how many times that you've apparently seen him in that area. All the mapping that you did, and you cannot tell us that you mapped him. Go to that spot. I want your map. You have to show us. You have to produce proof.
There's not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to 100-meter accuracy.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Bryan Kohberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time. There is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning.
So are the Goncalves going to hear that? Because as Steve will tell it, he says that the jurors were going to want to go out to the area so they could see exactly where Kohberger was parking and exactly what window he was staring at. So are they going to pick up on that one too? Or are they just going to cherry pick what they want to hear and then misconstrue what they actually heard? Because Home Dude never said ever that he was in the area of that house once a week, Christy. You should maybe try listening yourself instead of getting all you little weirdos out here to go and give you third-party information because they told you wrong, babe. Maybe listen yourself next time.
What is the actual date? Sir, go ahead, Ron.
So you've got evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route. So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering his disabilities too.
Could it just, I mean, does that speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or behavior?
He already said it didn't have any behavior.
I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternative theories we can talk about. Of course we can say, isn't it possible? Well, yeah, of course it's possible. But for me, it is hard for me to look at the totality. And that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories, we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence we're seeing in this case. Mm. We know what it looks like when Bryan Kohberger's phone travels on Highway 270 east or west. So saying that it didn't happen that night is very easy to do. We know what it looks like when it travels just north of Highway 270. We know a route from his house that he would start to take in doing so. There's some consistency there before his phone is powered off. Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder. Like, we know that because of the...
He just said it's that they know he's not in Moscow. Was that a slip? Was that a slip?
His phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder.
He even paused and still said Moscow.
Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder. Like, we know that because of the records on the phone itself. We know that from the point he turns the phone off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to...
It is very reasonable to believe that he would have had to have driven through Moscow. So what you're telling me is that you don't have a map that has pinpoints that proves that he's guilty. You just have other information, and now you're trying to save your career. Got it.
Off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to point B. So, if we isolate this one thing and say, hey,
I want to scream so loud right now.
Isn't it possible? You guys are 100% right. And we could do that all day long. But when we stack up everything together, the totality of it changes this conversation. And that's all I'm trying to say to you guys. That's all I'm trying to say to your listeners is it's very easy for us to get in my head, Bryan Kohberger isn't guilty, and I'm going to latch onto anything I can find that confirms that bias that I have. Opposed to, hey, the fact of the matter is.
Opposed to you stepping into this case already assuming that he was guilty, and no matter what the hell you were shown to prove that he wasn't, you won't change your mind. And now you're out here just lying. I fixed it for you. This dude sucks. Oh my God, this dude sucks.
There is a significant amount of evidence that indicates Bryan Kohberger committed this murder. The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents down to the local agent is very troubling. There is a lot of procedural issues that I feel this case could still come back. I don't know that we're done with this case. I think there will be a second bite at the apple. And, you know, you want to talk about a
This is the most important part of this entire interview.
The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents down to the local agent is very troubling. There is a lot of procedural issues that I feel this case could still come back. I don't know that we're done with this case. I think there will be a second bite at the apple. And, you know, you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice.
So we only have, what, a month and a half? There's like a certain deadline coming up. I think it's September 2nd or something like that. So we'll see. That's what I'm hoping. We've been waiting. I don't understand how we have all this evidence come out that doesn't point where they want it to point, and all of this other shady shit that's going on, and all of the things that have been uncovered from us getting FOIAs. Okay? There's been a lot of shit uncovered in this case that is shady and not right on all different sides in all different departments, from us going out here and working our asses off and arguing with these people to get the information. On top of everything that's been unsealed and has been coming out from police releases. I was really just hoping that the only reason why any of this happened is to get the discovery released. Because that's like the only way they could really fight it, is if they finally were able to get a hold of everything. And this is like the only way they would actually be able to. So I'm hoping that's accurate. I'm hoping that's accurate. Who knows anymore with this dumb shit? I can't trust anything he says.
Justice. Let's just say for a second, I know there's people listening that can never wrap their head around this, but let's say for a second Bryan Kohberger truly is the actual suspect. Mm-hmm. The idea that he could walk because of the sloppiness and these critical errors that were made by law enforcement should infuriate everybody.
I was the first one to say that, Home Skillet. I was one of the first people to say that shit. Because when all of this first happened, go back. I didn't erase a damn thing. Go back to the beginning of my channel. I'm asking all these questions. Did he play some weird-ass long game? How did he know where Kaylee was going to be? Like, we were digging. Fully holding pitchforks, trying to figure shit out. Until it became really, really obvious that they did not have a story to tell here. There is no way that you can tell me that he came into this case unbiased when nothing about what he has learned has changed technically anything. What we have done is we came in and we listened to what was said. We took what the police said. We were thankful there was an arrest finally. And then we started digging into what the hell happened. How did he know them? How did he even know they existed? How long had he been over there? Who the frick is this dude? He was so far off the radar. It didn't make any damn sense. It threw everyone for a loop. And to this day, the progress from that is y'all did not do your job. There is nothing to connect this guy to this case. There is nothing to prove your theory. That DNA doesn't mean a damn thing. We have people, very specifically, I always use Lucas Anderson because he literally admitted that he killed a man after he was told that his DNA was found under the man's fingernails. And the situation that took place is that he was actually inpatient in a hospital at the time this man was being murdered. And the only reason why his DNA was under this man's fingernails is because a few hours before the murder took place, he had overdosed and been drinking too much and passed out on the floor of a gas station. He was a homeless man and was picked up by an ambulance. And that exact same ambulance and those two exact same EMS workers also responded to the murder scene. And the same gurney rails in which Lucas Anderson had been all over, then the guy's body got put on as he was being taken. So that's where the transfer came from. He was inpatient at a hospital on camera during the murders. They didn't know that at first. He had a female defense attorney and a private investigator, just like Bryan Kohberger, and they were able to go in and find the truth and arrest the people who actually did it. It turned out the dude had been cheating. Well, not really cheating, because him and his wife had been married for decades, and they were basically still together but living their own shit, basically, you know. And he had this chick that he was doing shit with, and she had another dude that was actually her age because she was way younger and he was an older man. And it was a whole, plot for these people to come in, and they did all kind of crazy shit, left mustachio duct tape everywhere. It was a whole situation. Lucas Anderson said, I drink all the time. I constantly do drugs. I black out all the time. I could have killed that man. My DNA is underneath his nails. I can't find where else I was. It took 6 months. They finally found out where he was. And he didn't even remember being in the hospital. He didn't remember the whole situation. They had to track down the information, found the camera footage, found the medical records, and proved that he was innocent. He was on camera, but his DNA was underneath the man's fingernails that he had never even met because they shared an ambulance together. Cyray probably doesn't even know about that story. Yeah. Framed by your own cells or your own DNA, something like that. We did a live going over the original article that was written. I haven't heard anything about that case since then. I don't know if he ever got off his feet or anything like that. I know that by the time the article was written, it had been a few years since the incident took place, and he was still homeless. So I don't know. I don't even know if he's still alive or anything like that. But it is a very interesting story, to say the least, and not the only one. Far from it.
Miscarriage of justice isn't just always convicting the wrong person. It's the idea that the right person walks. And if that doesn't bother you, that's a whole other issue.
That's something that's brought up a lot when you talk about when law enforcement conducts an investigation that violates, some of the constitutional limitations and so forth. Those instances probably far more often result in guilty people being free, avoiding the consequences because of the mistakes made by law enforcement that may violate the rights of people. And that's something I've had to have discussions with people over the years, because it does seem unjust. But in the long run, those constitutional protections really do protect everyone who's innocent as well. And so, yeah, that kind of, and so I get it from that. And it's a tough thing to deal with. I know, especially for people.
I get it, because let's not forget, I'm the cop who's saying, hey, cops, you can't do this, right? I get it. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So from your perspective, you probably would, in private, with these cops who have not gone by the book and don't want to seem to skirt around the Constitution. I would expect you're pretty harsh on them in private, because it might let somebody go free who committed a crime.
I'm pretty harsh on them in public. So yeah, in private I am too. And I want to make something clear. Yeah, I did release a book. I published a book, but I'll make it really clear. This book is not a tell-all to Bryan Kohberger. This book is not something most of your listeners would probably enjoy.
Kohberger's name is in all but 3 chapters, and just because his name is not part of a piece of that chapter doesn't mean he's not mentioned in that chapter. But when I tell you I opened the book the other day and we're skimming, I did not happen to open a page where I didn't see Kohberger's name. So he can say that all he wants to. There's definitely information about that case in there, and he knows he's only even selling any of it because he has put a 40-page preview out there that does nothing but detail how many times he actually references Kohberger in that book. If he really was just trying to get rid of sell a methodology and try to just get his information out there, he didn't have to use the Kohberger case. He didn't have to reference it at all. People would have known, but he didn't have to use the name. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Enjoy reading. The book is a methodology. It's an investigative methodology written for law enforcement, prosecutors, defense attorneys on how big cases, we're talking about 68 terabytes in this case,
We have it.
how
We're gonna do
digital
it chapter
evidence
by
needs
chapter.
to be properly managed, how it needs to be legally obtained, how it needs to be properly analyzed, and how it needs to be collected in a manner that will uphold to the criminal justice system. That's what this book is about. It's not about Bryan Kohberger. I just use Bryan Kohberger in the book
To
as
sell
an
it.
example of what happens when that isn't done, because it's not just a good example, it's the example of what a really screwed up investigation looks like when we don't account for the proper identification and analysis of a lot of critical evidence. And this case is a perfect thing. So I get where your listeners are coming from. I think I've made it very public and private of how I feel about the investigation itself here.
Yeah.
Hardly.
I want
Backtracking.
something. I'm sorry. Did either of you have?
No,
Go ahead, Ron.
I want to go back because we moved past something. I want to go to something that does go more to your expertise of the cell phone data.
Yeah, let's
and
get
as
back
we
to
were
that.
talking about Dylan earlier, because the story that we're given about Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator sometime between.
I'm going to backtrack 20 seconds because I want to watch Cyray's face. Since we noticed his reactions to the cleanup thing, I just want to pay more attention when he gets asked certain questions, because he has very visceral reactions to being asked certain things. It's quite annoying considering this is just a job for him. And to be so offended by the cleanup and all these other things is weird, really weird. So I just want to see his face right here.
To something that does go more to your expertise of the cell phone data. And as we were talking about Dylan earlier, because the story that we're given about Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator
he's making a mad looking face.
Dylan earlier, because the story that we're given about Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator at sometime between 4:30, they went.
I'm gonna make that bigger again. He looks fucking mad. Oh my god! Like that was a lot. I'm gonna do that again. This is the biggest I can make it, I think. That face was wild. Watch when he looks
we're given
down.
About Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator
That's a mad
at
face. That's crazy.
sometime between 4:30, they went to sleep and were essentially in the room of sleep until shortly before the 911 call was made. It seems that I know in Chris Whitcomb's book there was I saw a timeline that included it was portions of the prosecution's timeline.
And I will pause right here to say that's the timeline that I'm trying to get from the cops, because he said in the book that MPD and ISP worked together to put that timeline together. And I sent in the FOIA and was told that they don't have anything regarding a timeline in their system. And again, Chief Dollinger has not responded to me about that entire situation or the cams or the footage.
That included some information indicating that Dylan's phone, at least, I don't know if it's a phone or Apple Watch or something, but some device of Dylan's moved multiple times in the house during those 8 hours or so, and that she also was actually on her phone doing a number of things. Did you see that evidence?
I don't recall. I think they do mention the 2 flights of stairs, but it might be later on. Because I remember thinking when he asked this question, like, mention the 2 flights.
So lots of things to break down there. Number one, I'm not aware of both of those girls seeing a suspect that night. I believe only one of them physically saw somebody. Both of them also did report hearing something, right? So the reporting is consistent from both of them on hearing something that's happening.
Hearing something Yes. Neither one hearing the same thing, also yes. Bethany not hearing Dylan apparently calling out the names that she's telling the officers that she was calling out, also yes. All very important things.
Which obviously at this point we know is a murder.
Right.
There is no doubt in this case that there was movement of one of these girls, and not only is there no doubt of the movement, there's no doubt of communications that occurred before that movement happened. And I've got no reason to question why it was done, where she went, and why she went there. It's very clear.
Where she went? You're talking about Bethany's room, right? Right?
Before that movement happened. And I've got no reason to question why it was done, where she went, and why she went there. It's very clear.
Actually.
And when we start talking about ways that you can corroborate people's statements or you can actually lend a little bit more credibility, again, we're going to have to get into this conspiracy on top of everything else that is made up to frame. And why are we framing Bryan Kohberger of all people? But let's just assume we're still framing this conspiracy where we're going to stick this on Bryan Kohberger.
So ignorant.
The text messages that are sent between the two surviving victims in that house and the timing of those text messages, the content of those text messages, you have to put both of them clearly framed as part of this conspiracy. So now on top of all these other things you've been able to pull off to frame Bryan Kohberger, you now have...
I just want to remind you again what we're being shown in the phone data, because I don't just talk shit to talk shit. Okay? I mean what I say when I say it, and I usually can back it up because I don't just come out here running my mouth. When I tell you Bethany is who kicked off the events of that night, that is not a joke. There was no calling Xana and Kaylee and Maddie and trying to figure out what was going on, freaking out from hearing things, calling everybody, oh my God, no. Not until after Bethany called her. Before Bethany calls her, she's not calling Xana. She's not calling Kaylee. She's not calling Maddie. She's not trying to see what the hell is going on. Bethany calls at 4:19, and all of a sudden, Dylan starts frantically calling everyone. What would have been the story if Dylan would have never received this phone call? Because I can bet you all of this contact, all of these fake calls would not have happened. Would not have happened. So maybe when Cyray wants to talk about behavioral things and patterns, I mean, maybe looking at some of the call details, Mr. Cell Phone, that might be a good start for you. You know? Where's all of the worry and the calling Xana and the calling Kaylee and the calling Maddie and all the things from before Bethany made that call? Dylan did not call Bethany and be like, holy shit, I just saw somebody walking through the freaking house. What's going on? I heard crying. Holy shit, what's happening? No. Bethany calls Dylan and says that she hears some sort of firecracker sound and some sort of light underneath her door. And then, and only then, does Dylan tell her about the guy walking through the house that only Dylan saw. And again, Bethany never tells the tale about hearing Dylan calling out anyone's names or anything else. So maybe Cyray should know a few things before he sits here making himself look like a complete fool. Because that's all that he is doing, is making himself look like a fool.
Get them 100% involved in the giant conspiracy and then completely change their pattern of life when the crime happens. Some of the text message, and I'm not going to go into details because I don't know what's been released, I don't know what isn't, and I refuse to stay caught up on this case of what the data dumps are happening when. My personal experience are the content of those text messages are two girls who are...
Heard that. I refuse to keep up with blah, 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 blah. Then you have no clue. Right? Like if you're refusing to even pay attention to what's happening, then how am I supposed to trust you? You're not privy to everything, regardless of what you try to pretend. You were given information based on your data set. You signed a contract in order to get only and I promise you this, the contracts that were signed most likely had a list of the items that they were allowed to access. And if they were having to be given anything else, there's probably an amendment attached to it. So again, Cyree, please help me understand how autopsy photos, autopsy reports, all of those things would have been given to you for you to do some cell phone shit. Why would you have needed to walk through the house for some cell phone shit? Why? Did you actually? I can't verify that you actually did that. I don't see why you would need to do that, especially when it's a month before the house is demolished. Maybe you were accompanying them because Anne was doing one more walkthrough, but who are you? You didn't come on as a DNA guy or a spatter guy. That's what Turvey and other people were for. Why were you walking through the house? For somebody so arrogant, you're like really wrong about a lot of stuff. It's really wild.
I don't know what isn't, and I refuse to stay caught up on this case of what the data dumps are happening when. My personal experience are the content of those text messages are two girls who are absolutely terrified for their life at that moment.
And still didn't call the cops or anybody else. Well, apparently Dylan is saying that she contacted Quinn, and she's got this entire narrative. Now, all of a sudden, now they tell us that he was telling her, oh, y'all have a party house. It's probably just somebody walking through. But when you look at the contact information, it never shows that he sends a message to her at that time. And if there was a phone call, it's like 19 seconds, 20-something seconds. That's not enough to have a conversation about everything that you've just heard and saw, and that you're out of breath running down to Bethany's room and all this crazy shit, or to even get a response from that dude. So while we see that there's outgoing stuff happening on Dylan's side, they're not technically showing us who it is. We're all assuming that it's Quinn because of the more recently unsealed interviews. But there's no incoming messages back, and it doesn't look like a phone call was answered. And she's trying to say like there was something said. Where? Again, I feel like with the evidence we have, if Bethany would have not called Dylan, this would have been a completely alternate story. A completely different story. I also feel like Dylan, again, went down to Bethany's room in order to stop her from leaving her room. Because if Bethany came out of her room and went upstairs, she was going to see everything. Dylan went down there to be what, a distraction? That never slept. She was up doing shit all night. For what? To make sure Bethany never left? There is nobody that can look me in my face and make me feel bad for questioning that freaking weirdo, okay? There is way too much shady-ass behavior, and I have seen too many younger teenage girls do some really effed up shit. So no, I'm going to stay thinking what I'm thinking, while also continuing to think that Cyree is full of shit.
Do they make terrible decisions afterwards? 100%. Should we question those decisions? We should, because they are terrible decisions. But do I have any reason to believe that they faked it and that they intentionally sent text messages back and forth with certain content just to make it look like, that part of this conspiracy? I think that's a stretch for any logical.
So never mind the fact that it's been done in several cases, right? I covered a case on my small channel. It didn't get a lot of views. I'll try to repost it eventually. But there's a girl whose boyfriend tried to frame her with AI text messages, and it almost worked until the court finally realized that they were all fake. Whole conversations. I'm not saying that's what happened here. But to also sit there and pretend that conversations can't be faked is also crazy. I mean, look in the Gabby Petito case. Bryan pretended to be Gabby for several messages. Nobody knew the difference. Conversations can be faked. People can be sitting in the same room together and sending things back and forth to each other. The fact that he's acting like it's just so impossible, while also telling us that if you can't open your mind to Kohberger being guilty, there's basically no point in having a conversation with him. He is worse. I am more than willing to admit that we were wrong. I was wrong. Everything was just so everywhere. Once they can actually prove something, sure. Never said that I was never going to accept that. You've got to prove it. You've got to prove it. You're not proving it. But while we sit here saying that, we are literally going through and looking at all of the things that's out there. While you're sitting here and admitting you don't know what's out there, you don't know what else has been released, you refuse to even bother. Which means you're literally out there giving a very detrimentally strong opinion as the defense expert, while also acknowledging that you are ill-informed and are missing information. While again, you are putting the weight of your messed up narrative on a tip that was never turned in and never had any significance. Yeah. Interesting.
Person to make. But yes, there is. Yeah.
But I think it's more than text messages between, because I know there were text messages. There was actually phone activity that I saw on that, where Dylan was, and I think it was Dylan, was on various websites, including things like Indeed.com and job search stuff during in the hours between 4 and.
I would caution anybody to judge.
Okay, let's go back and listen to this part.
On that, where Dylan was, and I think it was Dylan, was on various websites, including things like Indeed.com and job search stuff during in the hours between 4 and.
I would caution anybody to judge any phone activity from the time the murders happened until the time 911 call is made, until you're physically seeing that evidence. I think you'll be surprised.
Yeah, we have, because we've got the phone contact, like the phone data information, and we physically see the timestamps of her being on those websites. See, that's why you should probably keep up and make sure that you know what's out there, so you don't say stupid shit like that. We've seen it.
Any phone activity from the time the murders happened until the time 911 call is made, until you're physically seeing that evidence. I think you'll be surprised that what you're describing is probably not the case. And
God, this guy ended up being the biggest disappointment.
Let me remind you all of something really quick. The Karen Reed case, there was kind of a mockery that happened in that case, because everybody was convinced that a person involved in that case searched how long does it take to die in the snow at 2:30 something in the morning. And when the facts of the evidence actually came out in court, it was very clear that that search happened at 6:30 in the morning. So I would caution people who are not trained in, just.
He's so stupid. So you're trying to tell me that all this is wrong, Cyree? Mr. Cell Phone, you're trying to tell me that all of this Instagram activity, these photos that were taken and videos and all of this stuff going back and forth on social media and going on Indeed and sending all of these messages, all of this isn't real? All of this isn't real? Because you just said that we shouldn't judge any of it until we've actually seen it. What the fuck is this? We've seen it. We've seen it in triplicate. They've filed this paper like several different times. We've seen it. I hate this dude. Like, damn, what a clown, bro. What an absolute freaking clown.
Came out in court, it was very clear that that search happened at 6:30 in the morning.
He's the one incapable.
So I would caution people who are not trained, and you know, just because I have a YouTube, and I'm not, I promise you guys, I'm not talking about the three of you right now, but just because I have a true crime podcast, that doesn't make me an expert in forensic digital evidence. So.
No, but being an American that lives in the United States that speaks freaking English and can read English, reading a forensic document that came from the court that gives me the folder location, the name of the website, the timestamp, and everything else, I think I can understand it just fine. Thank you very much. You see how condescendingly disgusting he is? What a loser.
So when I start hearing things like that and we start seeing things being circulated around, I would caution everybody from making any statements about what those two girls were doing on their phones until they see the physical evidence. And more important,
I need to be trained to read and understand times. Okay, let me put this back on the screen. Are you so illiterate that you can't see that this says myjobs.indeed.com, meaning that she was logged into a profile and actually doing stuff at 10:03? Are you so illiterate that you can't read that she was sending messages at certain timestamps? No, I'd hope not. This is not something that you need a freaking forensic degree in forensic data for mobile phones to be able to comprehend. Okay? This is clear English. This is dates. This is timestamps. This is time zones. This tells you exactly what she was doing and exactly where it's being held. Come on. We're not going to play stupid here. Let's not play stupid and ignorant here and act like you need some sort of specialized degree to read timestamps that you learned how to read before you even hit kindergarten. Be so for real. Be so for real. Dumb shit. No.
they understand what that evidence means. Because we saw it on a national stage with Karen Reed, some very smart people made a critical mistake that made that search history 4 hours different than it was reported.
Mm-hmm. What physical evidence have you seen?
Have y'all seen Matt Damon is making a Karen Reed movie? I just saw that start circulating yesterday. I haven't watched anything with Matt Damon in it, and I can't even tell you when. He's just never been someone I cared to watch. It was never something like a go-to person. Very like in the background actor in my life. Ben Affleck too, you know, they're best friends. But apparently Matt Damon is making a Karen Reed movie. Be interesting.
Very smart people made a critical mistake that made that search history 4 hours different than it was reported.
Oh, that didn't
what
happen
physical
here.
evidence have you seen that would help us wrap our head around what you're saying right now? Because the evidence that we're seeing is different.
Yeah.
The physical evidence that I feel very comfortable with is the text message content, who they're calling at a critical time, who's answering and who's not answering. And then
Are you referring up to the murders or following the murders or right around the time?
Right around the time of the murders. I'm going to say right after the murders because it's very consistent. If you read the text messages, it's very clear. And, you know, and I will push back. I heard it on a previous guest that you guys had that, you know, well, we don't really know when these crimes happened. And that is absolute nonsense. That is a statement from somebody or somebody who's trying to either weave a story or just doesn't understand the evidence. This is
okay. For one, the police themselves even had the timeline a complete hour different than what it ended up being. See, they came out to the public and amongst themselves, which you'd think that he would know this because we've been privy to the emails. I'm guessing he has too, where they were told to go around and get information from security cameras from between 3 and 4. Not after 4 p.m. They wanted to speak to people that had information from a 3 to 4 a.m. timeline. It wasn't until after Kohberger's arrest was brought to everyone's attention that suddenly the PCA came out and everyone was like, holy shit, it shifted an entire hour. Now, again, I know he's going to sit there and say, oh, these text messages and these phone. I don't give two shits because once again, if Bethany would have never called Dylan, then all of those calls to Xana and Kaylee and Maddie to be like, oh my God, what's happening? Wouldn't have happened. Prove me wrong, Cyree. I really want you to try. You cannot sit here and placate to everything that Dylan has ever said and think that this is normal behavior, that she's going to sit there and say that she was seeing all this shit, that she was hearing all this stuff, that she was calling out people's names, but Bethany never heard a single name be yelled, and Dylan never bothered to contact Bethany. That's crazy. So while, sure, we can say that the crimes took place sometime after 4 p.m., I mean, I really can't argue that either. I can't. I don't have any physical proof that it happened beforehand. I know that the phone stuff is real crazy. The activity with pretty much everyone's phones ixnays at 3 a.m. That's when Maddie called Bethany last. That's when the activity on Jack's phone, getting back and forth calls from Maddie and Kaylee, stopped. That's also right around the time that we hear in the 11-12 cams, the girls go, Murphy! Like he just showed back up from being missing. Like they were outside and saw him. After that, everything goes quiet. Until 3:51 in the morning when a contact is added to Dylan's phone. There's a DoorDash driver walking down that Dylan just so happens to describe perfectly in her very accurate dreams, according to Cyree, and Emily is sending Xana a $14 Venmo payment. All at 3:51. But Dylan is supposed to be so freaking out of it by like 4:10, 4:15-ish that she's startled awake by all these noises and all this other bullshit. Miss me with it, bro. No. No one knows some more. We're almost to the halfway point, guys.
This is a case where at 4 a.m., there's actually a lot of activity going on in that house. And we can look at history.
He hasn't said it in this section yet, but that just means he's going to definitely say it in the next one because, yes, he did, and that was ridiculous.
And this is where pattern of life is so important. And I hope people are understanding when I start talking about pattern of life, why it's so important. We can see what normal behavioral patterns look like for everybody involved in this case. And then we can see some things happening that you can't ignore. You can't ignore the white car driving by the house 3 times and then speeding away. We can say that we don't know for sure it's a white car. And that's another thing that he hasn't said yet that he's going to say the next time that when we go over this tomorrow night is he's going to sit here and act like the undercover car situation is a conspiracy and that we're all crazy. So the dumb shit just doesn't care that there's a report. The dumb shit doesn't care about the Banfield situation where we can see the silver car that literally matches the vehicle that's on 11-12. And if you were to put them both on a black and white camera, they'd look the same. It is my opinion that the vehicle that we are seeing on 11-12 is the undercover cop car. If it's not, I'll be really freaking shocked. I am under the impression that that is the undercover cop car. It is the exact same style vehicle. It has the exact same cut in the back window. Everything about that damn car matches the 11-12 car, except on the Banfield cameras, we can see that it's silver and obviously 11-12 is black and white.
Do they sound the same? I don't know. I haven't been able to actually tell. I don't know what the other one ever sounded like on the camera. But you also be so serious. You don't know if that car is silver. You don't know if it's white. You don't know if it's beige. You don't know if it's green. Let's be for real. Lack of intelligence is insane.
Ignore hearing a dog bark. We can't ignore hearing certain things or seeing certain text messages. Like there's clear something happens right around a few minute time period, and we see a dramatic change in pattern of life on all of the devices, all four of them. So, for us to sit here and say, well, we really don't know when the crime is. It could have been the next morning. It could have been as early as 1:30. That's absolute nonsense. That's somebody who's crafting a story that just doesn't match the other.
Can you describe what some of those pattern of life changes were?
Somebody looking or accessing things they normally access right up to a very specific time frame, and then that phone never being used again.
So
matching
death of the victim.
Text message content of somebody saying, oh my God, what's happening here, to that effect.
Blah, 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 yeah.
There's clearly a change where a lot of activity stops on 4 phones and there's an absolute panic on the other 2 phones. That's probably the best way that I can frame it.
Are you talking about text messages? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about phone use entirely, whether you're browsing, you're doom scrolling or text scrolling through something, whether you're receiving food, whether you're eating food. There is a lot of evidence in this case of when this crime occurred.
Now remember, we haven't seen it in messages that were released between Dylan and Bethany. That doesn't mean they don't exist. But Steve Goncalves said that what they were under the impression of is that there were messages between Dylan and Bethany that verbatim said, it sounds like they're killing them. Sounds like they're being killed. Some shit like that. So maybe take away verbatim. But in the Google Drive is all those messages between Steve Goncalves and Brett Norton. And I'm pretty positive we've already gone over that one very specifically. I've done like 2 or 3 parts of going over the clips of Steve's conversation. That's where we found out that he had spoken to grand jury members, that it was Patterson that's actually the one who got them with the grand jury and all the stuff about Dylan. That's where we found out that Jack DeCore gave them the 11-12 footage. That's where we found out that he thinks Brent Kopacka is a loser and his girls would never, ever hang out with him. That conversation thread. Okay. So when it comes to that, I don't know if that was said. They didn't release that. Will we ever get all of their contact information? I don't know. Because another thing that's really crazy when it comes to the Goncalveses in this little narrative is that there was a Facebook post by Dylan Mortenson's account that was posted that talked about them being bound and gagged and tied up and all kinds of crazy shit that Olivia Goncalves herself saw, took a screenshot of. Not only did they send it to the police way back in the beginning of all this shit, but they have since released it to the public. And this account is verified to be Dylan's, but apparently she didn't post it. So we've got some ghost hacker coming in and writing crazy freaking messages on Facebook that the families are seeing and turning into the police. And we also have Kaylee's LinkedIn being hacked into or logged into and all kinds of crazy shit happening there. Kaylee's phone, they can't get into it. Goncalveses all have these family passwords. Everybody knows each other's passwords, blah, 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 blah. But they can't jailbreak into Kaylee's phone. There's something deeper going on here, bro. For real.
You think, sorry, hold on, Sam. I just have one more. Do you think it was normal for Dylan and Bethany to wait 8 hours to contact the police based on anything that they had on their phones, their behavior? Is there anything that would help justify why 8 hours was waited before they called law enforcement?
I think it was a terrible decision.
Because I can tell you, that's one of the things that the 3 of us got into this.
That's his answer. He has no suspicion whatsoever because he hasn't looked at the details. So that's his answer. That's ridiculous.
Case, a friend of mine had a channel. I watched it. I listened to it. And I don't think any of us could get logically past how anybody in college, drunk, not drunk, wearing blurry goggles, watching a show. I don't know realistically how somebody waits 8 hours to call 911.
And obviously I cannot explain to you why that may or may not occur and why they did or did not do the things that they may have done during that time period. I have no explanation for you. For me to say that that's evidence of them committing this crime, those two totally different things.
Agreed.
But you also aren't even trying to separate the two. I think people would think differently if they separated Dylan from Bethany. I really do. If you would separate the two of them and look at Dylan's behavior just on her own with everything, just the small shit I just showed you. Just the lie about, I called Bethany. No, you didn't. That's a straight up lie that you told the freaking cops the second that they got there. You were loud, crying as loud as you possibly could to get everyone to hear you, to the point to where one of the murdered people's sisters came over there and said, "Shut the fuck up, Dylan. I don't want to hear you." Why are you being so loud? Why did you need everyone to hear your story? You could hear her bubbling all the way down to the in dumpster at the bottom where the 1112 camera shows the dumpster. Why do you need to be that loud? There's a reason. Theatrics. It was all theater. It was all theater. We're going to end it here. What timestamp is this? Hour and 43. Okay. We're going to end it here. This man's going to give me a damn aneurysm. My God. How ignorant is he to anything? I mean, holy shit. Unbelievable. A guy named Quinn Kelly. I can't believe how just ignorant this man sounds. And look, I am not claiming to know everything either, but when I can sit here and off the top of my head without even having to look, refute the shit that you're saying with something that everyone knows is a fact, that's a problem. That's a problem. Unbelievable. My God. All right. It is 3 a.m. The daunting hour, 3 a.m. Not for the case, just like in general, 3 a.m. has a thing. Okay. Yeah, I'll be awake for the UFO live. I might push it back like 30 minutes to an hour or so because we're here, but maybe not. Because I'm about to just go straight to bed. I'll wake up 15 minutes before that live and be totally fine. And then we'll plan out the rest of tomorrow because I want to go over the Gypsy Rose interview. I'm not doing that. I've been wanting to do that. We're doing it. We're going over Gyp Shit's freaking interview. And then tomorrow night, we'll do this. And we'll continue with our Moscow Monday on Monday. And this time we are going through Gunderson's actual written portion of his first initial report attached to the narrative. So we'll probably also end up watching some of his body cam just so we can do some comparison from his narrative to the body cam on Monday. But yeah, I'll get up and I'll post the rest of the lives and stuff for later on today. Oh my God. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being in here with me for so long for only half of this shit. I just can't believe it. I can't believe how ignorant he is. I haven't been this disappointed in a long time on someone's intellect on something they're supposed to be an actual expert on and have some respect for. The way that that's what it is. I'm getting frustrated. This will be the last thing I'll say. The reason why I feel like I'm getting so mad when these people come out and say all this crazy shit is because to me it's disrespectful. Say what people can say whatever they want to. I might be a dick when it comes to the Goncalveses, but that's because they've done nothing but lie their asses off from day one, the same way that Dylan has. There is no excuses for lying especially in a situation like this. That tells me that if your first instinct is to start lying about something from the second the story gets started, you're hiding something. What are you hiding? Are they hiding the same thing? I don't freaking know. Who knows? Someone's hiding something. Lies are not cute. So when the experts come out and they start just spewing shit that there's no proof for, spewing shit that we already know is actually factually incorrect, or like the tip never turned in and has literally nothing to do with anything, that just is like a big, huge ball of disrespect to me. Not towards me, just to the victims, to the story, to the situation, to the weight of it all. And I'm just sick of seeing it because I see it everywhere in every single case. This one just affects me the way that it does because we're so involved in trying to figure out what's going on. But you see this everywhere. It's disrespect. I can't firmly believe that you take your position and your title seriously when this is how you come out and behave in the public. That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. Thank you so much for the super stickers and the super chats and the gifted memberships. We have 25 new gifted members. You guys are awesome. I appreciate that. Y'all are always so nice to each other. See, we had one random ass weirdo who's literally never been in here before. Find somebody in this chat that recognized that London person or that Corvette person. I know it was the London person. We had some random person come in here that's never been in here before, and they instantly started shit. Just like in Sebastian's yesterday, people that have never been ever in the chat came in to do exactly what I said always happens in the Sebastian Rogers case and proved my entire point. I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand why people decide to come in here and argue when it's very obvious that they're not very educated in this either. So who was London? Was it Cy? Was it Cy Ray trying to come in here and try to act like we're wrong? And he's psycho, so he's using some sort of multiple personality disorder and he's over here in people's chats. What was that about? Annoying. Annoying. So annoying. But still fun. I love kicking people out. Boop. That's why I don't have mods. I like having that power. All right, you guys. Y'all have a super, super great night. Try to get some sleep. I will see you guys tomorrow several times. We've got lots of stuff to do and lots of stuff to talk about. Let me make sure I have the right one. Yep, I sure do. All right, you guys. Go get some sleep. I'm going to be snoring in about 10 minutes. All right. See y'all.